Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to all of you here at the NDTV Profit GST Conclave. Well, if you want to truly understand the impact of Goods and Services Tax 2.0, there is no better place to be than right here. Today, we bring to you some of the brightest minds, architects of GST 2.0, policymakers, economists, and industry leaders to dive deep into every aspect of this transformative journey and reform. I'm Vedika Sood, and I'll be your MC for the day, guiding you through what promises to be a series of insightful and impactful conversations. To set the stage, it is my pleasure to invite my colleague, NDTV Profit's Managing Editor, Tamanna Inamdar, to deliver the welcome address. Tamanna, over to you.
Thank you, Vedika. Thank you to all of you, and a very warm welcome to each one of you to the NDTV Profit GST Conclave, Reforms for a Resurgent India. Today we gather at a pivotal moment in India's economic journey. The Goods and Service Tax, introduced as a landmark reform, has redefined how India does business. It has unified markets, broadened tax bases, and has brought transparency into the system. But as India aspires to become Viksit by 2047, the conversation does not stop at what has been achieved. It extends to what more can be imagined, innovated, and implemented. This conclave is not just about tax, it's about reform, resilience, and resurgence. It's about creating a business environment that is seamless, efficient, and globally competitive. And above all, it's about how India can continue to power inclusive growth through policy innovation. We're privileged to have with us today some of the most respected voices. Of course, the architects of GS 2.0, industry veterans who are impacted the most and benefit the most, and the economic view from the top. On behalf of the organizers, I extend our deepest gratitude to our partners, speakers, and all of you in the audience, policy thinkers, entrepreneurs, and change makers who make this conversation truly meaningful. It's going to be a packed day of powerful conversations, and of course, we'll have the Honorable Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, joining us soon. We will be speaking and hearing from state finance ministers. We're going to be listening to the Union Commerce Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal, the CBIC chairperson. We have every point of view today through the event. Each session has been designed to not only inform, but to also inspire action. So let's explore how reforms can fuel resurgence and how a resurgent India can set benchmarks for the world.
Thank you, Tamanna. Let's begin with the first session of the day, titled GST 2.0, Matters of States. States, as we know, are the pillars of India's federal structure, and their vision is critical in shaping how GST evolves. This session will dive deep into the challenges, the opportunities, and the reforms needed to strengthen both state revenues and national growth. We are honored to have with us a distinguished panel of leaders representing state perspectives. May I call on stage Shri Harpal Singh Cheema, Honorable Finance Minister, Punjab, Shri Radha Krishna Kishore, Honorable Finance Minister, Jharkhand, and Shri Manjinder Singh Sirsa, Minister for Industries, Food and Supplies, Delhi. Joining them today, my colleague Gauri Dwivedi.
Thank you for that, Vedika. And thank you so much for everybody to be joining in on this GST Council meeting. In fact, this summit that is extremely apt, well-timed, comes as we explore and talk about the reform agenda that lies ahead for India and the resilient India that lies ahead in the wake of these major changes that have taken place. We will be joining with, in fact, Mr. Sirsa will join us very shortly. And as we await him, let's quickly tell our viewers that we will try and cover as much ground here and also talk about the state's perspective. जब हम जीएसटी की बात करते हैं, जीएसटी की बात तभी पूरी हो सकती है जब हम प्रदेशों की बात करें, क्योंकि ये जर्नी दोनों की साथ की मिलके होगी। और जीएसटी एक ऐसा विषय है जो जितना आर्थिक है उतना ही राजनीतिक भी है। इस विषय के दो पहलू हैं और इस विषय के और इस ग्रोथ जर्नी के भी दो पहलू हैं, केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकार। दो वित्त मंत्री हैं मेरे साथ और सिरसा जी भी हमें जल्दी ज्वाइन करेंगे। पहला सवाल मैं आप लोगों से ये पूछना चाहूँगी, आप सब लोग जीएसटी काउंसिल में साथ में थे, वो डिसीजन जो है वो कंसेंसस से हुआ है। कितना बड़ा और कितना इम्पोर्टेंट रिफॉर्म एजेंडा है जो इस निर्णय से, इस डिसीजन से हुआ है, और आपको क्या लगता है कितना बड़ा रिफॉर्म ये आगे होगा और क्या ग्रोथ ट्रेजेक्ट्री जो है वो देश के लिए इस निर्णय से आगे बढ़ती है?
सबसे पहले मैं एनडीटीवी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आपने ये हमें मंच प्रदान किया। और जीएसटी जो अभी रिसेंटली रेट रिडक्शन हुआ है उसका हम सभी लोगों ने, जितने जीएसटी के मेंबर हैं, सभी स्टेटों ने वेलकम किया है, हमने भी वेलकम किया है, क्योंकि हमारी ये डिमांड थी कि रेट जो है वो 4 स्लैब्स में उसको कम किया जाए और जो इसको थोड़ा सरल किया जाए ताकि आम लोगों को ये समझ आ सके। क्योंकि अभी तक 8 साल की जर्नी में, क्योंकि जीएसटी की 8 साल की जर्नी में बहुत सारी कॉम्प्लिकेशन जो हैं वो स्टेटों को, सेंटर को, सभी राज्यों को झेलनी पड़ी, तो उसको सिंप्लीफाई किया जाए। सो इस स्टेप का हमने वेलकम किया, स्वागत किया। पर लेकिन जो हमें लॉस हो रहा है, जो स्टेटों की इकॉनमी को लॉस हो रहा है, तो उसको कैसे कंपनसेट किया जाए, ये हमारी सबसे बड़ी डिमांड जो है लगभग सभी राज्यों की थी, चाहे वो अपोजिशन स्टेट हो, चाहे वो मैं समझता हूँ बीजेपी के स्टेट हो। क्योंकि लगातार बहुत सारे राज्यों का जो रेवेन्यू लॉस है वो कंटिन्यू अभी तक जारी है। जब 2017 की बात करें, जब से जर्नी स्टार्ट होती है, तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने ये कमिटमेंट करा था कि हम जीएसटी जिस स्टेट का भी कम होगा तो उसको हम कंपनसेट करेंगे। ये इस थ्योरी के साथ कंपनसेशन सेस जो है वो लगाया गया था इनिशियली 5 ईयर के लिए। और 5 ईयर खत्म हो गए, 2022 में वो कंपनसेशन सेस जो है वो भी खत्म हो गया। और उसके बाद जो स्टेटों की इकॉनमी का कंटिन्यूसली लॉस हो रहा है, तो उसको कैसे कंपनसेट किया जाए, ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल मैं समझता हूँ देश के लोगों के सामने है।
5 साल का ही टाइम था ना कंपनसेशन का, तो वो 5 साल 2022 में पूरे हुए, तो उसके बाद ठीक है, हम 2025 के इस जीएसटी के जो रेट्स घटे हैं और उससे क्या स्टेट्स को इम्पैक्ट होगा उस पर 1 सेकंड में आएंगे। और सिरसा जी से भी पूछेंगे कि क्या जो बीजेपी रूल्ड स्टेट्स हैं, क्या उनका क्या व्यू है कॉम्पनसेशन को लेके और स्टेट्स के रेवेन्यू लॉस को लेके। बट एक चीज़ चीमा जी मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगी कि 2022 से 2025 का ये जो 3 साल का पीरियड है जिसमें आप कह रहे हैं स्टेट्स को, प्रदेशों को लॉस बना हुआ है, तो वो तो 5 साल की विंडो पूरी हो गई जो जीएसटी के लॉ की थी।
देखिए, आपने कंपनसेशन सेक्स जो सेस का एक्ट है उसको पढ़ा होगा। उसमें लिखा जब तक स्टेट स्टेबलाइज नहीं होते, जबकि उनकी जो इकॉनमी है वो स्टेबल नहीं होती स्टेटों की, तब तक ये कंपनसेशन सेस कंटिन्यू रहेगा। इसका मतलब हम डिमांड इसीलिए कर रहे हैं क्योंकि स्टेटों की इकॉनमी स्टेबल नहीं हुई, अभी तक स्टेबल नहीं हुई। 5 साल का जितना कंपनसेशन सेस था वो बिल्कुल, उसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है, वो हमें मिला। हम उसके लिए सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का धन्यवाद करते हैं। पर लेकिन अब जो उसके बाद लॉस हो रहा है कंटिन्यू, क्योंकि हम प्री जीएसटी की बात करें तो हमारा हमें कलेक्शन कितनी होनी थी, मैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ करोड़ बता दूं आपको। पंजाब की एट द रेट ऑफ CAGR 2000, उस समय हमारी CAGR 13% 11 थी, 13.11 थी, तो उसमें उसके हिसाब से हमारी कलेक्शन 2025 तक होती 2,37 करोड़ 530, यानी 2,37,530 करोड़ रुपए की हमारी कलेक्शन हो जाती इफ हमारा बैट जो है बैट सिस्टम वो कंटिन्यू रहता। तो जीएसटी आने के बाद हमारी कलेक्शन कितनी हुई, 1,26,000 करोड़। तो इसका मतलब लगभग अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 1,11,000 का लॉस जो स्टेट को इन 8 साल में हुआ, पंजाब की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, तो इसमें से लगभग 61,000 CR जो है कंपनसेशन के रूप में हमें मिल गया, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। पर लेकिन जो अभी भी हमारा लगभग 50,000 CR का लॉस है वो हम कहां से पूरा करेंगे, कहाँ से उस लॉस को हम बियर करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। इसका मतलब स्टेटों की इकॉनमी जो है वो डिस्टेबलाइज हो रही है कंटिन्यूसली, चाहे वो बीजेपी की राज हो चाहे कोई भी राज हो, क्योंकि हम कोऑपरेटिव फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर की बात करते हैं तो उसको प्रोटेक्ट करने की जिम्मेदारी यूनियन गवर्नमेंट की है, और स्टेटों की इकॉनमी को भी स्टैब्लिश करने की जो जिम्मेदारी है वो सेंट्रल सरकार की है। हम अपनी तरफ से कंप्लायंस की बात है, जीएसटी की कंप्लायंस पंजाब की देश भर में सबसे आगे है। हम पहले 3 राज्यों में रहते हैं जहाँ जो हमारी कंप्लायंस सबसे ज़्यादा होती है, तो जहाँ कंप्लायंस भी हमारी पूरी 100% हो रही है, तो फिर भी हमारा कलेक्शन, हमारा नुकसान हो रहा है, हमारा लॉस हो रहा है, तो इसका मतलब अभी भी हमें कहीं ना कहीं सिस्टम में कोई ना कोई खामियां है। अब तक बात करूं 27 टाइम, अब तक जब से जीएसटी आया है सिस्टम, 27 टाइम इसमें एग्जम्पशन हो चुका है और 15 टाइम जो है रेट रिडक्शन हो चुका है। जब जीएसटी की जर्नी की बात करते हैं, जीएसटी काउंसिल का आंकड़ा मैं बताता हूं, तो ये भी मेरी डिमांड भी यही थी मैम गौरी जी, काउंसिल भी मेरी डिमांड यही थी कि सभी राज्यों की इकोनॉमी को कहां खड़ी है, जीएसटी से पहले क्या था और जीएसटी के बाद क्या है, ये सामने आंकड़े होने चाहिए। पर लेकिन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने नहीं दिए, क्योंकि उनकी वहाँ मेजॉरिटी थी, तो उन्होंने वहाँ, अब आपके पास भी नहीं होंगे, तो वो क्या है, वो डाटा क्या है कि मान लो झारखंड क्या है, कहाँ खड़ा है, दिल्ली कहाँ खड़ा है, झारखंड दिल्ली दोनों का पूछते हैं, वेस्ट बंगाल कहाँ खड़ा है, उत्तर प्रदेश कहाँ खड़ा है, वो देश के सामने होना चाहिए और उसके बाद रेट रिडक्शन होना चाहिए। हम इसके पक्ष में हैं, हम इसके खिलाफ नहीं है, पर लेकिन स्टेटों की इकोनॉमी को भी ध्यान रखना होगा। स्टेटों की डिफरेंट स्कीम्स हैं, एक अलग अलग स्कीम जो है स्टेटों की चल रही है, उस स्कीमों को भी हमने कंटिन्यू करना है। लोगों की वेलफेयर की स्कीम है।
ऐसा करते हैं, झारखंड और दिल्ली का भी पूछ लेते हैं। और जहां तक हम बात कर रहे हैं आंकड़ों की, आप कह रहे हैं 50,000 करोड़ का नुकसान हुआ पंजाब को। अगर हम ये पुरानी जीएसटी जो अभी तक जो चली उस रिजिम का हम बात करें और अब की जो रेट रिडक्शन है उसकी हम बाद में बात करते हैं, पर एक चीज मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगी और ये मैं किशोर जी से पूछना चाहूंगी, वो ये कि जीएसटी काउंसिल में तो निर्णय सारे मिलके हुए, सारे कंसेंसस के साथ। झारखंड का भी एक व्यू ले लेते हैं इसमें। किशोर जी ये बताइए कि सारे निर्णय जो थे वो तो जीएसटी काउंसिल में एक साथ ही बैठ के हुए, कंसेंसस के साथ हुए।
बिल्कुल।
तो उसके बाद अगर ये मतभेद है जो बाद में निकल के आ रहा है, इसको आप कैसे फिर
और देखिए
एक्सप्लेन करेंगे?
ये मतभेद तो बाद में निकल करके नहीं आ रहा है। जीएसटी काउंसिल की जब बैठक हो रही थी तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिन राज्यों में शासन में नहीं है, ऐसे कुल 8 राज्य के लोग हम लोग बैठे थे और हम लोगों ने ये कभी नहीं कहा कि आपके जो प्रपोजल आ रहे हैं हम उसका विरोध कर रहे हैं। हम लोगों ने यही कहा मिलकर के, 8 राज्य के फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर और जो भी आए लोग, हम लोगों ने मिलकर उनसे यही कहा कि आपके इस जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स के बाद जो लॉस होगा स्टेट को, उसकी भरपाई आप करिए, वो कर दीजिए, हम कहाँ इसका विरोध कर रहे हैं। एक चीज़, थोड़ा मैं वक्त जरूर लूँगा, लेकिन ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि जीएसटी 2 ये तो प्रमाणित हो गया कि 2017 में आदरणीय राहुल जी जो कह रहे थे कि ये बहुत जल्दीबाजी में लाया जा रहा है, और उन्होंने ये कहा भी था कि इतने बड़े देश, इतनी बड़ी जनसंख्या, जब इसको लागू करना है तो सभी राजनीतिक संगठनों से बात कर लीजिए, आम लोगों से बात कर लीजिए, उसके बाद कोई एक फैसला लीजिए। अब इनको 8 वर्ष के बाद ये बात समझ में आ रही है भारत सरकार को कि नहीं, दर घटाना चाहिए। किस पर दर घटाना चाहिए? पिज़्ज़ा पर, पनीर पर, परोठा पर और ड्राई फ्रूट्स पर दर घटना चाहिए। तो ये बात तो है कि 2017 में जो जीएसटी लागू हुआ था वो प्री मैच्योर डिसीजन था गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का। ये सेकंड रिफॉर्म्स जो आया है जीएसटी 2 का, तो इससे ये प्रमाणित हो रहा है।
आप ही से मैं ये पूछूंगी, और जैसा मैंने कहा शुरू में कि जीएसटी जो है विषय जितना आर्थिक है उतना ही राजनीतिक है, आपसे मैं ये पूछूंगी कि तब भी तो निर्णय सारे सर्वसहमति से हुए थे, तब भी तो जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट पास हुआ था सबकी सहमति के साथ ही तो हुआ था, तब से लेके आज तक।
मैं एक बात आपको बता दूं बहुत स्पष्ट तरीके से, कर्नाटक के फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर कृष्णा देवेगौड़ा जी जब उन्होंने एकदम ठान लिया कि हम किसी कीमत पर सपोर्ट नहीं करेंगे, तो उठ करके मैं उनके पास गया। हमने कहा कि हम लोगों ने अपनी बात रख दी और ये एक फेडरल सिस्टम है हमारे देश का, हम ये मैसेज नहीं दे सकते हैं कि आप वोट से फैसला करिए। हम लोगों को जो कहना था हम लोगों ने बता दिया। झारखंड के संदर्भ में तो हमने कहा कि ऑटोमोबाइल के क्षेत्र में और सीमेंट के क्षेत्र में इस जीएसटी के निर्धारण से 2000 करोड़ रुपया हमें नुकसान होगा। आप दे दीजिए। अगर आपको लगता हो कि हम राजनीतिक दृष्टिकोण से ये बात कह रहे हैं तो आप केंद्रीय वित्त अधिकारियों की एक टीम भेज करके देख लीजिए कि ये लॉस हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है।
केंद्र की तरफ से कोई आश्वासन, कोई आपको रिस्पांस मिला है जब आप लोगों ने बोला कि लॉस हो रहा है? आपने बोला कि आपको सालाना लॉस 2000 करोड़ का है, पंजाब को सालाना लॉस उन्होंने कहा कि 4000 करोड़ का है। आपको केंद्र की तरफ से क्या इसमें रिस्पांस मिला?
आश्वासन मिला होता तो हम लोग भी खुशी खुशी पंजाब और झारखंड गए होते। लेकिन एक चीज जो भारतीय लोकतंत्र का तकाजा है कि ये मैसेज नहीं जाए कि राज्य ने राजनीतिक कारणों से विरोध किया है। हम लोगों ने कहा कि मैडम हम लोग अपनी बात रख चुके हैं, अगर आपको नहीं है तो आप जो निर्धारण कर रहे हैं जीएसटी 2 वो साथ में, देश साथ में आपके, लेकिन ये लॉस तो हो रहा है। अब ये हम जानना चाहते हैं आपके इस कॉन्क्लेव के माध्यम से कि आखिर अगर हम बहिष्कार कर देते, बाहर निकल जाते, तो ये भी एक अच्छा संदेश नहीं जाता। लोग कहते कि सत्ता पक्ष और विपक्ष बटा हुआ है। हम लोगों ने एकदम बहुत साफ तरीके से कहा कि जिस स्टेट को लॉस हो रहा है आप उसकी भरपाई करिए।
तो ये पूछ लेते हैं बीजेपी रूल्ड स्टेट से कि क्या व्यू है रेवेन्यू लॉस को लेके, और क्या सरकार को, केंद्र सरकार को कुछ एक भरपाई करनी चाहिए, एक कॉम्पनसेशन का फॉर्मूला एक लगाना चाहिए अब जो जीएसटी 2.0 आया है? सिरसा जी।
धन्यवाद जी। देखिए, पहले तो जीएसटी अपने आप में इस देश का सबसे बड़ा रिफॉर्म है। ये आपको मानना होगा कि 70 साल के इतिहास में इससे बड़ा रिफॉर्म कोई देश में नहीं आया। एक जब आया तब सर्वसम्मति से आया और सबके लिए नया था, तो केंद्र सरकार ने 5 साल का पीरियड रखा कि अगर आपको कोई लॉसेस होते हैं तो वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया बेयर करेगी। जीएसटी की खूबी क्या है कि सभी के लिए बराबर है। अब चाहे झारखंड हो, चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश हो, चाहे पंजाब हो या हरियाणा हो। हरियाणा पंजाब कभी एक होते थे, झारखंड और बिहार कभी एक होते थे। अभी क्या अगर कोई ऐसी परिस्थितियां हों कि कोई स्टेट अपनी मर्जी से 1% बढ़ा रहा हो, दूसरे को ना बढ़ाने दिया जा रहा हो, तो हम मान सकते हैं कि किसी के साथ ये अन्याय हो रहा है। अभी इन्होंने कहा कि हमने जीएसटी के अंदर अपनी बात को रखा, तो अभी सब लोग सुन रहे हैं, तो आपको बताना चाहिए कि आप क्या चाहते थे कि जीएसटी बढ़े या जीएसटी कम हो। आप चाहते थे कि 5% की दर 5% रहे, आप चाहते थे वो 8% हो, 10% हो। आपको बताना चाहिए कि 18% की दर को आप क्या चाहते थे, 18% रहे, 25% हो, 28% हो। और अगर आप चाहते थे कि 18% की दर ही ना हो, सभी ही 5% से हो, तो फिर आपके स्टेट का 2000 करोड़ का जो आप लॉस बताते हैं, तो आप कैलकुलेट करके आएंगे कि उसकी भरपाई कैसे होगी जब आप उसको कम करना चाहते हैं। देखिए, स्टेट्स को ये कांट बी सिलेक्टिव कि कम करिए और कम करिए, और जो हमारे को पैसा चाहिए वो केंद्र दे। ऐसा दो चीजें नहीं हो सकती। दिल्ली स्टेट
आप कह रहे हैं कि अगर बेनिफिट मिल रहा है और प्रदेश में सारी चीजें सस्ती हो रही हैं, तो प्रदेश सरकारों को फिर उसका फिर कहीं ना कहीं एक मैकेनिज्म निकालना पड़ेगा।
तो मैं तो कह रहा हूं कि अगर आप अभी भी कह रहे हैं कि जो आपने बात रखी थी, तो अभी भी बताना चाहिए कि आप उसको जीएसटी कम करना चाहते थे और ये बढ़ाना चाहते थे। और अगर बढ़ाना चाहते तो लोगों के ऊपर बोझ है, और अगर आप उससे भी और कम करना चाहते थे तो इसका मतलब कि आप अपनी स्टडी करके नहीं आए कि आप अपने स्टेट के रेवेन्यू का कंट्रीब्यूशन कितना होगा केंद्र सरकार के रेवेन्यू के अंदर। जीएसटी एक ऐसी चीज है, आपने कहा रिफॉर्म्स कैसे आते हैं। आपको याद करना चाहता हूं सब लोगों को, जब मोबाइल फोन आया था तब अगर आप सबको याद हो तो 16 रुपए कॉल होती थी, और वो 16 रुपए कॉल केवल शाम को 6 बजे तक होती थी। 32 रुपए कॉल हो जाती थी दिन में। क्या 32 रुपए कॉल होनी गलत थी? उस हिसाब से वक्त तब वो भी ठीक थी। आज वो 32 पैसे भी कॉल नहीं रहेगी। जब आप इंटरनेट लेके आए थे तो आपको एक पैक जो मिलता था, जो 5000 रुपए में मिलता था डेटा जितना, उतना आज आपको 399 रुपए या 299 रुपए मिलता है। ना तब का गलत था ना अब का गलत है। ये रिफॉर्म्स है, इसी को रिफॉर्म्स कहते हैं। इकोनॉमी के अंदर रिफॉर्म्स आएंगे, ये देश जिस तरह से तरक्की में आगे बढ़ता जाएगा उसी तरह के रिफॉर्म्स आते जाएंगे। आज ये कहना, आज देश के अंदर एक कितने अच्छे रिफॉर्म्स क्या आए, आज एग्रीकल्चर के बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स के ऊपर एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड इकोनॉमी है देश की, उसको 5% में ले आए। हेल्थ सर्विसेज के अंदर 0% जीएसटी कर दी, लाइफ सेविंग ड्रग्स के ऊपर 0% जीएसटी कर दी। ये चीजों की भी जरूरत है, टाइम के साथ हो सकता है। आज 18% की स्लैब जो है, ये और रिफॉर्म्स आने वाले दिनों में आए तो और बेहतर होते जाएं। लेकिन अगर कोई स्टेट अपना राजस्व नहीं बढ़ा पा रहा, उसका केवल एक ही कारण है, दूसरा कोई कारण नहीं है। उत्तर प्रदेश भी 5% और 18% की स्लैब के ऊपर काम करेगा, दिल्ली भी 8, 5 और 18 पे ही काम करेगा। फिर उसका कारण क्या हो सकता है कि कोई स्टेट लॉसेस में है? क्योंकि अपने स्टेट के अंदर इंडस्ट्री को नहीं ला पा रहा, अपने स्टेट के अंदर कारोबार नहीं कर पा रहा, उसकी अपनी लोकल पॉलिसीज ऐसी हैं कि देश उनके वहां से स्टेट छोड़कर दूसरे स्टेट में फैक्ट्री जा रही हैं, उनके लोकल हालात ऐसे हैं कि लोगों का कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल नहीं है। दिस कुड बी द ओनली रीजन कि जब आप लॉसेस में आ जाएंगे। तो मेरा यह कहना है कि हमें आंकलन यह करना चाहिए, हम बेटर रिसोर्सेज प्रोवाइड करें, हम बेटर कोऑर्डिनेशन लोगों के लिए प्रोवाइड करें, हम लालच फीताशाही खत्म करें, हम स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट रखें, हम अपनी पॉलिसीज को स्टेबल रखें, ताकि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, आपकी जीएसटी बराबर हो जाएगी। ये केंद्र सरकार के हाथ में नहीं है कि किसी स्टेट की जीएसटी रेवेन्यू को बढ़ाया जा सके या कम किया जा सकते। ये लोकल गवर्नमेंट ही अपनी जीएसटी को बढ़ा सकती है, अच्छे कारोबार करके, अच्छे रेवेन्यूज के एवेन्यूज खोलकर, और वही कम करती है तो जब स्टेट स्टेबल ही रहता है।
आप ये कह रहे हैं कि राज्य सरकारों को इसे एक मौके के तौर पे देखना चाहिए कि वो कितने रिफॉर्म्स इस वक्त इस मौके पर खुद अपने एंड पे ला सकते हैं।
सामने ही है ना, हरियाणा भी पंजाब से निकल कर गया है। अगर हरियाणा सेल्फ सफिशिएंट हो रहा है, इट मींस कि कोई कमी है जो हमें ढूंढने की जरूरत है, बजाय कि हम ठीकरा दूसरों पे जाकर फोड़ें। हम ढूंढें, हम ये ढूंढें कि कौन सी ऐसी कमी है जिसके कारण मेरे स्टेट के अंदर इंडस्ट्री जा रही है, मेरे स्टेट में इंडस्ट्री कम हो गई है, मेरे स्टेट में बिजनेस कम हुआ है, तो वो ढूंढना पड़ेगा कारण। बस वही कारण है जिसके कारण हमें दिक्कत आ रही है, और इन चीजों को हमें ठीक करना होगा। लेकिन अगर पॉलिटिकली एक दूसरे पर फोड़ना है तो हम ना स्टेट का भला कर पाएंगे, ना लोगों का भला कर पाएंगे।
बिल्कुल। चीमा जी, ये भी तो एक सच है कि अगर हम ऋण की बात करें, डेट की बात करें, तो पंजाब जो है इस देश में सबसे ज्यादा उसमें डेट है। 46% जो है वो डेट टू जीडीपी का रेशो है, स्टेट जीडीपी का रेशो है। तो ये भी एक सच्चाई है कि कहीं ना कहीं राज्य सरकारों को भी इस विषय पे काम करना पड़ेगा, कैसे वो अपने रेवेन्यूज आगे बढ़ा सके।
गौरी जी, आप डेट और जीएसटी को एक साथ नहीं देख सकते। पंजाब एक एग्रीकल्चर स्टेट है, ये पूरा देश जानता है। देश की फूड बाउल में सबसे ज़्यादा कंट्रीब्यूशन किस स्टेट की है? वो पंजाब स्टेट की है। पंजाब में एक परचेज टैक्स लगा हुआ था, परचेज टैक्स जो है वो सबस्यूम हुआ जीएसटी में। मैं अकेले एक टैक्स की बात करता हूँ, एक टैक्स सिस्टम की बात करता हूँ। उसमें से एनुअली हमारा कितना लॉस हुआ है? 4000 करोड़ रुपया, 4000 करोड़ रुपया हमारा एनुअली जो है परचेज टैक्स में लॉस हुआ, क्योंकि पंजाब एक एग्रीकल्चर स्टेट है। पंजाब का लगभग 550 किलोमीटर का एक लंबा बॉर्डर जो है वो पाकिस्तान से लगता है। अभी रिसेंटली वहाँ पे आपको देश को पता है, सबसे ज़्यादा जब पाकिस्तान के साथ टेंशन पैदा हुई तो पंजाब आगे खड़ा। तो ये बात में हमें ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए, ये नहीं कि किस स्टेट की इकॉनमी कैसे चलती है। जहाँ प्रोडक्शन स्टेट है, जहाँ प्रोडक्शन स्टेट है, कर्नाटक प्रोडक्शन स्टेट है, पंजाब है प्रोडक्शन स्टेट है, जहाँ पे प्रोडक्शन होती है, जहाँ पे ज़्यादा इंडस्ट्री है, उनका जीएसटी कम हो रहा है। जहां पे ज्यादा कंजम्पशन है, क्योंकि जीएसटी जो है वो कंजम्पशन बेस्ड टैक्स है, डेस्टिनेशन बेस्ड टैक्स है। डेस्टिनेशन कहाँ है? डेस्टिनेशन वहाँ है जहाँ पॉपुलेशन ज़्यादा है। डेस्टिनेशन कहाँ, कंजम्पशन कहाँ है? जहाँ पॉपुलेशन ज़्यादा है। इसका मतलब क्या है कि जहाँ प्रोडक्शन होती है उन राज्यों का जो जीएसटी वो कम हो रहा है, जहाँ कंजम्पशन हो रही है उन राज्यों का जीएसटी बढ़ रहा है। बेसिक थ्योरी पे हमें उसको चेंज करना होगा, उसमें हमें बड़े बदलाव की ओर बढ़ना होगा। क्योंकि मैं पहले बोल चुका हूँ कि हमने 27 टाइम एग्जम्पशन दे चुके हैं 8 साल में। 8 साल में 27 बार जो है एग्जम्पशन मिल चुकी है, और 15 बार इससे पहले, ये 16 टाइम है, 15 टाइम पहले रेट रिडक्शन हो चुका है डिफरेंट स्लैब्स में। तो क्यों नहीं अब तक स्टेटों की इकॉनमी स्टेबल हो पाई? मैं पंजाब की बात नहीं करता, आप हरियाणा की देख लीजिए। क्यों नहीं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने हमारे सामने डाटा रखा कि हरियाणा का ये है, उत्तर प्रदेश का ये है, झारखंड का ये है, महाराष्ट्र का ये है, अपना कर्नाटका का ये है। दूसरे राज्यों का डाटा हमारे पास रखते ना कि प्री जीएसटी, हमने बिल्कुल जीएसटी काउंसिल में हमने ये डिमांड रखी थी कि चर्चा करने से पहले 2017 के पहले क्या व्यू था स्टेटों का, उनकी इकोनॉमी कहां खड़ी थी, क्या वो ग्रो कर रहे थे या उनकी इकोनॉमी डिक्लाइन हो रही थी, उसका डाटा जो है वो प्रेजेंट कीजिए। और 2017 से लेकर 2025 तक कहां कहां को आगे बढ़ पाए जब पीछे हो गए। तो ये उसके आने के बाद ही हम किसी कंक्लूजन पे पहुंचते ना कि जीएसटी में आने के बाद हम प्रोग्रेस कर रहे हैं, या हमारा स्टेट कर रहा है, या हमारा देश कर रहा है। अब बात सिंपल सी है कि आप बता दीजिए मेरे को, 2017 में बासमती का रेट क्या था 1 किलो का? 1 किलो का क्या था? 60 से लेके 80%, 60 रुपए या 80 रुपए। अब कितना हो गया? 120 रुपए 1 केजी का, 1 केजी का। तो रेट आम लोगों को क्या फर्क पड़ा? जो आम लोग हैं देश के, जो आम जनता है, उसको जीएसटी का रेट रिडक्शन का फायदा हुआ या नहीं हुआ? सबसे बड़ी बात तो यह है, अब भी फायदा होगा या नहीं होगा? रेट तो मैं पिछले 8 साल की बात कर रहा हूं, 8 साल में 40 से लेके 50% तक।
तो अब जाके अगर रेट कम होंगे, अब रेट कम होंगे तभी तो फायदा होगा। अब रेट कम होंगे तभी तो फायदा होगा।
मैं वही बात आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं कि क्या आम जनता को फायदा होगा या नहीं होगा।
तो ये किशोर जी से भी पूछ लेते हैं।
पिछले 8 सालों में तो मेरे को फायदा नहीं दिखा कि आने वाले समय में फायदा होगा, हम ऐसी अपेक्षा कर सकते हैं।
बाकी दोनों मंत्रियों से भी पूछ लेते हैं। और अब मैंने बाद में आपसे फिर से ये पूछा कि क्या आपने इतनी गर्मजोशी से जीएसटी काउंसिल में ये सारी बातें बोली जो आप यहाँ कह रहे हैं, क्योंकि वहां तो सर्वसहमति से सारे निर्णय हुए, और फिर ये लग रहा है कि बाद में आकर सारी बातें की जा रही है।
अपनी बात बिल्कुल बात जीएसटी काउंसिल में हमने भी रखी, हमारे
किशोर जी से पूछ लेती हूँ मैं, वो ये
सभी लोगों ने अपनी बात रखी।
मैं ये कहना चाह रही हूँ कि आखिरी सवाल है मेरा आप दोनों से।
आपके मन में जो शंका है,
जी मेरे मन में कोई शंका नहीं है, मैं तो पूछ रही हूँ।
नहीं, आपने कहा कि कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं कि वहां आपने विरोध नहीं किया और बाहर मौका मिला है तो आप बाहर विरोध कर रहे हैं। जी नहीं, 11 बजे से जो मीटिंग चली है वो रात में 8 बजे तक मीटिंग चली है।
अच्छा,
हम लोगों ने तार्किक दृष्टिकोण से अपनी बातों को रखा है, अपने पक्ष को रखा है, अपने राज्य की समस्याओं से
आपने पहले ये बोला कि मिलके हम लोगों ने इसलिए निर्णय लिया साथ में आने का, क्योंकि फेडरलिज्म में भी ये होना चाहिए कि सब लोग एक साथ हैं, जीएसटी के निर्णय पे सब लोग एक साथ हैं। तो जब सब एक साथ हैं तो फिर आगे की बात होनी चाहिए कि किस तरह से ये मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ, वो ये कि अब राज्यों के स्तर पे ये कैसे इंश्योर किया जाएगा कि जो प्राइस कम हो गई है किसी एक गुड्स की, वो कैसे एंड कंज्यूमर के लिए वाकई सस्ती हो जाए? ये कैसे राज्य सरकारें इंश्योर करेंगी?
पहले तो मैं अपने प्रिय मित्र के बातों का जवाब दे दूं। इन्होंने कहा कि सारी बातें निर्भर केंद्र पर होंगी, राज्यों को भी अपने पैरों पर खड़ा होना होगा, अपने राजस्व को बढ़ाना होगा। अगर आप ये मानते हैं कि सभी राज्य अपने में सक्षम थे, तो 2017 में जीएसटी लागू करने के साथ ही यह निर्णय आपका था कि जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्टेट है उनको हम 5 वर्षों तक के लिए कंपनसेशन देंगे। आप तो मानते थे कि ऐसे भी राज्य हैं इस देश में जिनको इस जीएसटी से लॉस होने वाला है। ये जीएसटी 2 लागू करने के पहले आपको केंद्र को इतना देख लेना चाहिए था कि क्या 5 वर्ष जो कंपनसेशन मिला उन राज्यों को जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्टेट है वो कहाँ इस्टेब्लिश कर रहे हैं।
ऐसे कितना कंपनसेशन देना चाहिए? 5 साल और 5 साल और 5 साल और हमें कितना टाइम तक ये रोडमैप बनाना चाहिए जब तक राज्य अपने पैरों पे ना
मैंने वित्त मंत्री जी को कहा है उसी बैठक में, जीएसटी काउंसिल की बैठक में, कि आप तब तक दीजिए,
तब तक देते रहिए जब तक वो
पहले मेरी बात सुन लीजिए। आप तब तक दीजिए जब तक कि आप आकलन न कर लें, आपके वित्तीय अधिकारी इस बात की समीक्षा न कर लें कि अब झारखंड को, अब हिमाचल को पैसे की जरूरत नहीं है, आर्थिक सहयोग की जरूरत नहीं। अब चाहे वो 10 साल लगे या 15 साल हो,
चाहे 20 साल हो,
हाँ,
सरकारें आए जाएं,
बिल्कुल।
फाइनेंस कमीशन 16 के बाद 17 आए,
बिल्कुल। इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं इस बात को थोड़ा सा समय हम और लेते हैं। आप बतला रहे हैं कि अभी दर हम लोगों ने कम कर दिया। ये 7-8 वर्षों में 1,24,000 जीएसटी जो प्राप्त किया केंद्र, तो आज जो दर कम कर रहे हैं, ये 7-8 वर्षों में वही उपभोक्ताओं से जो आप पैसा ले रहे थे, ये बेईमानी था कि नहीं था? ये गलत निर्णय था?
सिरसा जी से ये सवाल पूछते हैं, ये उनसे
तो आपको बताया कि कांग्रेस की सरकार,
एक सवाल और ऐड करूंगी आपसे,
मेरी बात समाप्त।
एक सवाल
जो 32 रुपए कॉल मिनट देते रहे, जो 32 रुपए मिनट देते रहे, क्या उनसे बेईमानी हुई? और हुई तो उसमें पार्टनर रहे, ये तो इन्हीं को उसी का जवाब देना चाहिए। मंत्री भी रहे हैं सरकारों में, तो उसी से शुरुआत कर देनी चाहिए। और अगर हुई तो उसके पैसे को लौटाने का ये क्या प्रोसेस अडॉप्ट करेंगे? देखिए, पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट्स अलग होती हैं, पॉलिटिकल मंचों के ऊपर पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट्स ठीक लगती हैं। जैसे आपने कहा कि जब जीएसटी काउंसिल की बैठक होती है उसके अंदर सर्वसम्मति के अंदर सब लोग आते हैं, क्योंकि अंदर जब वहां पे डिटेल डिस्कशन होती है तब आंकड़ों के साथ होती है, तब आपकी इंडस्ट्री ग्रोथ क्या हो रही है, तब आप क्या आपकी कंजप्शन कितनी, वो सबके साथ ग्रोथ, तब आप ये चैलेंज नहीं कर सकते।
लेकिन आज टीवी चैनल पर हम आके कर सकते हैं जी, क्योंकि हम बात कर रहे हैं, ये जैसा मैंने कहा ये चर्चा के दो रूप हैं, इसके आर्थिक और राजनीतिक दोनों रूप हैं। एक सवाल मैं आपसे इसलिए पूछूंगी कि ऑपोजिशन के सारे नेताओं ने ये बोला कि इसकी टाइमिंग क्या, हम तो बहुत समय से कह रहे थे कि रेट कम होने चाहिए, हम 17 से कह रहे थे जब से शुरुआत हुई कि रेट कम होने चाहिए, तो अभी ही क्यों हुआ, इसकी टाइमिंग क्यों इस वक्त ही हुई, इसका जवाब दीजिए।
देखिए, जीएसटी के दायरे में जैसे जैसे लोग बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, जैसे जैसे कारोबार बढ़ते जा रहे हैं और उसी तरीके से उसकी अमाउंट बढ़ता जा रहा है, उसकी स्लैब्स को नीचे आएंगे स्वाभाविक तौर पर। अभी जब देश के अंदर 1% नंबर ऑफ परसेंटेज आज जीएसटी के साथ कनेक्टेड है और हो सकता है आने वाले दिनों में इसकी ग्रोथ रेट जैसे बढ़ेगी और इसके साथ जीएसटी की औपचारिकता बढ़ते जाएंगे और कम होते जाएंगे। ये तो एक रिफॉर्म्स हैं जो ऑनगोइंग हैं। मैंने आगे शुरू करते हुए फिर से कहता हूं, जब 32 रुपए कॉल फोन करते थे तभी यही मोबाइल फोन था और आज वो कॉल करते करते 10 पैसे पे आ गई है, तब भी वही फोन है। तो चीजें तो बदलेंगी जैसे जैसे रिफॉर्म्स आएंगे, इसी को रिफॉर्म्स कहते हैं। देश कहां से चला था आज आप देखिए, एक आप आज से 10 साल पहले अगर आप ट्रैवल करते थे तो जो एयर फेयर की अगर आप कैलकुलेशन करें तो उससे 20 गुना होना चाहिए, लेकिन नहीं है, वहीं पर चलता आ रहा है क्योंकि हर चीज एक दूसरे से कनेक्टेड है। जैसी उसकी ग्रोथ है, ग्रोथ के साथ हर चीज कनेक्टेड है और इसी तरह हमारे देश की ग्रोथ है, ग्रोथ की स्पीड इतनी ज्यादा तेज है, उस ग्रोथ के साथ साथ चीजें बदलती जा रही हैं। अगर हमें देश की ग्रोथ ना हुई तो अच्छी बात नहीं है। मुझे लगता है हम सबको इस बात की बधाई देनी चाहिए कि शायद जो कल्पना नहीं की होगी इतनी जल्दी हम रिकवर कर पाएंगे, हमारा ग्रोथ रेट इतना बढ़ रहा है, उससे देश के अंदर एक जल्दी तरक्की आ रही है और हमारे स्लैब्स कम हो रहे हैं, लोगों को सस्ती चीजें मिल रही हैं तो मिलनी चाहिए और सस्ती मिलनी चाहिए।
जी, चर्चा को यहीं विराम देते हैं। इस चर्चा के बहुत प्रारूप हैं और हम ये चर्चा आगे भी करेंगे।
प्लीज विराम मत दीजिए।
बहुत प्रश्न हम भी बहुत प्रश्न
थोड़ा
भी
समय
बचे हैं।
दीजिए, हम लोग बहुत दूर से आए और बहुत उम्मीद से आए। सरकार से तो उम्मीद नहीं है, केंद्र सरकार से, लेकिन
क्यों आप तो वहां बैठे हुए थे, आपने वहां पे बोला है, आप कह रहे हैं इतनी गर्मजोशी से तब भी बोला है।
एनडीटीवी से बहुत उम्मीद है, कम से कम ये बातें पूरे देश की जनता तक जाएगी, पहुंचेगी ये बात। क्या बात करते हैं आपने कहा, मैडम एक मिनट, आपने कहा, हमारे मित्र ने कहा कि राज्य को अपने पैरों पर खड़ा होना चाहिए, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल क्या प्रोविजन है, केंद्र और राज्य में
मेरी बात को दो मिनट में, मैंने ये नहीं कहा
केंद्र और राज्य।
मंत्री जी मैंने कहा,
आप जब बोल रहे थे तो मैं नहीं बोल रहा था,
मैंने बोला नहीं है।
मानवर मुझको कह लेने दीजिए, उसके बाद आप बोलिए। आपको अपने पैरों पर खड़ा होना चाहिए था, अपनी इकोनॉमी को स्ट्रॉन्ग करनी चाहिए थी। तो क्या ये जो संवैधानिक व्यवस्था है कि केंद्र राज्यों से जो कर लेगा और उस हिस्सेदारी जो राज्यों को देगा, ये व्यवस्था आप समाप्त करना चाहते हैं क्या? केंद्र सिर्फ अपने आप में है,
मेरे को बोलने को
नहीं रहेगा क्या?
मैंने कहा कि बाकी राज्य जो हैं वो आपके बराबर ही है, अगर ग्रोथ रेट बाकियों की बढ़ रही है हमें भी बढ़ानी चाहिए।
बात मैं कर रहा हूं,
इसमें कुछ गलत नहीं है।
झारखंड की बात मैं कर रहा हूं। आप करों को कम करके ये बताना चाह रहे हैं कि हम सुधार कर रहे हैं। एक तरफ तो 8 बरस उसी जनता से 1 करोड़
तो बढ़ाने चाहिए, करिए कम करने चाहिए, कम से कम ये तो क्लैरिटी आ जाए। नहीं, मैं आखिरी मान गया
जब आप बोलते
पर आपने मेरा नाम लेके कहा तब मैंने बोला,
हम एकदम चुप रहते।
आपने मेरा नाम लेके बोला, मैं तब बोलने को मजबूर हुआ।
मैडम की तरफ मैं इशारा करता हूँ कि मुझको बोलने का अवसर चाहिए, मैं बोलना चाहता हूं।
ये चर्चा जो है हम मंच के बाहर भी कंटिन्यू करेंगे क्योंकि बहुत प्रश्न हैं अभी भी, जो अभी मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ और यही इस पूरी कॉन्क्लेव का उद्देश्य है कि जितने हमने प्रश्न उठाए हैं इन प्रश्नों का ही उत्तर मिले इस कॉन्क्लेव।
मैं आखिरी 2 पंक्ति कह रहा हूँ। देखिए, केंद्र सरकार, वर्तमान केंद्र सरकार की एकदम मानसिकता बन गई है कि जिस स्टेट में उनकी सरकार नहीं है उनके साथ सौतेला व्यवहार किया जाए। झारखंड को 1,40,000 करोड़ रुपया कोयला के ऊपर बकाया है, ये पैसा नहीं मिल रहा है। अनुदान की राशि झारखंड को सही समय पर नहीं मिलती है। केंद्रीय करों में झारखंड की जो हिस्सेदारी है वो सही समय पर हमें नहीं मिलती है। और आप बात कर रहे हैं कि साहब केंद्र और राज्य, केंद्र जो निर्णय ले रहा है राज्य आपके साथ खड़ा हो जाए, तो वहाँ झारखंड की स्थिति अलग है। हमारे यहाँ जो गरीबी रेखा से नीचे रहने वाले लोग हैं मैडम, वो महुआ खाती हैं, वो मकई का घाटा खाती हैं, वो पिज्जा, बर्गर और पनीर परोठा नहीं खाती है। उसका क्या होगा?
मैं मंत्री जी का जवाब दूंगा
और
तो फिर
उसमें-
पीड़ा हो जाएगी। अब आपके
ये
अगर आप
चर्चा जो है, इसको मुझे
अगर आपके
वाकई
आईएएस के
विराम
घरों से
देना है।
100 करोड़ रुपए मिलेगा, अगर एक आईएएस के घर से 100 करोड़ मिलेगा तो लोग बेचारे मजबूरी हो जाएंगे मुआ खाने के लिए। बताइए मैं ठीक कह रहा हूँ गलत कह रहा हूँ? तो आपको देखना चाहिए कि एक एक मंत्री एक घर से 100 करोड़ रुपए आईएएस के घर से ना मिले, पॉलिटिकल करप्शन खत्म हो जाए तो ये सारी ठीक चीज हो सकती है। ये आपको उसके ऊपर रोक लगानी होगी। मैं तो वहां जाकर नहीं लगा सकता, ना ही केंद्र सरकार लगा सकती है। तो मेरा ये जरूर आपसे आग्रह है।
इसी पर चर्चा कर लीजिए, इसी पर चर्चा हो जाए कि कौन लोग बैंकों से हजारों करोड़ रुपया लेकर के बाहर भाग
अब
गए।
देखिए हम जीएसटी
बात
से
कर
कौन सी
लीजिए।
चर्चा में चले गए
इन्होंने
हैं?
कहा, इन्होंने
लेकिन
करप्शन
हम
की
तो
बात
बात करेंगे
जीएसटी की चर्चा
से।
पे एक बात कहना
और अभी
चाहता
भी
हूं
हमने
कि जो
तीन प्रश्न पूछे ही नहीं।
करप्शन की बात
नहीं
नहीं
चर्चा चाहिए और ये पूछना चाहिए कि लोन
अच्छा,
देने
इस
वाला
चर्चा को यही विराम देते हैं। इस चर्चा को यही विराम देते हैं। प्रश्न बहुत है। अभी तो मैंने ये भी नहीं पूछा कि क्या इतनी गर्मजोशी से, क्या इतनी बहस वाकई जीएसटी काउंसिल में हुई, या ये सारी ऊर्जा आपने बाहर के लिए समेट रखी थी?
पूरा आदर्श,
हमने पूरा वहां पे अपनी बात रखी।
आदर्श और गरिमा
इस
के
चर्चा को
दायरे
विराम
में
देते
रहकर
हैं।
के पूरी
ये सारे
बात हुई है।
प्रश्नों के उत्तर हमें शाम तक मिलेंगे। शाम तक मिलेंगे। निर्मला सीतारमण जी हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगी। And it is expected that these questions that are being raised by the states in terms of their finances, the roadmap that lies ahead, and questions with regard to devolution of tax revenues between the center and state could be some of those part of those answers that the finance minister will give when she shares her roadmap for what lies ahead in India's reform agenda. Thank you so much for being part of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our panelists. Well, there's never a dull moment when you have three politicians on stage. That's a great way to kickstart our summit. To Radha Krishna Kishore ji and to Harpal Singh Cheema ji, thank you for traveling all the way for this summit. All right, moving on now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the big moment we've all been waiting for. NDTV Profit has always been the home of business news with clarity and with impact. And today, we're turning the page to an exciting new chapter. A bold new look, a sharper identity, and a brand that puts the consumer first. To present this thought in a redefined manner, please welcome Raj Karoop, founder and creative chairman, Creative Land Asia Group. Over to you, Raj.
Okay, so as an entrepreneur, the joke that goes in my room always is that, you know, when GST was introduced, there's always been a debate. I can see that the debate continues. But one thing that we can all agree is that today it's much easier to calculate GST than profit, right? So that's the one thing that we always believe. But this profit was much easier for us to sort of maneuver. I'm very excited to really sort of unveil Profit 2.0 along with GST 2.0. We spent several weeks sort of really trying to understand. It's very rarely that you get a brand name that in itself is evocative of what the market sentiment ought to be. I mean, I don't think there's anybody in the market who's here for losses. I think we're all here for profit, right? So fundamentally, what we said is that let's understand what the word profit means. It's always been, I mean, you know, if you really look at it, it's a dirty word. Right? It's what people used to say, that for the longest time, profit has always been like a dirty word. It has been always seen as the privilege of the few. But if we have an aspiration to be a 5 trillion sort of an economy, then can profit really remain exclusive, right? If you really look at it, I mean, you know, I'd like to quote a bit of Arthashastra, right? And it's very important. Whenever I've been in doubt, I've always gone back to the scriptures, right? They always say that profit is essential. I mean, there is nothing, you know, we always say, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. So, profit is as important as the dharma is, right? And it says wealth is to be pursued, but in a way that it sustains the society and the state. So there's this beautiful phrase which is all about mansa, vacha, karmana. And this was at the center of everything. I know if three of these things really come together, then I think profit is not, ceases to be that slightly exclusive, dirty word. Right? This triad basically means thought, word, and deed. In the dharmic framework, mansa is about the intention behind the wealth creation, the transparency, which is vacha, the honesty in contracts, and then of course karmana, which is the ethical conduct. Where, so when three of these things come together, this becomes the essence of where profit is, right? So profit is achieved in alignment with these three, and that is supposed to be shuddha, right? Even in our civilization thought, profit was never just a number, right? The Arthashastra showed us that the profit must always be aligned with the mansa, vacha, karmana, right? And in this pursuit, when, with this clarity, when we move ahead, profit becomes more than a private gain. It becomes an opportunity for all to get. It's the same shot that we all get to take, and this is the true democratization of profit. And I think we're living in the age of democratization, right? I mean, I think the ministers here really spoke about the fact that reforms are going to be continuous. It is always going to be, there's always, nothing is inevitable but change, right? Things will keep on changing, and I think, democratization is going to be at the key of everything. So Bharat and profit in the age of global turmoil. I mean, we are living through an incredibly interesting time, right? It's better, it's more exciting than most of the thrillers that we see. But if you really look at it, at the ground level, today a shopkeeper in Jaipur can sell nationwide on e-commerce. A young investor can buy shares even for $100. A woman entrepreneur in Kochi can scale a startup just through the understanding of the market, right? In the last 10 years, if you see, our democracy has also been sort of democratized, right? Nowhere is it clearer than in the equity partnership, participation that you see. So in 2025, if you really look at the numbers, 2.4 crore demat accounts were opened. And strikingly contrasting in 2025, that trickle has become a flood. It 19.2 crore accounts, 17 crore new investors have been added in a whole decade, right? In FY25 alone, it's like record 4.1 crore accounts in a single year. That's more than the population of most of the, many countries in the world. Every month, nearly 4 million Indians join the market, and every minute, 100 new accounts are opened. So, and this is where the whole old guard is going. And I was really amazed to know that 75% of these accounts are being opened by people under the age of 30, right? And this is a generation that would rather sort of own than really observe. It's no longer, profit is no longer the privilege of a few people who played the market in the olden time. It's today everybody, whether you're sitting in your living room, whether you're really sitting as an entrepreneur, whether you're a housewife, right? Every bit of that matters, right? Now, 25% of these investors are women now. So 1 in 4 women are, investors are women. Brilliant, right? Even, I mean, this was quite interesting. I saw a very interesting research which says that 84% of homemakers, and they are not a part of the workforce, homemakers are involved in investment decision, right? So now, does that mean that, does this change the landscape of how a news channel must sort of speak to the audience? It's going to be speaking to a completely, it's not going to speak to the few, it's going to speak to the new, right? So this was at the crux of what we wanted to build when we started looking at NDTV profit. Even GST has been simplified, right? It's broke down the straight barriers and brought millions of small players into the formal foray. So everything is sort of structuring itself to a democratized infrastructure. And today, everyone is in the system and everyone has a chance to benefit. And today, this is where the whole take has been that from Dalal Street to every street, democracy is now demat, right? And they are all here for one thing, profit, right? Profit is no longer the privilege of the few. It is the possibility of the many. NDTV profit is here to make that a probability and possibility real, right? And this has been at the crux of the communication that we want to put out as well. And I think there can't be more exciting time. When you're really reinventing a business news channel, this is going to be the channel that translates a lot of policies. It's going to include new audiences. This is going to be a very exciting time for us. And we are very excited to be a part of this journey. This is where, every business, I mean, I'm sure the agenda is to sort of step up and really bridge the knowledge gaps, highlight the opportunities a lot more, and make profit a shared possibility. So not just for a few, but also for the new. This is where we are. I'm going to play a short video which will leave you with the new line, the slogan that we have all arrived at, which with much more unanimous consensus than what I saw in the last one. But very excited to play to sort of showcase. So that's NDTV Profit 2.0 for you, right? So amazing. Thank you very much. Very exciting journey. Thank you, Rahul, Gaurav, Tamanna, and team. Really amazed and really a lot of congratulations on this new journey.
I'll need you to stay on stage. Well, that's a wonderful and exciting proposition, Rajan. Thank you. Please stay with us on stage. I'll also request Tamanna Inamdar, NDTV Profit Managing Editor, and Neeraj Shah, NDTV Profit Markets Editor, to now join us on stage.
Raj, first of all, thank you. Thank you to Raj and Creative Land Asia. This was just amazing. The ability to distill our conversations and our editorial thought into this is just brilliant, the way you've put it together. And I think it truly talks about how the will and the aspiration to grow is so democratized. It's not in the hands of a few. You'll be surprised how many of our viewers, and we're an English channel, are outside the top 6 or top 8 cities. What was the thought that came to your mind when you saw the product, heard the brief, and the concept of a business channel?
So, in fact, when we started the journey, we always look at the truth about the society and where it is, the truth about the brand, and when there's a sweet spot, then we have a great idea. So the product and the brand spoke to us, right? And there is a renewed energy, right? I can also see the kind of shows that you're putting together. there are segments, there are things for entrepreneurs. I could see the way you have, you're also moving into a lot of bite-sized content as well. There is a certain connectedness, which is, today you have to be seamless from the TV to the web, all of those sort of things. And then when we look at the aspiration of the society, I mean, today more and more, in most of the boardrooms that I sort of venture into, there's always a conversation of the young India, right? And I was astonished to see that. I mean, when I looked at the numbers, at 75% of the new guys are all under 30. That's incredible. And today, a lot of the online platforms have made it so easy for a lot of these people to come in. So there needs to be a new language. And when I saw that intent in the meetings that we had, when I saw that there was this serious intent, I mean, this is finally the product is in the editorial, right? And it's one thing for us to sit down and say that, okay, this is what the image has to be as far as the marketing is concerned. But this was a beautiful sweet spot where we saw that the product aligned beautifully well with the sentiment of the society, and it's just onwards and upwards.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm guessing when you saw the channel as well, in a conversation that you had told us, that seeing the product as it comes out makes you believe that we are not talking down to any investor, right? We're making the guests talk to the Aam Aadmi as they stand, for everybody to be able to profit from it.
Absolutely with you. In fact, this is a statement that I used in one of the meetings, and I know it's politically incorrect to say that, but I've always felt that, business channels have become like one of those silent thing that runs with tickers everywhere, right? And that's what I'm saying. It's all about the intent. Finally, at the end of the day, the fact that you're saying that we don't want to talk down, right? What we want to do is we want to have a conversation, and that is the intent that I see, and that malleability today is very, very important, right? And I know that. I mean, and I wanted to actually turn the table and also sort of ask you a question. What is your view on? I mean, today a lot of people get a lot of their views out of the finfluencers and the, And I've always wanted to ask this, and sorry, I'm putting you on the spot right on the stage, because this is always a debate, right? Even in my head. So what is your view as somebody who's sort of,
I'm glad you asked that, Raj, because we keep hearing this about news, and we keep hearing this about business news as well. And anyone you talk to, they say कि हम तो TV नहीं देखते हैं, हम news नहीं देखते हैं. But somehow everyone knows what's happening on the news. So clearly they're watching it somewhere, maybe not on a box, but on a website, on a YouTube stream, on a platform. The thing about finfluencers are they have done a great job in part in bringing information to people in a simple language. But can you trust what they are saying? When we're talking about this young audience who has to have the right information, they need to be protected. When we put something out, it is with a 10 feet thick wall of guardrails. We're journalists, there's credibility, there's regulatory action, there's corporate governance. We think about everything. I mean, you go to a finfluencer and look at the kind of crackdown that SEBI has had, regulators have had. So my point is that we are here to provide a safe, smart, and simple space for you to grow. And yes, we want for you to profit.
It's amazing, and I'm just a channel, just a really interesting program idea right now. Bring in a few influencers and debate this with them. It'll be brilliant, right? Because I agree, and I really like the fact that there are a lot of, because this is our path of least resistance, right? And they are there. It'll be quite interesting to really sort of put them on the spot, just like you do with.
No, not to run down anyone or what anyone is doing, but we are here. NDTV Profit is for your profit, so we are here in any form that you need.
Yeah, and just that last point that I'll add here, I mean, what we are trying to effectively do out here is responsible journalism, talking to the audience who wants to hear us, and we're thinking of the audience and what every minute of the audience spending on a television channel or across our social media handles, what do they get out of it? Are we doing work enough for that? That is the question in the newsroom every single day.
No, really incredible. In fact, one of the other things that I wanted to ask you was that, 84% of non-working force in this country are participating in financial discussions. How are you gearing up to talk to that audience as well? Because they're a very interesting bunch of people out there. I mean, the homemaker at home, how do we make that more relevant?
No, we are speaking to everyone. We are speaking to everyone, whether you understand what EBITDA is or not. You don't have to. You don't have to know what ARPO is, but we'll still tell you what a telecom stock will do. You don't need to know what is RBOP. We will tell you what a hospital stock will do. That is what we are here for, and hopefully we will get all of more and more viewers to join in on our journey. We have to wrap it up. I have that in my ear, but thank you again, Raj. This has just been a brilliant distilling of what we stand for.
Thank you very much. I love that. No jargons.
No jargons.
Thank you, Raj, Tamanna, and Neeraj, and congratulations to NDTV Profit. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to one of the most critical sessions of the day, reforms for a resurgent India, the rollout. The goods and services tax is often described as the most ambitious tax reform in independent India's economic history. In just a few years, GST has done what decades of debate could not achieve. It has unified India into a single market, brought millions of businesses under a common framework, and leveraged technology to make compliance more transparent and efficient. Yet the GST journey is far from over. As we enter what many call GST 2.0, the focus is shifting decisively towards the future, simplifying systems, broadening the tax base, and above all, making sure GST continues to fuel India's growth story and create a truly resurgent India. To lead us into this important conversation, we are honored to have with us a distinguished policymaker at the heart of this transformation, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, Chairman of the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. Guiding today's conversation, we have two of NDTV Profit's finest business journalists, Neeraj Shah and Shrimi Chaudhary.
No better guest to do this panel than Shri Sanjay Kumar Agarwal. And Mr. Agarwal, thank you so much for taking the time out and being with us here.
Thank you,
Neeraj. The question that comes to mind is, ye dil mange more, and what more can come in. But you would have heard the first panel out here, and obviously there is a lot of conversation, debate, arguments, and discussions around whether this is the best form of ushering in GST 2.0, or are there some chinks in the armor that can be resolved or conversed upon? What are your thoughts here? Because you would have received a lot of feedback from all parties concerned.
Yeah, let me begin with what was the philosophy behind this entire reform. In fact, GST has completed 8 years of its journey. GST as a tax system has stabilized, and the revenue growth from GST was quite robust. In fact, last year, total GST collection was to the tune of 22 lakh crore. So this is the right time to carry out this transformational next generation reforms. And in this exercise, whatever was being criticized about GST, that it has led to a lot of complexity, and there is uncertainty and instability in the mind of taxpayers because of the many disputes which were arising because of multiple rates, 5%, 8%, 5%, 12%, 18%, or 28%. So it was thought that simplification, yes, is required, and therefore the thought was to bring one standard rate and one merit rate. Apart from that, lot of process reforms have been carried out in it, and it's a journey. In fact, on rate part, lot of rationalization has been done. Goods have been put either on 18% or on 5%, depending upon the merit of the goods. As far as processes are concerned, the two processes where every taxpayer is involved is first to come into the GST ecosystem, they have to take the registration. And on registration, we were receiving lot of complaints about that delays in registration. So it was thought that in GST process, the registration process was tightened because of the entry of lot of fake entities who were there to pass on fake ITC. So it was thought that entities which are not concerned with passing of ITC were issuing mostly B2C invoices. Why in their cases cannot be a simplified registration process? That was a thought to bring a very simplified GST registration scheme, and where on the basis of their opting for not passing on more than 2.5 lakh as per month as GST, ITC. So they are granted a simplified registration within 3 working days by the system automatically. Similarly, processes have been simplified for granting the refunds. But lot more is in pipeline on the processes front. On rates, I will not say, because rates, we need stability. That was one of the major asks of the industry. So, but on processes, yeah, lot more things are in pipeline on return filing, so that the mismatches may not happen. And because if a mismatch happens, then naturally to resolve that mismatch, lot of work is to be done, which leads to compliance burden on taxpayers. So that is next in pipeline.
I would like to ask, sir, that you rightly mentioned about the revenue. This rate cut would have some impact on the revenue collection, at least for the near term. Is there any estimates here, and how confident are you to meeting the budget estimates?
Shrimi, on this I would like to mention that a lot of estimates are coming. And as far we are concerned, our estimate is 48,000 crores on the basis of consumption pattern in 2023-24, for which the complete data is available. But it is very difficult to estimate exact revenue implication because of the complexity which is involved when the rates are cut across the board. So it is difficult to say, but I would like to mention, whenever rate cut happens, it leads to more consumption. And if there is more consumption, because this, whether it is 48,000 or maybe some other figure, it remains in the hands of people. And when it is in the hands of people, they will spend it. That will lead to more consumption and further stimulus to GST collections. But one important thing is there. The benefit of these rate cuts should be passed on to the last ultimate consumer. Then only the money will come in his hand. That will lead to consumption growth. So it is very important that the benefits are passed on by the industry to the common man.
But how will you ensure that, because a lot of skepticism around that, whether the end consumer will get the rate cut benefit or not. Also, will there any plan of reviving the anti-profiteering to deal with these issues?
So starting with anti-profiteering provisions in GST law, the provisions are there, and when the GST was introduced in 2017, rate cuts have happened in 2017, 18, 19. And we have found that not many complaints have been filed under anti-profiteering provisions of GST law. So, and the amount involved was also not very big. So that gives us confidence that this time also the benefits will be passed on to the ultimate consumer. But what measures the government is taking to ensure that it is getting passed on to the ultimate consumer, I would like to mention that we are doing the price monitoring. So pre-cut and post-cut. So we have already instructed our field formations to take the data, and so that we can analyze whether these cuts are being passed on to the ultimate consumer or not. In fact, you might have also seen that in the print media, full page advertisement have happened from the industry segments where the cuts have happened, and they have pledged to pass on these cuts benefit to the ultimate consumers. So that again gives us more confidence that these cuts will be passed on to the ultimate consumer, and that will lead to increase in domestic consumption and will lead to better revenue growth.
Sir, I'm supposing that by this you are saying that you are fairly confident that there will not be any mishaps around anti-profiteering, etc. because of this, so that's taken on board. The feedback that we got from some of the companies that we were talking to outside was that there is still some debate around the inventory and the treatment of inventory in this transition period. Maybe they want some more time, maybe some industry bodies might be saying we do not need time. Maybe when the GST was announced, it should have come into effect not from September 22nd, but from September 5th. Any thoughts on that?
Yes, I would like to say that it was the industry's demand, because when the Honorable Prime Minister made that announcement on 15th of August, and there was quite an expectation from everyone that there will be GST rate cuts. And after that, we started receiving representation from trade that this exercise may be completed quickly, because that was leading to people postponing their purchases. So it was the industry demand, and that therefore the GST Council meeting was preponed and a decision was taken by GST Council, made their recommendations so that this effect can take place in the minimum possible time. So it will now be from 22nd September. Now, regarding the issue which you have mentioned about the stocks which are in the supply chain. Yes. So in such cases, actually this is not the first time the rate cut has happened. In past also rate cuts have happened. And in the supply chain, at whatever rate GST has been paid, that entity in supply chain is entitled to take full ITC. And when they further supply it, then in that case, naturally there is some value addition by them. Those are the margins and certain value addition if it happens. Then in the monthly returns, they have to make the payment, GST payment. So they make the payment either by utilizing the ITC, or the balance portion is paid by them in cash in their monthly returns. Now what will happen that if ITC availability is more, they may make the payment from ITC. So the cash payment liability will get reduced to that extent during the transition period. But I don't see any kind of problem, because people keep on talking about that their credit notes will have to be issued, but I don't think that will be a case, because this benefit will get passed on.
And just a follow-up question on that, as we all know that rate cut is across the auto sector, in the small category, in the luxury segment. But one issue is concerning it, especially for the auto dealers, is about accumulation of compensation cess, because that will go lapse after September 22nd. So is there a mechanism in work? Are you considering that issue? How they are going to recover that, unsold credit on the compensation cess? Any mechanism there?
Yeah, you have raised a very pertinent issue. That concern is being flagged, and we keep on receiving representation regarding that. Let me say that cess is imposed for a particular purpose. Cess can be for the purpose of, say, health, cess can be for the purpose of agriculture, cess can be for the purpose of education. Compensation cess, again, is a cess, and it was imposed for a particular purpose. That was compensating the state in the first 5 years to ensure there is a certain percentage growth in their revenues on year-to-year basis. And that 5-year period was over in June 2022. After that, the compensation cess which is being collected is for the purpose of repayment of loan and interest thereon, which was taken during the period of COVID, because there was dip in revenue collections during that period. So I think in 2020-21, a loan of 1.1 crore was 1.1 lakh crore was taken, and in subsequent year 2021-22, a loan of 1.59 lakh crore was taken. For repayment of that loan, this compensation cess was taken and being collected. So whenever cess is discontinued, in past also cesses have been discontinued. So what happened in those cases? Actually, in those cases also, what was lying in the books could not be utilized, because the levy itself has gone. Same thing has happened in case of automobiles also, or maybe wherever cess has been discontinued. It is not only automobiles, it is in case of aerated water, it is in the case of coal also.
Right.
So once the levy has gone, whatever credit is lying, it will remain lying in their books.
Sir, most of the people, right, maybe last question or last couple of questions, most of the people that we've spoken to in the last 4 days have, like I said, I started off the conversation saying, ye dil mange more, everybody's saying, what's next? Now, I read about your comments that India will move to a single structure when income parity comes across. Now, that is maybe light years away. So, between then and now, what else can be expected?
Yeah.
Not on the process, please, on the rates.
Presently, in this restructuring exercise, now it is two-rate structure, 18 and 5. 5 has been kept a merit rate because our socio-economic conditions are such that for common men use items, we have to keep a lower rate. Once there is no need to keep a lower rate and only a standard rate is required, at that time, definitely another reform can be carried out by doing away with merit rate and having a standard rate. But I think that can happen, as I mentioned earlier also, that is there in some developed countries, not in all developed countries. So once we are in that position, that we can say for sure that everyone can afford goods equally, then we can have single rate. In fact, single rate will lead to another benefit. Then there will be no inverted duty structure, because till the time we have to keep some goods at merit rate, we will have inverted duty structure in those sectors. So that is inevitable.
Speaking on the inverted duty structure, do you think these measures which we have taken under GST 2.0 is going to resolve fully with the sectors like textile, fertilizers?
As I mentioned that till the time we have to keep certain goods, maybe textiles, maybe certain other goods at merit rate of 5%, their inputs all cannot be brought because inputs can be used across different industry segments. So the inputs have to be kept at 18%. And if you want to keep everything at one rate, as I mentioned, that inverted duty structure will go for all commodities once we have single rate. But that can be only in future, depending upon the socio-economic conditions in the country.
Last question, sir. I had to ask this about the additional levy, lot of chatter around it, over and above the 40% special rate on tobacco. Is there any talks on that? Is there any measure under consideration?
The central government stand is that on the sin goods, tobacco products, the tax incidence will not be lowered. So the room which was available under GST law was that 40% can be the maximum rate. So up to 40% GST Council has recommended on tobacco products, sin goods. Beyond that, yes, there will be a levy under the constitutional provisions, so the tax incidence does not come down.
Sir, I must say, on behalf of a lot of people who look at markets and economy very closely, they are lauding this as one of the most landmark reforms that have happened. So kudos on doing this the way you have, and thank you so much for coming to the GST Conclave and talking to us.
Thank you, Neeraj. Thank you, Shriman.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, Shrimi and Neeraj. Can I ask everyone to remain seated, please? Thank you. All right, our next session takes us straight to the heart of India's growth story, tax reform and economic renewal. Few reforms have reshaped the way India does business as profoundly as the goods and services tax. And now with GST 2.0, we stand at the cusp of a new chapter, one that promises to boost consumption, spur growth, and redefine the economics of tomorrow. To help us navigate this Further, we are privileged to be joined by one of India's most influential economic thinkers, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, an economist, author, and currently a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. His insights, shaped by both global experience and deep engagement with India's policy making, make him the perfect voice to decode what GST 2.0 means for businesses, for consumers, and for the Indian economy at large. This session titled GST 2.0, The Economics of Tomorrow, will give us a window into how India's next wave of tax reforms can fuel our ambition of becoming the world's growth engine. Moderating this very important conversation is my colleague, Vasudha Venugopal. Welcome on stage.
Good evening and welcome to this special conversation. India has taken a massive leap with GST 2.0, but what do these reforms really mean for the economy, for businesses, and most importantly, for the common man? At a time when India has just undertaken the biggest rehaul of the GST, we have with us a special guest, Sanjeev Sanyal, a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, a person who wears multiple hats, but I'm going to stick to economy today, and also a historian, somebody who's read widely, somebody whose work has brought fresh perspectives to India's past and also present. Mr. Sanyal, thank you so much for
Pleasure to be here, Vasudha.
Yeah. Mr. Sanyal, I saw your interviews and you have used this word process reform for GST 2.0, and you say that this is not to kickstart or boost consumption, but it is to put in place an efficient system. How are you so sure that it's going to bring tangible benefits to the common person in the country?
So, what you have to understand is the distinction between a structural reform and what a process reform is. You see, everybody loves grand structural reforms, introduce the GST. That was a structural reform. Or the original reforms of 1991, we changed from a socialist system to a market-based system, or introduce the insolvency and bankruptcy code, or shift our monetary policy to an inflation targeting system. Now, those are all structural reforms because you have changed the structure of whatever that activity was. So when you introduce GST, you fundamentally change the structure of indirect taxes in India. Here, that's not what we are doing. We are taking the system, but we are doing a process reform in terms of making the existing system more efficient. So what have we done? We have basically, first of all, taken all the slabs, first of all, reduced them to 2, but very importantly, gone back to first principles and taken all the items and slotted them in what is a more logical place for them to be. For example, we used to have cement at 28. Now everybody argued, why is it there? Well, the reason it was there is not because of some great thinking that was done, but simply that it equated to whatever existed in the pre-GST period. Yeah. You slotted it in just because it was the least disruptive way of moving to a new system. But because you had this not necessarily sort of worked out way of putting things in various slabs. First of all, you had lots of slabs, and then you would end up with these rather arcane debates about what to tax salty popcorn vis-a-vis sweet popcorn and things like that. Now, these debates will happen because the system is not set up logically to equate to anything but what existed pre-GST. Right. So what we have done now is taken the system and rationalized it. Now, even if you didn't know, you didn't have the booklet which tells you what is in which slab, by just from common sense, you would broadly be able to tell what item is in which bucket, right? Now, that is a major efficiency gain. To a large extent, it gets rid of the inverted structure problem as well, not entirely, but to a large extent. And very importantly, we have done a whole bunch of process changes as well. So, for example, in a creeping sort of way, a sort of Inspector Raj had come back into the registration process. We understood that, so a new process system has been created by which at least 97% of the registration should happen within 3 days. So all of this is taking the same framework and cleaning it up. Right. And while doing this does mean that, you may get a one-time boost in sales because the rates have by and large come down. It does, the real benefit to it is not about this one-time boost. The real benefit is from the fact that you made the whole system less friction, having less friction and made it more productive. Because the game really is to get the whole system to work faster, become more buoyant, become more efficient, let the economy grow faster, and consequently, therefore, to be able to fill up some fiscal hit we may take in upfront.
Right. So then, Mr. Sanyal, how do you look at this criticism, especially by the opposition, that this has come too late and it's too little? Would you agree with the fact that we've also lost some time, some precious time, in bringing about these changes in the original design?
Well, I mean, one can always argue we should do it earlier. I mean, those who are making this case should have then done it in their own time. Fact is that it was done in 2017, now 8 good years ago. It took about 2 years to stabilize the system. And by the way, India is one of the few countries where it stabilized that fast and didn't end up causing a regime change, by the way. Then, having stabilized it by 2019, we then went through 2.5 years of fair amount of economic trauma because of the COVID shock. Then at the end of that, we were recovering from it. So again, don't disturb it, please. So it's only in 2024 that we began to feel confident that, look, let's go for it. And you will remember the late Bibek Debroy also on publicly making the case that, look, we need to have fewer slabs. And I have also publicly stated before that we need fewer slabs. So it's not some new thing that we didn't know we had to do. The question is when to do it. So about a year ago, we began to look into this seriously, and here we are. We have reduced them to 2 levels. We can always argue we should do it earlier or whatever, but here we are and we have done it. And those in the opposition who think it should have been done earlier and that this has been done because of their advice, I hope they remain in the opposition and keep giving us good advice.
Mr. Sanyal, revenue losses seem to be a point that a lot of these opposition states are making. We just had the Punjab finance minister making the same point. How would you, what would you suggest to the centre to ensure that states don't get shortchanged?
Look, when you reduce rates and rationalize them, there would have been a one-time reduction in taxes. This is one of the reasons, incidentally, why we didn't do it as quickly as possible, because we were unclear whether coming out of COVID, fiscal systems were strong enough to do it. So you can't claim that it should have been done earlier and then say, oh my God, you are going to cause us a fiscal loss. There will be a fiscal loss if you rationalize downwards, which presumably is the plan. Nobody was arguing for rationalizing upward, I'm assuming. So if you're rationalizing downward, you will see an upfront cost. The idea, of course, is that the economy becomes more efficient, grows faster, and that you then make up for the one-time loss with the momentum of the economy and the buoyancy. So that's basically what we are arguing for, and I don't think anybody is arguing that this is consequently a bad thing.
Mr. Sanyal, you've been highlighting the compliance aspect of GST 2.0. Compliance would mean faster registration and also these partial refunds. Who would this benefit? Would it benefit the exporters and also MSME? And what kind of tangible benefits?
So generally speaking, it benefits everybody. Making the system making it friction-free benefits everyone. But typically, this sort of thing hurts the MSMEs most, because typically you're dealing with somebody with one company which is just about getting registered, he can't even get going, whereas an existing large company already has a phalanx of chartered accountants who do this sort of thing, and even if things are delayed somewhere, they probably have a subsidiary somewhere else where that can get things going. So really the benefit happens to be the greatest to MSMEs, right, but everybody benefits.
So talking about MSMEs, I come from Tamil Nadu, and there's a lot of uncertainty amongst manufacturers, especially garment manufacturers. Similar concerns have been raised by shrimp farmers and the diamond merchants of Gujarat, and this is all to do with the US tariffs. How do you expect India to navigate the situation? I know that the rhetoric has toned down in the last few days. We also saw the Prime Minister respond to Donald Trump's tweet, but do you expect the situation to get better in the coming days?
So look, as we emerge as a global power, you have to get used to the fact that other countries, existing powers, including those who purport to be our friends, will be uncomfortable about it. So first thing we need to do, if we genuinely believe in being a world power, we first of all need to develop a bit of a thicker skin. And as you have seen in this particular episode, we have not escalated the matter, but we have stood our ground. And I think at some point in our history, we will have to do this. Now, if we cannot do it at a position when our economy is growing at least in the first quarter, by 7.8%, there's no particular emergency, our banks are in good shape, inflation is in decent shape, oil prices are in decently low. If in this moment in history we are unable to stomach a punch or two, then we'll never be able to do it. So, if there is any moment in history we could have sort of stood our ground, this has got to be it, so we have done so. And I think we have done the right thing. Now, that does not mean that some parts of our system will not take some heat. And let me say, wherever possible, we will provide them support. We do have the fiscal and monetary space for doing it. This GST change also helps some of them. For example, the textiles guys some of their inversion has been removed. So, let's see, as things pan out, we will provide whatever support is to be needed.
Right. Mr. Sanyal, talking about China, it looks like we could be normalizing ties with China soon. What kind of impact would that have on Indian economy, considering that our trade deficit with China remains quite significant?
So the trade deficit with China has been an issue for a while. And of course, we have things like Press Note 3 and so on, various restrictions we had put in place after Galwan. So we will have to see how this pans out. Fact is that while as a country we may not want to join things like RCEP, it also is true that we cannot wish China away. They are the world's largest industrial power. Even if we want to become an industrial power, a lot of the inputs will come from there for the time being, and maybe even into, even into the longer future, there'll be segments where there will be an important supplier. I mean, we can be a great generics manufacturer of medicines, but, the inputs come from China. So, and this idea that we can protect everything and manufacture every single thing at home may not quite work out. Even if we may want to, at least the key chokeholds we may want to protect, you cannot wish away China from the equation. So a normalization with China over time is in our interest as well.
Also, sir, well, in that case, given that there have been global headwinds and there have been these shocks that we've been getting, and many countries are witness to this, what kind of policy framework does India need so that our economy becomes quite resilient to, adjust and adapt to these kind of shocks?
Well, you could spend the whole evening discussing various things, but I think you can put them in the general bucket of ease of doing business and ease of living. Basically, what has happened is that while we can still do some very large structural changes which we can discuss, and particularly you need to probably do major structural changes in the judiciary and speed that system up. But on the government policy front, the bulk of the big structural changes are probably done. There are some more that we can discuss, and I have some ideas on that. But a lot of what we need to do is really getting rid of friction. And so therefore, I keep talking about process reforms all the time, to the irritation of other people maybe. But I do want to make sure that the point is, we may need to do maybe half a dozen large structural reforms, but the real game is doing the thousands of process reforms. And when I say process reforms, what am I talking about? I'm talking about, some act, rule number 43C, subsection D, 3 words have to be changed. Now, the economy at large may not care about those 3 words, but there's some sector that does care about those 3 words. And somebody has to do this excruciating business of going there and pulling those out. I have signed up for doing this, as you may be aware, so I have been working on this, but the good news is now it is getting more institutionalized. Just a couple of weeks ago, the government announced that a committee has been put in place for deregulation with former cabinet secretary, now member of Niti Aayog, Rajiv Gaubaji, in charge of that. So, you know, a systematic effort towards doing these myriad process reforms is being made.
Right.
And there are other things that need to be done as well.
Talking about committees, there was a task force that the Prime Minister announced on Independence Day. You know, this is to expedite bureaucratic reforms, to streamline bureaucracy. You've had some radical views on that, and a lot of us agree with you on the fact that the bureaucracy needs a lot of changes. What kind of governance changes do you think the country needs at this point of time?
So this is a huge topic. We could spend the whole evening talking about it, but at a very broad level, there are a few things we need to do. First of all, I think we need to think through the structure of the government in the following way. I have been doing some work on this, and my preliminary findings is that perhaps the Union Government of India is not as bloated as people think. My own sense is that it may in fact be too small. The problem is that the distribution of that bureaucracy is wrong. There are some very major areas of the government where we have too few people. For example, we have not enough people in, say, things like cybersecurity, or food safety, or even archaeology and museum protection. Municipal services, of course, that's not a central government activity, but still, if you're taking a more local government, not enough people in municipal government. So, in fact, the Indian government may not be too bloated, but it's all in the wrong place.
Right.
Meanwhile, we may have way too many people in certain other areas. I mean, I discovered that we have some 3,600 gazetted officers in the Geological Survey of India. Now, I have nothing against geological surveys or geology, which I think is a very useful thing. But one could argue that having 3,600 gazetted officers, and plus there are many non-gazetted officers as well, may be a bit too much for, you know, an institution that is should be relatively slim and trim.
Right. One of my last questions to you, Mr. Sanyal. You've spoken about the demographic potential of the country, and you sound concerned, and this is something that's been echoed by a lot of chief ministers, experts. What should India do to get this right? Because we've seen the examples of several countries who are facing the challenge of aging population.
So we haven't aged yet, but we need to begin to think about this, because while we are in the demographic dividend phase for the next 25 years, do remember what this actually means. The reason we have just entered this demographic dividend phase is because 25 years ago, we had the peak in the number of children born. Since then, the number of children, babies born in this country has actually declined. I think if I'm not wrong, we had 29 million kids born in India in 2001. That was the peak. Today, that number has fallen to about 22 million. So, dramatic decline. We have a total fertility rate of about 1.9 and still declining, which is below the replacement rate. It is only at 1.9 because a couple of states like UP and Bihar happen to still have reasonable high birth rates, but even those are declining. But there are parts of the country where birth rates look like East Asia. And those states have begun to complain about the fact that they are seeing demographic changes because of migration from the north. But let me say, it may not last very long because those declines in fertility are also happening in the north. So rather than complain about this inflow of workers from the north, I think the south and the west as well, but in fact, interestingly, West Bengal too, which happens to have almost Korean birth rates in urban Bengal, you need to begin to think about how to at least ramp up birth rates. Now, let me warn you about one problem here, that no country in the world which has seen a decline in birth rates has been able to bring it back ever up past replacement rate. So, if we manage to do it, we'll be unique. But at the very least, we need to shut down all these population control programs which still seem to hang around in our bureaucracy. In fact, since you mentioned in our earlier question, what are the things to shut down in the government? Well, every kind of population control program in this country needs to be shut down now.
Are they still working across the country?
Yeah, they are all embedded in various ways in the system. You see, it's like this. once you create a bureaucracy, it stays alive. We are now 30 years into being a market-based economy, but half the things I'm fighting are all structures that were, and laws and rules created in the socialist period, some even in the colonial period. So once you create a bureaucracy, it stays alive. This is not true of just India. The one-child policy was removed in China relatively recently. This is 30 years past when it was obvious they had to do it, and almost half a century past their peak in the number of children. So even in China, once the bureaucracy, you had given somebody targets to reduce birth rates, they kept doing it till well past where it made any sense. And every economist and demographer worth their salt was screaming that, look, this makes no sense. Why are you continuing with a one-child policy?
Right.
But it still went on for 2 extra decades. So you have to go into our systems, and we go into our medical systems, for example. We have actually still all kinds of incentives for doing hysterectomy, tubectomy, and all kinds of birth control things. I am okay with women making fair choices about it. But if we have a government program that actually promotes it and particularly gives incentives to doctors for carrying out these things and encouraging it, then, you know, then at the very least you should get rid of them.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Sanyal. On that note, thank you so much. That's something to think about. Sanjeev Sanyal, on the importance of making policy that touches people's life and benefits them. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanyal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanyal and Vasudha. GST was about creating a unified market where consumers get access to products and services seamlessly, effectively, efficiently, and at fair value. As GST 2.0 takes shape, one of its most direct impacts will be felt in the consumer economy, in how everyday products and experiences become more affordable, how businesses can scale faster, and how India's rising middle class fulfills its aspirations. This panel brings together leaders from across industries that touch the consumer directly, from food to retail, who will discuss how reforms, ease of doing businesses, and consumer-centric strategies can power India's spending story. Please welcome on stage Zorawar Kalra, founder, Massive Restaurants Private Limited and Vice President, NRAI, and Pushpa Bector, Senior Executive Director and Business Head, DLF Malls. Thank you for joining us today. So let's just start very quickly with GST 2.0. Zorawar, your thoughts, keeping your sector in mind, hospitality and food?
So whenever there is, good evening all, great to be here amongst this august company. Whenever there is a tax cut or GST reform, it's not just a cut in taxes, it's actually a growth and consumption accelerator. India is the only large economy in the world where 63% of our entire GDP is domestic consumption, so it's huge. More money in the pocket, reduction in complexity, it's fabulous. It's easy to file taxes, it's easier to pay for them. However, I think our industry, for some reason, does not get to experience the benefit of input tax credit. Now, we are the second largest employer of human capital in India after agriculture. 10 million people directly employed, another 10 million through ancillary means. We also contribute between 2 and 3% to the country's GDP. And we are now compounded annually growing at a rate of about 11%. When the GST regime came about in, I think, June of 2017, the compounded annual growth rate was 22%. So it's come down to half for the organized sector and about 8% for the disorganized sector. That being said, I think we're very happy about some of the changes that have been incorporated now. So it's not all gloom and doom, it's very good. I think any reduction in complexity, any reduction in tax rates will put more money in the hands of the consumers, and that'll funnel its way down to us. The good thing is, and this is good trivia for you all, Indians love eating out more than any form of entertainment. The Indian F&B sector is 40 times larger than Bollywood, and Indians spend almost 40% of their gross disposable income on eating out. So we will probably be a direct beneficiary of added money in the hands of consumer. We'll also be a direct beneficiary in some of the input costs that we're going to face, no doubt about it. Ghee, bread, milk, meat, cheese, dairy products, parathas, as somebody mentioned before me, or ACs, utensils. So there'll be a fit-out cost benefit that we'll face, and they will obviously face a benefit in input costs, which happens to be our highest cost. But the problem is some of the key things that affect us are still not fully, the benefit is still not fully accruing to us because we don't get input tax credit. For example, and my dear friend Pushpa is sitting next to me, after food, the largest cost for the restaurant sector is occupancy cost. Occupancy cost is still charged at 18%, which means I'm technically paying a fifth higher in rent and I cannot get a credit. So in essence, when I measure per square foot rates, 500, 400, 300 rupees, it's actually not. 400 is actually 480 rupees.
So you're listening to that, huh?
Yes, no, she's my dear friend. So we have this banter on a lot of these forums, and we enjoy each other's company.
For the government.
Yes.
However, the lack of ITC for an industry like ours that is already plagued with razor-thin margins, and also, please understand, the morbidity rate of the food business, the restaurant sector, is the highest in the world. 9 out of 10 restaurants shut down within a month, and 9.6 out of 10 shut down within 18 months. So the margins are very thin. It's not a high-profit sector. And it's also an industry. I really feel that we don't have the industry status yet, but we're big enough to be called an industry. And I think it's very important for us to kind of get the benefit of that. Like I said, any kind of enhancement in consumer spending will funnel its way to us, which will happen because people will now be paying less for some key instruments. However, the full benefit is still not fully accruing to us. And it's so we at the NRI, I represent the NRI, which is India's largest restaurant body. We have about 5 lakh members, and we have an incredibly robust set of driven people that are sending out these reps and warranties to the government, and we're very hopeful. I think now the time is right. There are other hotels and restaurants and hotels that get input tax credit. We don't get to enjoy that yet.
I'm going to come back to you. Let me give Pushpa a chance as well to come in here. Pushpa, I want to understand from you, Zorawar just spoke about, more money in the hands of consumers. From a retail perspective, do you expect shoppers to stay cautious and focus on essentials? Or is this a push towards aspirational lifestyles and purchases?
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, before I answer that question, you should grant me that I sit opposite Zorawar and negotiate with him on rents. That must be a tall order, right?
That's what I was referring to back then, yes.
She's a tough negotiator, very tough.
Anyways, well, as far as the, the way I look at it is that I represent both CII as well as the shopping industry. And couple of things are very good and few dil mange more. One is, of course, the fact that, yes, there's a general sentiment where people are understanding that there's going to be more cash in their wallet. Discretionary income and spends would increase, and that is a natural fallout of this. The timing is really good from a shopping industry point of view because it's festive season. That's when 60% of our consumption happens during this belt of October to December, January. This is when 60% of our sales happen. So the timing is absolutely bang on. One of the things that I'd like to point out is that while the simplification is highly welcome across sectors. I've been talking to all of my retail tenants. They all say that the simplification and making it just 2-tier makes it super simple, and also the back-end calculations become that much more simple. However, the 2,500 for apparel currently is, and footwear, these are the 2 high consumption items in shopping industry, and that has been given an additional levy from 2,500. If you shop for 2,500 rupees, it is 12%. Anything above 2,500 rupees is 18%. Well, that as Mr. Sanyal was sitting here, I wanted to walk up to him and say, why 2,500? What was that magic number about? Because I do think that any of us who go shopping, 2,500 for an apparel is going to make it value-centric, but not really aspirational. So one would want that 2,500 number to be relooked at, perhaps, and that would be a request from the shopping industry. However, the fact that there would be an overall sentiment boost, and also the fact that there will be I think, more money in people's wallets, and that will definitely boost overall consumption.
But are you seeing that already in terms of footfalls in malls? Are you waiting for 22nd September to see that huge footfall in malls?
Well, again, I think like the earlier panels were talking about it, there is a lot of, at this point in time, I wouldn't call it confusion, but a certain query on how will the inventory, current inventory be tackled. They are waiting for that. But beyond that, and I'm sure there'll be clarity given by the government, the shopping period, which really starts from 22nd September, we do think that there will be some more value given, some more value-added discounts passed on, and hence we do expect much more in terms of our sales during the festive period overall.
You know, Zorawar, a lot of people go out when they have more money in their wallets, right? You've seen that in your restaurants as well. But once GST relief makes eating out cheaper, do you expect families to step into these restaurants more often, or will caution continue in terms of discretionary spending?
You know, it's incredible that you say that. Like I said, we are the #1 form of entertainment in the world, and whenever there is affordability in India, and this is an important statement, affordability in India is the gateway to aspiration. It's an absolutely integral element. We are going to add, by 2030, 75 million people into the middle class and 25 million people into the affluent class. So what are these people going to do? They're going to go and eat out. They're going to buy clothes, you know, above 2,500 and below. They're going to go buy luxury cars. I believe some SUVs have faced a reduction in price. They're going to go and buy more air conditioners. I found air conditioning has come down cheaper. I better change the air conditioners in my room. They've been giving me some trouble. Overall, I think whenever there is more money, people will go towards, will funnel their energy and money into things they really want and they desire. Now, that's in a way for us as an industry, we're no longer just a want or a desire, we're also a need. Yes. Somebody who does not have a kitchen at home, a single person living in Gurgaon, you know, he doesn't have a wife, he's alone, he doesn't have a cook, he's sitting alone. What's he going to do? He's going to order food in? At that point in time, it stops being a want or a desire. It becomes an absolute need.
But if I might just interject there, is it cheaper for me to reach out to your restaurant and call for food home directly now? Or through, platforms like Swiggy and Zomato? It's going to cost more then, isn't it? Isn't that something you should be happy about, given the morbid statistics you've been giving us till now?
You know, I wish the platforms would let us do our own pricing. They always ask for parity, or, both the platforms don't sell food yourself cheaper. No, I think it's the prerogative of the restaurant. The restaurant should get to decide. If I want to give you an extra little voucher for a free cocktail or a free starter next time you come, I should be able to do that. So platforms don't necessarily allow that. But I'll tell you this, it is cheaper for you today to order food in than to make it yourself. The delivery side of India is not competing with restaurants. It's competing with your home kitchen.
All right. So I've been told that the finance minister is on her way and I have to wrap this up. But very quickly, before she gets here, what is your message to her from your sector and yours as well, Zorawar? Let's just keep it all ready for her to know before she enters the hall itself.
Well, the one message is thank you. I think this was something that we were all waiting for, a simplification and as well as boosting the economy. This would definitely boost in the larger sense. And where the shopping industry is concerned, we, as Zorawar said, we are looking at generating employment. We are the second or third largest employment generators, and we want an industry status sooner than later. So that's something that we would like to talk.
Great insight there. Your wish list, Zorawar,
So
in a
firstly,
minute.
thanks. I think every time there's a GST slab cut, their complexity is reduced, people have more money, that'll funnel towards us. That's great. Our humble submission to the powers that be, please restore ITs for us. We're one of the very few industries that don't get it. It means the difference between survival or death. I cannot harp on some of my friends are over here, and the restoration of ITC could be the difference between your favorite next door restaurant that you've dined at for a decade whether it's there for another decade or not.
All right, thank you so much to our panelists. Well, thank you, Pushpa and Zorawar, for those insights. What we've heard today is that GST reforms and rate cuts can bring festive cheer, but obviously we also need to see whether that benefit is passed on to you, the consumer. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, moving on now. When GST was first rolled out, it was envisioned not just as a tax reform, but as a business reform, a structural shift that would unify markets, remove inefficiencies, and create a level playing field for Indian enterprise. Now, as we look at GST 2.0, the focus sharpens on how reforms can drive competitiveness, investment, and growth. To discuss this, we are joined by a panel of leaders who bring unmatched depth and diversity of perspective. Rajiv Mimani, President CII, Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General CII, Dr. Naresh Trehan, Chairman and Managing Director Medanta, the Medicity, and Piruz Khambata, Chairman and Managing Director, Rasna Group. Moderating this session is my colleague Vishnu Som. Do join us on stage. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everybody, and thank you very much for being with us. I've had the opportunity, the privilege, really, of interviewing all of the gentlemen on this stage in the past as well, more than on one occasion, for most of them. And I think they represent some of the best in industry. Chandrajit Banerjee is somebody I've interacted more than the others. The Confederation of Indian Industry has been wonderful with us at NDTV, and it's great to have this panel, which represents not just CII, but some of the finest voices in India on this topic. GST 2.0 is a revolution. How does it impact different sectors? That's what we really want to look at today. Dr. Trehan, I must come to you first. As you sip that glass of water, there's that sin tax, right? For you as a doctor, that must be incredibly important. The fact that we have a sin tax, tobacco products are taxed very heavily. It saves lives.
So there are actually three categories in which you can classify or break it down. First is the fact that removing GST on insurance premium, which was 18%, made the insurance premiums almost unaffordable at the level that you want it to be. Because when you want to buy a plan which gives you good security for you and your family, 18% on top of that was a killer. So I think that's a great job the government has done in recognizing, and it will help public at large. The second thing that's happened is that there are some life-saving drugs that have been put to zero, mainly also cancer drugs, which was, as it is the newer cancer drugs are expensive. And GST on top of that was also a very big burden for patients who already are bearing the burden of a very sort of deadly disease and also being able to afford it. So that's the second big benefit. The third is or it's part of that is the pharmaceutical industry. So it's all been brought down from 12%, 18% to 5%. That also will be a big relief to be able to afford treatment. On the other hand, for the providers, our input costs will be reduced because most of the our inputs, like consumables, like medtech stuff, attracted 12 to 18%, and it's all been brought down to 5%. So these are all things that have really helped our sector. Now it will make it more affordable. We can pass on the savings in the consumables to the public at large. So I think from all fronts, this has been a very favorable move by the GST Council. I'm sure the Finance Minister, the Prime Minister and all that have had a major role to play in it. And I think it's a big relief to the public. So it's a public-facing sort of change in policy. What has not happened, which is still on the agenda, is that we don't get a set-off for whatever we pay at GST. That is one part which we have been actually putting forward to the government, that would also give us more relief and we can make delivery cheaper. The whole idea is whatever benefit we get, we should pass it on to the public. So that has not happened yet. So we are stuck between the fact that we do pay GST, although it's going to be reduced now, the burden, but we still don't. And the other thing that's important is that any room more than 5,000 rupees attracts GST.
Right.
5% though. So there also is an added burden on the public. So I think these are the two things left which can be actually moderated, and then people will really benefit from a lower cost of healthcare.
No, but in terms, Dr. Threyan, of passing on the benefits to people who, for example, visit your hospital in rooms beneath a certain price point, is there any statistic that you can share with us? I mean, for a hospitalization of X period, the average room cost would come down by X amount, or the average cost of treatment, and you can name one of the treatments, might come down to this extent. Is it possible to do that?
The back of the envelope calculation would say somewhere around 5 to 7%.
Across what?
Across the room rents and also in the consumables. So that would be helpful, no question about that. But the actual calculation is yet to happen because we don't know what the other end is going to do, the supply side is going to do to us. So once the supply side settles down, then we can actually calculate and pass on the benefits to the public. That's the intention, and I think we should all as providers live up to that intention.
Mr. Mewani, for the longest time, GST has been meant to be, or the ideal was one nation, one tax. It didn't really happen that way. It was a complex web. Compliance was an issue. We've now come down to two slabs. To what extent does that help the entire compliance structure? Do you believe it's that simplicity or the relative ease which exists now as opposed to the past, which might be one of the game changers in this?
No, thanks, Vishnu. I would just say differently. When GST got passed in 2017, I think it was a very far-reaching change, and it was one nation, one tax. If you looked at it before that, it was completely broken. So it was one nation, one tax. I think India was venturing into something new at that time. You also had to give assurances to states that you were taking away their autonomy, so give them confidence that you will be able to collect revenue. So the government was rightly conservative, and also they were worried that credits will be misutilized or invoices will be there. So I think lots of controls were put in place, and the tax sort of rates was on the higher side. Having said that, over a period of last 7, 8 years, the revenue neutral rate has come down by 3 to 4%. And so I would still say that GST is one of the most biggest tax reforms that happened in 2017. And similar to that, I think what the government has done this time is very path-breaking. I think reducing the rates to the extent, the manner in which it has been done, the speed at which it has been done, and the smoothness with which they have done it, and the thought process behind it is really fantastic. So I think we must give compliment to the government. It's not an easy change, especially when the change is not just one government. You have to include a lot of state governments. You have to bring them and get their consent as well, and it was done unanimously. So I think we must give credit both to the central government definitely for pulling this off, but also for the state government. Compliance disputes were mainly of 2 or 3 kinds. One of them was around classification, because we had a 4-tiered structure. I think the government has now come up with a 2-tiered structure, where they very clearly defined the principles of what applies to 5% and what applies to 18%. And also a very small list of goods which are in 40%. So I think to that extent, as far as classification disputes are concerned, they will come down significantly. I think they've made the registration process much easier. There is also a very, for a lot of areas, you can get provisional credit. So earlier you had blocked input credit, but that in many cases now has been unlocked, at least to the extent of almost 90%. So that is easy. But there are some areas which may not have any financial impact, but procedurally, at some stage, I think it will be good if the government can look at it. And one of them being obviously decriminalization. I think we must look at that, because that often is not the intent of the government, but the way it's applied on the ground. Sometimes it does create challenges, especially for MSMEs. And secondly, another area which is not easy is the number of audits that are done. So if you're operating, if a company is operating in 10 different states, for the same year, 10 different audits happen. And you may have a situation, or in many cases you do have a situation, where different people take different interpretations. Now, those interpretations will get much lesser, because classification disputes will get much lesser. But if we can come to a point where there is 1 or 2 audits, then I think it will make life much, much more easier. And there is an SOP which the central government has already issued, on the basis of which audits are done. So you suddenly don't have some extravagant notices. But the basis of a lot of this was classification disputes. So in many ways, the government has done a great job of eliminating that and laying down very simple principles on the basis of where 5% and where 18% will be applied.
Mr. Banerjee, how does GST 2.0 compare with, let's say, global best practices?
We have got much closer to the best in the globe. We have 2-tier now, and that's what you see the developed nations do. If more mature economies practice that, we will move towards perhaps even a more streamlined fashion. Rajiv was talking about a lesser burden of compliances. That also actually is a very, very important subject, and that compares so strongly with global benchmarks. And today, if India is looked upon as a investment destination, one of the things that one would look at is how do you resolve disputes, and this dispute resolution mechanism which has come in is going to be a great, again, not only compares with the best of global benchmarks, but it is going to be something which will trigger a lot in terms of inward investments, attraction towards India. The other, global benchmark that you see that's very critical to appreciate is how you are creating a sort of a trust-based sort of a economy. And that shows maturity in the economy, that shows a two-way system working, and I think that's again a very, very critical feature of GST 2.0. Going forward, I would think that we see more, more of these trickling into other areas of work. So today it is taxation. 8 years ago, we saw GST 2.0 come in. So, and more of trust even within the states of India and the center. That's also a very critical thing. And that's also putting it at global benchmark, because that's going to be very critical for India to establish not only between the consumer and the, or the businesses and the government, but also within the system to take forward other reforms. So, sure. Be it labor, be it land, and so on and so forth. So we are really looking at how a mature Indian economy is getting into.
Mr. Kambata, I think everybody over here has grown up on Rasna at some stage or the other. And sort of the original Rasna man over here with us. Aerated drinks, of course, have now been taxed up. Does that benefit the Rasna manufacturer, the Rasna king, as it were? and
pass the
have
pressure to me.
and have your input costs actually likely gone down as a result of all of this?
See, I'll take it in three parts. Number one is I think I should congratulate the whole government, all associations. We are all wanting this to happen, and this has happened. I think it's a big ticket reform. And I should congratulate the Prime Minister especially, because when we are looking at India at the global stage, we have to make India a consumer market, and we have to rely on ourselves. And honestly speaking, we need everybody to have a toffee, everybody to have a soft drink, and this move actually enables that. And on behalf of industry, I think the first commitment we should be making, and on a platform like this, is that we pledge to pass every bit and paisa to the consumer. I think that is what we owe to your consumers who are probably going to watch this show. Are they really going to pass on, or are they going to pocket it? And let me tell you, all people, at least I have met, we are fully committed to passing every naya paisa, maybe more, to the consumer.
That's
because
why I
we
was
want
asking
this Diwali
Dr.
dhamaka.
Trehan that same question.
Yeah, we want that big Diwali dhamaka, because I'll tell you why we want it. Not because of any law of anti-profiteering. No, not because of that. Industry knows how to get around laws. We are good consultants for that. Because we do believe, honestly, because we do believe that getting the prices down will get more consumers to buy our products, and we need that India. We don't want to rely on a foreigner. We want that India to grow. India can be 4 Americas put together, if you ask me, if it grows. So that's why we are going to invest. Now, coming to the second question, is there are few anomalies there. Now, some people will say, if you have juice with carbonation, the tax is this, soft drink. But I think this is something in progress. I am sure the government will look at it. I am also sure that government will understand that if you put something at a higher tax, doesn't mean consumption goes down. Let's look at alcohol. It has a higher tax, but people still consume. So I think somehow or the other, I don't think taxation can be used as a consumer preference tool or to change consumer preferences. There are better ways to do it, I believe, but that's a separate issue altogether. Third point, which is more important, which I personally believe, is that in the food category, almost everything is at 5. Hardly anything is at 80. So I think it is a very big move, because mostly there were a lot of classification disputes. For example, toffee is 80. You put chocolate coating on top is 28.
Yeah.
And if you just have a hard-boiled candy, it is 5. Same for popcorn, same for idli mix. Now all that is gone. I think it's big cheers. More than the tax, imagine unnecessary show cause notices, unnecessary classification disputes. As Rajiv mentioned, all that is gone, which is, I think, for us, a very big news. Going forward, what is required? I think immediately going forward required is that I think traders are pretty confused what to do. So we need clear FAQs which are binding, so that we know all what to pass on by when. We need the GST notification to come in very quickly. And we need clarity on this anti-profiteering law. I personally believe it should not lead to more curbs unnecessary. It should be made simple. That, okay, at a profit and loss level, you have to pass on. We can audit in the financial year profit. It should not be SKU-wise. Clarity should be given quickly, that if we don't want to reduce the price and give more value, for example, in small packs, we can still do that. So I think these are the type of things required, but I'm very sure the government, when I'm talking, is also working towards it. Last thing I would like to say through your platform is it is very important for consumers to understand that the message is not only what the Prime Minister wants to give is get more consumerism, but get more Swadeshi. And being something I always have been talking of, Make in India, I think it is important that we see this as that how do we not only consume more products, but how do we consume more Indian products? And this is something which I think on platforms like this I should be talking. If the Prime Minister is saying, the Minister is saying, we industry also should say, consume more Indian, be Indian, buy more Rasna.
But the flip argument of that is those companies which actually, for example, in aerated drinks, may not be Indian in origin, but they employ lakhs of Indians.
I do believe they are Indians also. In my definition of Indians, once I went to a committee and I was asked, what is made in India? I said, anything which is a manufacturing
So you're
in
saying
India.
don't buy that Indian product, buy your Indian product.
It is the Indian version is in my mind, honestly.
Okay.
I don't believe, or you ask me, otherwise I export to 50 countries. Imagine if 50 countries talk thinking like this, then they won't buy me, I'll be in more trouble. I've got more exports going. So I didn't mean that. I said, you sell made in India stuff. For me, every brand made in India is Indian, honestly.
Right.
That, let me clarify this very clearly.
Okay.
And that is what it should be.
Sure.
You add value in India, don't just pack in India. Add value in India and you are Indian in my mind.
Mr. Bhimani, I think there was an important point over there on profit. Profit is at the heart of business. And there's nothing wrong with profit. We're a free market economy. But then there's profiteering and the concern that some of the benefits out of GST 2.0 will not be passed down. How does one balance the goal of business to profit and the government's concerns about profiteering?
Yeah. So Vishnu, I think from CII standpoint, I think we've been very clear and we have committed to the government also on behalf of all members of CII that any benefit that accrues because of the change in the GST rate, and this has been a long-standing request that CII has been making to the government, and we understand that it's a big fiscal call for the government also to take this step, that we would want to assure that at least the communication that we are making to all the members, and as Piyush also mentioned, I think the idea is that any profits that you make because of the reduction in GST will be passed on. And I think you're already seeing some evidence of that in the automobile sector. Now, in some sectors, it may not be that straightforward to compute because of the inverted duty structures. So you know of some of the sectors where even though the duty rates have been reduced, may have been reduced from 18% to 5% or from 12% to 5%, but the accumulated tax credit may be 7, 8%, 9%, 12%. So there is a dilemma in industry to say, what's the extent that you can pass?
Yep.
I mean, you've heard, I think the most vociferous case has been the life insurance industry, for example, where for retail sectors, health and others, the duty has been reduced to, GST rate has been reduced to 0%, but they have input credit. I think Dr. Trehan also mentioned some of that also happens in the healthcare sector. So I think that's a dilemma that one has to do. And the third is that there is nothing wrong with profits. I don't think industry is saying that there is anything wrong with profits. I don't think government is saying anything wrong with profits. But this, in today's India, in this time, this law has been enacted. I think the government is also very keen. There is a rise in demand. There is a rise in greater economic activity in India. And the business and industry will gain much more with greater consumption, greater urban, greater rural consumption, if there is greater sales momentum in the country. So I think it's not bad for business. It's not business is sacrificing. This is good for government. This is good for country. This is good for citizens. This is good for business.
Mr. Banerjee, let's look at this from a somewhat more macro standpoint. MSMEs clearly gain from this. Could you spell out how, and in terms of job creation, how could GST 2.0 be a game changer?
So a couple of quick points. One is if you see majority of the sectors that would benefit are labor-intensive sectors, be it textiles, be it many others. And they are all, these labor-intensive sectors are primarily small and mid-sized companies. So obviously the benefit goes a lot to them. Second, very critical is the ease of compliance. And I think MSMEs are one of the most biggest, one of the biggest challenges of the MSMEs are the type of paperwork that they had to do. I think today we really see a lot of compliance issues coming up, being addressed in the GST 2.0. The third part, which is again very important from the small companies' point of view, is, you see a lot which is being given to the hands of the consumer, right? And these are consumer products again. And these are again, much of it is again going to the MSME sector. And that's again going to be a great boost for the MSME. And last, if I can say that, we talked about the dispute resolution mechanism. Again, MSMEs can't deal with such, complex regulatory systems. MSME needs easier way of exchanging or rather filling up. So that these ease of sort of filling up taxation, ease of doing GST would obviously be able to make them focus more on a business rather than compliances, and so that these are great enablers for the MSME sector.
Dr. Trehan, when we started, you raised that very important point on how insurance premiums, will be much cheaper now. That the fact that GST has gone down for all sorts of insurance is huge. But do you believe that there needs to be a mindset in the country for people who have savings to actually invest in insurance? Do you believe that that is a challenge which somehow or the other needs to be overcome? It's not just enough to say that you're not going to be taxed on it, there has to be an understanding and a willingness to spend the money you've saved in investing in insurance.
You know, that realization, actually, if you go by the numbers, in the last 5 years, the insurance percentage of people insured by private insurance companies and even GIC companies, that's the government insurance companies, has gone up from 2% to now 12 to 15%. So yes, the recognition that if you can afford it, you should actually create a safety net for yourself, I think that realization is there already. Also, you must understand, towards the universal healthcare for every Indian who's stands on the soil of India, this Ayushman has been a big boost for them. So affordability for 500 million people eventually, it may not have reached yet, but 500 million people safety net, that by itself adds a lot of comfort to the public. Then you lay on top of that the government schemes, and then you lay on top of that private insurance. So you can say that very large proportion, about 80% of our population has now come in the safety net, which was till 5 years ago, when Ayushman was announced, it was dismal that 500 million people were totally out of the net, and they were actually, what the statistics was, that the cost of their health care was driving 2 to 4% of the people from above poverty line to below poverty line every year. So you know that that was a real emergency, and we have all contributed in our own way to make it to make Ayushman successful. The second thing is, when you talk about employment, we need 1.8 million more beds, hospital beds in this country, to be able to reach even the medium level of healthcare that we can provide or our people deserve. Now the question really is, what has happened today, we've always said, we can pass on the cost to the public because it's important that they come in the safety net. The second thing is that we need to we are already the cheapest healthcare system in the world. So we need to continue this, and all the help that can come will only help the public.
Dr. Trehan, give us a reality check, and I'm asking you this question deliberately, to those who say, who is the government to decide that they should tax us for the tobacco that we consume? Because there are many who say that it's my choice, therefore why should the government interfere with my life?
No, you know, that's, I think it's a warped thinking. You know it's going to hurt you. You know you have got addicted to it, so you pay for it. And why not? So the point is that there are two parts to it. One is we know that it's not good for anybody. The other part is that yes, the government has the right to tax, try to discourage them. But what has happened is it's not discouraged people. No matter, I mean, you look at taxes here, 40%, you look at what's happening in the world. A pack of cigarettes in US is costing $10, $12 a pack, up from $2. But people are still buying, and smoking amongst the younger generation is only on the rise. So I don't know what the right formula is, but we keep telling people all the time, tobacco in any form is absolutely a no-no, no question.
Mr. Kambata, in terms of what we've seen among states in the country who have been so bitterly divided on accepting GST 1, they've had so many problems, they've had so many concerns. The fact that there has been relative acceptance of everything thus far, how is that critical in going forward and seeing this through?
See, first let us admit, GST 1 was better than VAT, for sure. VAT was like 20, 30 assessments. So let us put it this way. The GST 1 was also better than VAT. GST 2 definitely is going to be better than VAT, than GST 1. And I somehow believe we are on the right track. We are trying to make India a consuming economy. The per capita consumption, if the best penetrated food category today is still 20 and 30%. I will give you one just figure. Imagine what can happen if, say, even 80-90% penetration, that one can get, the others are at 5 and 7. If they go to 30 and 40, we are talking of 3 times, 4 times the turnover of most Indian companies to happen in a very short time. And I somehow believe that food is somewhere where I think this has been more benefit than any other sector, because you can directly see the benefit to the consumer can see the benefit quickly. These are all fast moving goods. So I definitely see this is going to catalyze the industry's growth, and on employment, definitely it will help the agriculturists also get a better price, because we have empirical data to prove that the more food is processed, the farmer definitely realizes a better price for the crop. So forget the employment for the industry people. In my industry, probably 500 people are there. But look at the 5,000 farmers back who are supplying to me. Look at their livelihood, how it is improved when I buy from them at a better rate they can ever get from the mandi, and definitely better than what they throw on the street. So in one go, the consumer gets a better price, employment increases, the farmer gets a better price, and we become an economy more powerful than any other economy in the world. So I think it is a combination of all you have to see together as one package. And I believe this is a step towards that. This is the biggest business reform I have seen in the last few years, to be very frank. That's what it says. And this is the biggest business reform. There is no other bigger business reform than this. And we should once again all thank the government for the same.
Mr. Bhimani, refund delays has been an issue in the past. There is greater digitalization now in GST 2.0. Do you believe that the entire issue of refunds across, which impact different sectors in different ways, that's been addressed to a large extent?
Yeah, I think to some extent it has been addressed, Vishnu. There is this concept of provisional refunds, which was earlier available only in case of exports or zero-rated products. Now, I think if you have any inverted duty structure, you will get provisional refunds almost to 90%, except in case of capital goods or where you are consuming services, or if you have a product that has got zero GST. So I would say the only thing that you could argue is on capital goods or on services. If you are consuming, you will not get credits for that. But this is a very significant shift from what has happened in the past years. And we also have to remember when we look at these, and obviously a lot of people from industry on transition provisions, on inverted duty structures are making representations. But I think the government also has to balance its books. They also have to keep states together. And as we all know, the states' balance sheets are very stretched. And one of the key areas of income for states is GST. I think they have very other, they don't have that many areas for collecting revenues. So if you balance all that, I think this is a very significant shift as compared to where we were earlier. Does it mean that everything comes through? The answer is no. But substantial part, at least that which was locked up because of inverted duty structures of goods, I think that gets addressed, minus capital goods. I think that gets addressed.
Mr. Banerjee, a final question to you. The concern of states has always been that we are going to sustain losses, at least in the interim run. What we gain in the long term doesn't take away necessarily from the pain we feel now. How does one look at that pain concern presently in the hope that consumption rises to the point that this becomes profitable for states going forward?
What I mentioned in the beginning, which I come back to that, is we have to see the long run. We'll have to look at a long-term picture of the Indian economy becoming much more mature than what it is today. We have come a long way. Now, obviously, wherever we have seen taxes go down, at the end of the day, we've seen revenue increasing. Demand picking up, profits going up, consumers benefiting. So it's an all-round benefit. And I don't think today the states, if you really look at the type of competition that the states are having in terms of drawing in more investments than the other, there is, while there will be noise, we are a democracy, and there will be noise, and everybody would think that there is a short-term gain to be looked at. But I think the maths are pretty clear, and we do look at a strong uptick in both revenues as well as investment and demand.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank you all very much for joining us. And it's just just so wonderful to get this very nuanced sort of expression or understanding of the various sectors which all of these gentlemen, in a sense, represent. Mr. Banerjee represents all of the sectors. But thank you very much for being with us. We've got the Finance Minister of India, Nirmala Sitharaman, who's on her way and should be with us very, very soon. But ultimately, this is all about a resurgent India. It is about the incredible opportunity that consumption leaves us with in terms of achieving our broader economic vision. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good. Yeah. A big thank you to our panelists and to Vishnu. That was a very interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, we should be back in about 3 to 4 minutes from now. We're expecting the Finance Minister to join us shortly. Just bear with us while we wait for her. Thank you.
I just want to give you a couple of production cues. Well, I shall be hosting the next session. What we'll do is we'll try and make it as participative as possible. The Finance Minister will walk through that gate. You can at some point in time during the conversation put your hand up and I will try to the extent possible to get people to ask questions, okay? So if you just identify yourself and settle in, she's already here and then we can start. Okay.
Also, if everyone can remain seated, please. Thank you.
Everyone's looking more worried than they should. This is my first show on NDTV. I'm the one who should be worried, right? Not you guys.
Keep this with you.
Where's the gimbal? after a couple of questions, you'll take the first question.
No, I'm just, I have one question.
नहीं, पहले seriously
Can
बताओ.
everyone find a space to sit, please? We're about to
will
start.
not.
Thank you.
Yeah,
At the back.
Ask a tough question to the FM. That's what it.
Thank you.
I'll come to you first.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the most awaited moment of the day as India's Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister of India, has steered the nation's economy through unprecedented global challenges with resolve and vision. Under her leadership, GST has not only stabilized as one of the most transformative tax reforms in our history, but is now evolving into GST 2.0, a more simplified, technology-driven, and forward-looking framework that strengthens compliance, empowers business, and benefits consumers alike. It is only fitting, then, that she leads this special conversation, the Town Hall on Reforms for a Resurgent India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Honorable Finance Minister of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman. She will be in conversation with NDTV's Editor-in-Chief and CEO, Rahul Kanwal.
Hello and welcome to the NDTV GST Conclave. It's now time for the moment you've all been waiting for. On the hot seat, ladies and gentlemen, arguably the second most popular person in our country right now. I say second only because I'm leaving the Prime Minister and her boss above her. Can we have a warm round of applause as we welcome to the NDTV GST Conclave, India's Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman. Ma'am, welcome. This is the NDTV GST Conclave, and we've got people cutting across industry sectors and many of the Aam Aadmi itching and waiting. And I have a list of people waiting to ask you questions that extends beyond the number of chairs in this room. So thank you so much for taking out time. Industry, market watchers, economists, pundits, they all wait, Madam Finance Minister, for what is described as Big Bang reform. And that always often seems an endless wait. And then suddenly, almost without adequate warning and quite unexpectedly, reform which seemed very difficult to deliver because consensus was extremely difficult to achieve is delivered. It's there on the plate. Everyone's celebrating. This is being called a second Deepavali, which is what the Prime Minister wanted as well. And people are wondering, how did we do it? Is it a crisis that prompts massive reform in a country like India? That's just when everybody rallies to try and deliver. It happened at the time of Dr. Manmohan Singh. It's happened now. Big Bang reform, does it only get delivered when there are massive headwinds staring at us? Ma'am, welcome. That's your mic. And can we have a round of applause before the Finance Minister answers the question? Thank you.
Well, this one was in the making for almost 1.5 years. You had an election in between, and then soon after Prime Minister took charge for the third time, he did call me once and asked me if I'm working on GST. I said yes, I've started, and that was much before the last GST Council meeting, which was held in Rajasthan. And once again, I suppose, when we were preparing the budget this time, when the major announcement about income tax happened, even then he sort of once reminded me, saying, are you doing something on GST? Yes, I assured him even then. Then it was around May when I thought I had a worthy pack of reform measures that I could go to the PM and sort of brief him about it, saying this is what I have got as a major proposal, and the way in which it can work is that the center can give it as a proposal to the council itself. So that's how it happened. So it wasn't as if the crisis was on us because of the tariff measures, but this has been some time in the works.
Ma'am, the last time you delivered something which was quite as emphatic and brought India closer to global benchmarks is when you dramatically reduced the corporate tax rates in the country. And at that time, it didn't quite pan out the way you would have imagined for factors completely beyond your control. There was COVID, industry investment didn't quite take off in the way that you had calculated. How confident are you that this time round, the estimates or the hope that you have with the reduction in GST rates will actually get passed on to consumers and lead to a virtuous cycle of consumption which ultimately spurs the growth rate of the Indian economy, madam?
I'm very confident. And I say this because I have complete trust on our industry and on our traders. Because I think people know, because after all, industry or traders themselves are consumers as well. So when they know that across the board, rates have been brought down, and I've said this several times before, the guiding principles were for me looking at those which are daily consumption items for all Indian citizens, particularly for the middle class and the poor people, and then that which is aspirational items for the middle class, looking at farmers for their inputs, MSMEs because they are going to have to drive this Indian economy. Already they are about 40% in the engineering sector and so on. So we have looked at all these, I've mentioned 4, the 5th being those which are very critical for the Indian economy at large. So these 5 filters were the one with which I looked at rate rationalization. So I am of the impression that 140 crore Indians will have one or the other thing touching them from 22nd September, where they will see that the government's taxation reduction has come through. Government meaning the GST councils. So I am very confident because if it touches 140 crore people and it is not one section here, one section there, the persons who have got to pass the tax forward to the consumer are all consumers themselves in the first place. So it will have to get transferred.
At the NDTV GST Conclave, we had the Finance Minister of Punjab, we had the Finance Minister of Jharkhand. They were engaging with ministers from the BJP ruled states, and their argument was that their apprehension is that this impacts the compensation that they get. And as was the argument when the GST reform was brought in the first instance, they're hoping that the government can do more than you've said at the moment in terms of ensuring that the revenue that accrues to the states does not go down on account of the reforms that you've brought.
You're right in a way, but I would like to rephrase what you've said, just so that there's clarity. The first thing I did after coming out of this very crucial council meeting was to thank every one of the ministers who came from various different parties, various different states and so on, because but for everybody consenting, this wouldn't have come
Was
through.
it an acrimonious meeting, lots of dishum or not really?
No, no, not at all acrimonious. But of course there were rounds and rounds of putting everyone's views forward, and the council is quite used to that kind of a discussion going around in circles and not moving forward, but sometimes it does move forward. So that's one thing. But let's have some fundamental facts in our mind. The union's proposal going to this council was not opposed by anybody. And this they said even before coming to the GST council. They said we are in favor of the rate rationalization. This is a people-friendly proposal. This will affect positively all citizens of the country. To be fair to them, they all agreed on that. And where is the difference then? The difference is when they started speaking about what if my revenues go down? Who's going to give a protection? That's where the differences lie. So let's understand, to be fair to everybody, they were in favor of the proposal. They wanted people to get the benefit of rate reduction. That is one. Second, I've told you the differences as regards of it. The third one is about the question or the way in which you put the question forward. They were worried about the compensation. There's no compensation now from 2022. No compensation is there. The cess in the name of compensation, cess that is getting collected, is going to repay the loan that was taken during COVID. So compensation to the states has already stopped as of June 30th, 2022. So compensation loss is not the issue. Revenue coming down is the issue, on which difference of opinion prevailed. And in that, my view was, and also some of the commentators outside were suggesting that states' revenues will come down. I would like to do a correction using this platform. In the GST Council, all of us are there together. I'm not a donor and states are not donees. We are sitting there saying we'll have to collect the GST, and the better efficient collection results in good collection totally, and therefore all of us can benefit from it. But if the collections come down, all our efficiencies will have to be improved so that evasions are controlled and we actually collect everything that we need to collect. It's not as if the center is sitting there with a huge big suitcase next to me that I can give money if the GST is not efficient in its collection. I'm equally the person who's going, or the center is equally going to lose revenue if the states are losing revenue. So in general, my approach is this GST Council and the nature of the council will have to be understood by everybody. Center versus state is not the point. All of us are together in it, and if states lose, I also lose, all of us will have to devise a way to improve collection.
One of NDTV's most iconic shows was We the People, and the idea really is to get we the people to ask questions to those in power. So I'll turn this now into a town hall format. We've got many doyens of Indian industry, we've got lots of people across sectors here as well, and I'll start with Rajiv Memani, Chief of Ernst & Young in India, President this year of the CII, Confederation of Indian Industry. We'll get him to ask the first question. We've got many stars of Indian television and business journalism here. They'll be asking questions as well. Ma'am hasn't asked even once, what question will you ask me? And I have no idea what people are going to ask either. So do applaud the Finance Minister for that as well. Thank you, ma'am. Here, Rajiv ji.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Reduction in corporate tax rate, reduction in personal tax, modification of the new Income Tax Act, and this one probably the most transformational. So I do want, India today has got one of the most competitive tax regimes as compared to most countries which have similar economic activity. So on behalf of industry, first let me just thank you profusely for making this happen. I think this is really it really reposes the faith, as you rightly said, on industry and also the trust that you have put in. And the beauty of this is, ma'am, at least the way I see it, is it's not just rate reduction, but the clarity with which you have brought two rates, the structural reforms that have been done, and the speed which it has come and the way you have rolled it out is
you
really
seem
fantastic.
Quite surprised with the speed, Mr. Memani.
I think everyone is surprised, because this touches so many things. So I'm sure a lot of work would have done, because every one product rolls into the other product.
What else would you like to see happen with such speed?
No, so let me first finish. And ma'am, you've not. I have two questions before Rahul interrupts me or needles me. The first one is, you've not brought in the anti-profiteering clause, at least not till now. And you did mention that you have a lot of faith in industry. I would really want you to articulate, if you can, what you would want from industry. This is a great platform, and I think it'll be great to get your perspective on that. The second is, as compensation cess gradually phases out, did you want to time this around the fact that when compensation cess is also phasing out, so that at least the impact on states will be much lesser, because the amount of compensation cess that was being collected was not going to states. It was mainly center using that money to repay the loans. And to some extent, where the rates haven't moved back, that money will now be available for distribution to states as well. So I just wanted to ask you that question.
On the compensation, I want a bit of a clarity. Is it timed with the compensation? Yeah, in somewhat. Are you timing it around the compensation cess? Yes and no. Yes, because June 30th, 2022, compensation collection for the purpose of compensating the states ended. It had to be extended because In 2020, we couldn't, 2020 and partly 21, we couldn't give the states the compensation because we couldn't collect enough revenue, we had to borrow, and in order to pay the borrowing back, we had to extend the collection. Now, at least in 2 GST Council meetings earlier, we had already said that, first of all, extension was till 31st March 2026, by which time it was assessed that we would be able to repay the loan. Now, sometime 2 GST councils before Rajasthan itself, we had said GST collection for the sake of paying back loan would probably end even earlier than March 2026. Subsequent to Rajasthan, our assessment gave us the feeling that probably we'll end it this calendar year itself and not wait till 26. And therefore, if this calendar year we collect as much as we need to repay the loan, we had no business to collect it even one day after that. So we needed to get the clearance from the council that post repaying the cess, what do we do? Which means that is why you had a GOM looking at it, and also then the rate rationalization GOM was also working. To the limited purpose of decision on the compensation cess, the GOM on compensation cess decided, but what to do about the money which was collected in the name of cess? Would it be replowed? Would it be reapplied? All that was to become a part of the rate rationalization GOM. So that decision was put to the GOM looking at rate rationalization. So that is why it had to be time somewhere to keep in mind that by the time the GST compensation cess comes to an end, we should know what happens to those items on which the cess was being levied. Therefore, we had to keep it somewhere closer to this date.
Okay, we'll take more questions. I've got Dr. Naresh Trehan here, one of India's most iconic, well-known doctors. Doc, your question for the Finance Minister.
So first of all, Honorable Finance Minister, I can only echo a big thank for the public in accessing healthcare by your very bold move.
Thank you.
So the question basically is right now that we have benefited majorly from the GST on insurance premiums going, because that made it very expensive for people on top of what was already their cost. So affordability for insurance will definitely increase, and more people we are expecting to come in the insured net. Second, you have taken away the GST on life-saving drugs, and also generally on pharmaceuticals, there's been reduced from 12 to 18% to 5%. So this is a big help in the sense it will reduce our cost of acquisition, and then we should be able to pass it on to the patient and the families. The third thing is that it also helps us to create more hospitals and the employment that we do is about 5 to 6 persons or healthcare workers per bed that we create. We need 1.8 million more beds in the next 10 to 15 years for India. So it can essentially create jobs for 10 to 15 million people as we move forward. So all this will help us to move forward. What I can request for the future is in your GST reform 3.0 that we still don't get a set-off on the GST that we pay, unlike most other sectors. That has been a long-standing request to you that maybe you can look at it. You've already done enough, but maybe in a subsequent move, if that is, we can get the set-off, it'll help us to even keep the cost under control. As it is, the cost of healthcare delivery in India, comparable to the rest of the world or even better in some cases, is 1/10 to 1/5 of what is the world can offer. So we are in good shape as far as our delivery system is concerned. Whatever help comes your way should be passed on to the public so that more and more people can access us. Thank you very much for this whole thing, and my request stays pending. Thank you.
Quite literally, dog ka dil mange more.
Diagnostic equipments have also come down.
Okay, so I've got Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General at CII. He'll ask the next question. I have a question for you, CB, as you ask your question to the Finance Minister, which is essentially this. The fact that when Madam Finance Minister made the big reduction in corporate taxation, one of the hopes you had and others had, what this would lead to a capex cycle, that investments would happen, and frankly, for various reasons which have been discussed ad nauseum, it didn't happen. How are you working with India Inc. and all the companies you constantly talk to towards ensuring what the Finance Minister has been saying constantly, that starting the 22nd of September itself, the entire benefit should be passed on? Because yes, prices are rising, there is inflation, input costs are going up. So how do you ensure that companies don't say a part of it needs to be offset against our own input prices and therefore we can't pass it all on to the customer? So first respond to my question and then your question to the Finance Minister.
First, I will want to also join in congratulating the Honorable Finance Minister for GST 2.0. Ma'am, thank you very much. To respond to Rahul, ma'am, you know that industry has pledged, even in the panels preceding this important session, industry after industry, sectors after sectors were pledging that it would benefit the industry if they pass it on to the consumer. And as you also said a little while ago, that every industry is also a consumer. So we see that happening. We see that happening definitely, Rahul. And of course, institutions like ours will have to play a vital role in seeing that the benefits are passed down to the consumer. Ma'am, having said that, GST 2.0 is being celebrated. You also talked about how you did it easy. It was 8 years and we have done it once again. You didn't talk about what difficulties you faced. And is it that there were no difficulties? What went on in those closed rooms?
Because we had a very acrimonious debate on the stage between the finance ministers, and yet so quickly on day one itself you came out and said it's all done. There was that late evening press conference. There was talk in Delhi, I'm sure Mr. Banerjee and Rajiv and everybody heard that this could go over to a third day, because initially the apprehension was that consensus would be difficult to find.
So something which is not yet in the public domain, ma'am, in terms of the difficulties and the navigations that you had to do to make this really happen, it wouldn't have been so easy.
No, I think to be fair to the finance ministers, they were all on board about the rate rationalization and the entire package which the union government gave. At no point in time there was acrimony. But certainly the states were repeating the argument, and some of them more than 2 times, let us say, about what happens when our revenue goes down. So once it was clear that all of us are on the same page about the proposal per se, there was no need on that score to talk anymore. But on the question of revenues going down, who's going to fill it all up and all that, I said I'm willing to sit the next day, because anyway, it was scheduled, the council meeting was scheduled for 2 days. But I think gradually people realized that citizens are waiting to hear that the council has come out saying, yes, we agree for the rate reduction, and issues of how revenue dipping should be taken care of are not that which the people are waiting for. I mean, this was not said in so many words, but it could be sensed in the House. So to be fair to the state's finance ministers, having said their piece more than once, even those states who thought this will result in a dip in their revenue, as much as I kept saying my revenue also would dip, I think they all saw the point and agreed.
Nobody wants to stand in the way of giving a benefit to the Aam Aadmi, and therefore...
That's right. So everyone came around. So
it's all about votes at the end. As much as it is about the economy, it's about votes. So there's a lot of talk, Madam Finance Minister, about whether this spurs consumption and whether it spurs just behaviorally consumers going out and buying more. So I've got Peruz Kambata, he runs Rasna. Does this get people to buy, you would naturally hope more Rasna, but do you have like a arithmetic conversion for this because of the reduction in GST across different categories? How do you see this impact India's consumption story, which over several quarters hasn't been quite as inspiring as the finance minister and everyone else would like it to be?
First, I would also like in thanking you, because what you have done for the food sector is unimaginable. You actually brought the whole food sector at 5%. And all the earlier issues of classification are gone with one stroke, and nobody was expecting. I was expecting a lot to be the 18, forget 40, everything is in the 5. And the direct benefit is not only to the consumer. Consumer obviously is going to benefit because we have pledged, I pledged in the earlier session, we are going to give more than the benefit. Because I'll tell you why we want to give.
How will you give more than the benefit?
Because as it is, we are always looking at giving better to the consumer in terms of values. And I do believe that this is going to have a ripple effect on the economy. Prices are going to come down. As it is, I am seeing some prices going down. So coupled with that, and the fact that we also would like to rationalize our retail margins and the benefit of the taxes GST on the retail margins, if you calculate, it will be slightly better we will be able to give than what has come to us. So this is my personal belief. Having said that, I think the major benefit is not to that. The major benefit is to the farmer back, because we buy at a better price from the farmer gets a better price, and the farmer himself is the consumer. And the farmer consumes more the same product. So I think it is the whole circle which I want to see, and the best benefit will come in the agri and the food and the dairy sector. So I would like to thank you very much for the same.
What's your question, sir?
And as regards questions, my question is more towards the need for, I somehow believe that the major the thing now we have to move is into procedural issues. And I still believe that everything goes to a court. And I still believe that we need an alternate dispute ADR mechanism at the ground level. And why I'm saying it is important is you like it or not.
GST procedures.
Yes,
in terms
I
of
think now see,
so you want to
we
speak a
always
bit
want
about that
more.
also?
So I do believe that ADR and procedure is something, of course, this GST 2.0 does take care of it to an extent, but I think this is something now when you have done so much for taxes,
Okay,
I want something to be more done on this. And one thing is,
if you keep
on
questions
old cases,
shorter.
on ADR, we are talking of the old cases. That old cases, legacy cases, if we can find a quicker samadhan, procedure ADR is my question, how will you go to?
Okay.
That's okay. I've heard.
She's saying this is good feedback in any case, and therefore now we have to see what we can do to try and reduce procedures. We've got the man who runs Amul, Jayan Mehta, is here. Can I get Mr. Mehta to ask the next question? Just keep your questions short so we can take as many questions as possible. Go for it, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All our lives we heard one very important quote or a phrase: the only thing certain in life is death and taxes. I'm now worried for the 1.5 billion Indians, because taxes definitely are now out of the picture. Direct tax and the indirect tax, both you have simplified so much. And hearing Dr. Trehan, our life is also in safe hands. On behalf of all the milk producers of the country, and there are as many as 80 million farmers associated with dairy in this country, we thank you and the Honorable Prime Minister for this wonderful initiative. As Piruz told, it is definitely going to help all the milk producers, and particularly, ma'am, all the consumers are primarily the women. So through your hands, this decision, which is helping women milk producers and women consumers, is going to be a landmark decision. Usually, this is not the time I would have asked any question, because आपने सब कुछ दे दिया है. But since these marks for class participation, I may just make a small request.
Blame me. Yes, go on.
Ma'am, milk is the largest agricultural crop of India. But the income from milk is not exempt from taxation. So as India moves towards White Revolution 2.0, more and more women are actually putting their efforts into increasing the milk production. If their incomes are going above the 12 lakh slab that you announced this year, it would really benefit if you are able to actually treat milk now as an agricultural crop, and with your wisdom, benefit large number of women milk producers in the coming decades. Thank you so much.
Ma'am is taking some of this just as feedback, because you can't possibly expect her to make tax policy on including or excluding new items. I saw Sanjeev Bikhchandani, and there's a lot of talk about the impact this has potentially on employment, jobs. So from your lens, Sanjeev, and given everything that you've done, your question to the finance minister, and whether you see a reduction in GST rates potentially having a ripple effect on job creation and employment.
No, I think anything that simplifies and makes it less complex
is great. It makes it easier to do business. And therefore, this simplification of slabs is great. I think anything that reduces costs, whether input costs or for the consumer, is great because that will give a boost to demand and therefore growth. And as the companies grow, they'll employ more people. I've spoken to several startups in the last 2 days. The only thing they told me was that, yaar, हमारा output पे tax कम हो गया, but input पे तो उतना ही है, तो I now have to apply for input tax credit, refund. And that may have complexities you don't know about. So they're still grappling with that.
Okay. Ma'am, there are two trends that are playing out parallelly at this time. You've got some impetus in the economy on account of the GST rate cuts that you've delivered. And then there is the headwind that plays itself out around American President Donald Trump and the tariff wave that he's sending towards India. And the economy, as you know well, is so much about animal spirits and how people feel, certainty, predictability, investment cycles. Do you think some of the cheer that you're trying to spread around Diwali is frankly just getting negated by factors so far across which you can't control and completely unpredictable in terms of when they get resolved, how they get resolved, and if they get resolved?
See, the GST reform was not triggered by the tariff. As I said, it was in the making. One. Second, the US tariff hits those exporters who export to many countries in the world and also to the US. Surely, I'm not undermining the impact of a 50% tariff, but it hits exporters who are exposed to the US, who have a market access and who export to US. In fact, I've been saying that many of these exporters were getting hit by the 50% tariff. Government is doing some kind of a work to get something so that we can, support them in some form or the other. But the inputs to making that policy or a scheme or designing a scheme will also depend on those hit by the 50% tariff and telling us to what extent they are exposed and what is the actual loss or damage because of the 50%. So by industry, first of all, we need to have an assessment of those who are exporting to the US and to what extent of their total exports and what is the hit. That is
By when do you
also
hope to have this package ready?
That will be a vital input for making the package. But even otherwise, some inputs have been coming and government is working.
But it's not just about companies exporting to the United States. So you're also trying so hard to attract foreign direct investment into India. And as companies look at setting manufacturing bases up, and so many were thinking about it, work was in the pipeline. Now when the American president holds this tariff sword over their heads, are you concerned that this potentially jeopardizes, impacts the prospects of long-term foreign direct investment coming into the India story? Because I don't want to take any one company and single that out, but so many companies may have scaled up their manufacturing in India in the hope of exporting to the US and elsewhere. Now they wonder, hey, just let's wait it out. Let's see what happens.
We will, that possibility exists, but from our side, we are keeping all the doors open, if I can use that expression. The diplomatic teams are engaging with the US. The trade negotiations can still go on. So we don't, from our side, we are not making anything difficult for others, one. And second, FDI has also come through various other routes. They come through investment, wealth funds, sovereign wealth funds. They also come through various other destinations from where funds are managed. So I'm not saying this is not going to have a bearing. It will have a bearing, but we are trying to offset it. We are not engaging with other countries, other FDI sources. So work is on. I can assure that much.
Okay. We'll take some questions from the NDTV team as well. I've got Vasudha Venugopal. She's the editor for politics at NDTV. She'll take the next question. Go for it, Vasudha.
Thank you, Rahul. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you a political question and about a state that we both come from, Tamil Nadu. You were in Tamil Nadu recently, and I want to understand from you, what are the prospects of the BJP-AIDMK alliance? And considering that there have been voices from the AIDMK, Sengotian specifically, do you see that impacting the prospects of the AIDMK-BJP alliance?
Well, post the Lok Sabha election, BJP has been very keen to get back its NDA alliance to strength. And therefore, every effort was made to get all the allies back. And there is one clear unanimity among all members of the NDA alliance, and to a large extent the people of Tamil Nadu, that DMK should not come back to power in 26. Why is that unanimity? Because of the extent to which things are going on in Tamil Nadu about not just the liquor policy, but also the drugs which have gotten into the society. Tamil Nadu has never seen this kind of a situation. And above all, it is also very clear that even the DMK is far removed from its own ideology. If you want to believe that its own ideology was social justice, which is what they normally say, we are building a society which is going to have social, equanimity. Everybody is going to be equal and people are not going to be treated up and down or higher or lower and so on. Tamil Nadu has seen one of the highest of honor killings. Villages which are dominated by scheduled castes, for instance, have had unbelievable crime. If I can tell you here that in one particular village, where SCs are the majority, from the drinking water source from where they take their domestic, for use in their homes, that was polluted with human excreta. And the government has not even till today taken concrete action against those who have done that. Similarly, in another one village, I think it's called Kallakurchi, spurious liquor has killed women and adults in the village. You don't have one solid action. They may say, yeah, we filed an FIR, we've done this. But concrete action is missing. And similar to what happened in that RG Car college, medical hospital come college. Tamil Nadu, Anna University had a similar attack on a woman student. And it so happens that the culprit was so closely associated with the first family ruling Tamil Nadu. So today there is near unanimity among people, among political parties. You may be in an alliance or you may be out of it. Clear understanding that another 5 years for Tamil Nadu with DMK is going to make the state go backwards. So that unanimity among the NDA members is also recognized, and all of us have come together on that score. I don't want to comment on the internal disturbances or whatever you may call of the ADMK. I'm sure they will resolve it for themselves.
Okay, I'll go to Tamanna Inamdar. She's the managing editor at NDTV Profit, and she's tracking the stock markets very closely. So Tamanna, here you go.
Ma'am, since we've started with the queue of the stock markets, I think the big question right now is why are stock markets not responding maybe with full fervor as they should to the GST cuts? They have been larger than expected across more areas than expected. There are many theories, but I wanted to know if you had any thoughts on this. Because if you look at the triple whammy of good news, income tax cuts, 7.8% on GDP, take that those who say dead economy, and then you have these GST cuts. Markets should be cheering. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, I think markets always react to so many different other factors as well. The global uncertainty is definitely dominating, and therefore we'll have to see. But I thought today, for instance, the market has actually done well. Yes. So,
Does it play on your mind when you're at work or once you're at home, the way markets are responding and the impact you would expect your announcement would have on the stock market versus what's actually happening?
No, I do observe the market, but I don't think I can measure the reforms based on the performance of the market. I would want the reforms to go down well within the country with our citizens. Markets are within the country, no doubt, but I would rather have that gain ground. So I watch the markets, but I don't think I'm very worried about immediate reaction from the market on these.
Does it lift or sink your mood? Just I'm psychologically kind of wondering.
On market-related matters, Rahul, no question will get any better answer from me.
That's true. Okay. As I said, your level of if this was appraisal cycle in corporate India, ma'am would have like rockstar appraisals because the popularity in a 360 appraisal would be extremely high. So Akhilesh Sharma has the next question. Go for it, Akhilesh.
नमस्ते मैम, अभी हम जब बात कर रहे हैं तो उपराष्ट्रपति चुनाव के लिए वोटों की गिनती हो रही है और जैसे आप जानती हैं कि अभी तक भारत को कभी कोई महिला उपराष्ट्रपति नहीं मिली। एक दूसरा चुनाव है जो बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष का है, काफ़ी लंबे समय से पेंडिंग है। बीजेपी को भी अभी तक कोई महिला अध्यक्ष नहीं मिली है। क्या ये समय आ गया कि बीजेपी को कोई महिला अध्यक्ष मिले?
That's the trickiest question that's come. Yes, ma'am. Would you like to be the new BJP president?
Whoever becomes the president of BJP, all of us will work under her or him. We are happy with that.
Do you think it is time that the BJP have a woman president?
You know, I like the media which goes on asking about us, you know, is it time for BJP? Is it time for the BJP to do this, that? BJP was the first party to give 33% reservation in every one of its organization down to the Panchayat to up to the national executive. And I'm a beneficiary of it. I've come into the national executive of BJP because there was reservation for women. So on women, BJP is never behind. And for that matter, the reservation bill, women's reservation bill, being the first one in the new parliament, is also because of BJP.
You know, as we try and build out, ladies and gentlemen, a new NDTV, it's always good to look back at the past as well. And very interestingly, we have in the audience the former chief executive of NDTV who happened to be here, madam, to moderate a session at another event which was taking place nearby. And because this was an NDTV event, Vikram Chandra couldn't help and we invited him to come and just join us here. So Vikram, here you go. NDTV, the finance minister, your question next.
Thanks a lot, Rahul. It's interesting to be holding this mic after 7 years, but madam, it was great to get a chance to come here and talk to you. Big bang reforms in GST, ma'am, but of course when it comes to reform, dil mange more, and I know you're working on other next-gen reforms. So there's a lot of interest in what they are, which areas they will be covering, will it be deregulation, and will they also be big bang?
Well, I should also recall the number of times I've attended Vikram Chandra in NDTV, in his program during those days when I was spokesperson. I do recall that now before you. Well, on reforms, there's no point in me listing out anything at all. Prime Minister Modi is known for reforms. Even during COVID, he didn't sit back and say we should take care of the people, vaccination and things, forget the economy. No, even that time we came up with several reform steps. And therefore, reform is never off the agenda. PM is always there saying push more, get more reforms done. So there will be a lot more. And from my ministry, I will continue to do the work that we need to do, whether it is disinvestment, whether you're looking at land monetization, asset monetization, all that will go on. Yes, on the financial and non-financial regulator, as I announced in the budget, there are 4 committees now, one headed by the Home Minister, one headed by the Defense Minister, and 2 others, one headed by the Chief Cabinet Secretary and one by the former Cabinet Secretary. So there are a lot of activities happening now to get those streamlined and to push forward with reforms. There will be a lot more action.
Thank you for that, Finance Minister. There are folks from the hotel and restaurant industry, right? So I just want to take a question from the folks from the restaurant industry. And go ahead, please. Introduce yourself and then ask your question.
Namaskar, Minister. My name is Rahul Singh. I'm the trustee for NRAI, which stands for the National Restaurant Association of India. It's the organized sector for the restaurants. We do contribute 2% to the GDP and one of the largest employers in the country. Question I'll come to. Just hold on. Okay. So just bringing myself there, right? So first, we want to thank you because the parantha debate is over, as we know. You know, that is a big debate, that parantha should be taxed at whatever. No, I like both. Depends on the time of the day. The other is that, yes, we'll continue to employ a lot of people because AI can't, you know, cook or serve for sure. So that's a good thing that we'll continue doing. There is only one request that we have, and it's kind of a question if it can be done that way. Our largest cost to our restaurant is actually two landlords. So one's the landlord, which is physical, which is the rent. The other is the Zomatos and the Swiggies, which are the digital landlords. And they charge us 18% tax, GST. We don't get an input tax for that. And we've not got input tax since 2017. So our request is, because that is more than the food cost, please do something about it. Make that part maybe 5%, at least when they charge us, because that's not being set off. And that, like Dr. Trehan said, that set off is important. So that's the request. The question is, we know constitutionally, liquor for human consumption is a state subject, and you just mentioned the friction, the state, one nation, one price. Can we bring liquor for human consumption in GST?
Liquor for human consumption sounds deeper than it actually is. But yes, Madam Finance Minister, why don't you respond on the issue of alcohol and on the issue subsequently of petroleum products? But can liquor ever come under GST? That's the question.
That depends on the states. It's not for me to answer that. Liquor will have to depend on the states. I can't even comment on it. Yes, Rahul.
Okay. There's a gentleman from the Auto Dealers Association. They've got lots of pent-up inventory. So got deep discounts, pent-up industry, and he has a question also. So go on.
So, Madam Finance Minister, I'm Vinkesh Gulati representing FADA, Federation of Automobile Dealer Association. So first, thank you. Compensation cess has been absolved or finished. And all the issues, legal compliances issues were major in dealers, which is over now. But it has created one more issue. So overall, the GST, all the OEMs, like you know, Mahindra has already started giving the post-GST price from today, even before 22nd, Audi and Skoda also. So as from the auto industry, we commit, we'll pass on everything. But one major thing with this reform, which has created an issue with the automobile dealers, which are working at paper-thin 3% margin, is the cess input, what is still left in the GST and ledger. So from 22nd onward, whatever cess input is left for our dealer will not be able to adjust as per our information as of today. There has been questions on the evening.
The question. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so.
See, the only answer I can give at this stage is for you all to please look at the FAQs that we've put out for every sector. I think on the day we had the press meet, in fact, the media themselves were given about 75 pages as press release, because every question that a journalist might have in her or his mind can be answered. So over and above that, we put on the website FAQs addressing all the questions that might run in the minds of anybody who's a part of this GST. So I'm sure I would only refer to you at this moment to go back to the FAQs, see it, it has answers for every question.
You know, and while we do feel bad for automobile dealers because it's an awkward situation to be in, from the lens of the customer, it's not an unhappy situation, right? Because you've got deeper discounts than you ever will. And just linked to that, I think the executive director of Maruti Suzuki is here as well. So yes, go ahead and ask your question. And the question of passing on the benefits to the customer and your question to the finance minister. Go on. Okay.
Ma'am, honestly, you've done so much that it's now our time to respond. Obviously, it's a religion at Maruti, and I think our peer group within industry to pass on 100%. There is absolutely no doubt that a single paisa should be retained by the manufacturer. It's a gift from the government to the consumer of India. It's the consumer's day, should be passed on. Thanks. Of course, now it is for industry to respond. And in fact, we are now worried about investments. We might have to accelerate our capex cycle because the demand surge that might come, we want to be on the right side of the consumer and start producing
Are you feeling a demand surge?
Yeah, in fact, we know the pulse of the customer. So we certainly will have a demand surge. The projection that we have given out is, for example, small cars had some structural issues. They were declining at about 6% per annum. From a -6, we think a swing to +10% growth. That is our initial projection. We may be surprised positively, we don't know. But certainly we are accelerating our new plants and investments in anticipation of more demand. And,
okay. Ma'am, now there are two things. One, of course, the fact that you'd want the companies like Maruti, the Mahindras, etc., to spend more on building capacities here. Then the fear that part of this production was meant for exports. And it comes back to that point that till the time the uncertainty around tariffs settles, they're sinking in this infrastructure spend without knowing fully whether they'll be able to export in a competitive fashion or not. So there is that, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it, but there is that factor which also plays its out simultaneously.
That may be so, but I quite appreciate Maruti's commitment to transfer or pass on the tax reduction to their consumer. And that is the spirit which I think the people of India are also expecting, because eventually you asked Maruti the question that do you see a surge? I'll give you one input from my side. Much before, once the GST, Union government's proposal, rate reduction were all now coming out in trickles, much before the GST Council met, so many industries called up to say, hey, would you please take this call sooner? Because those people who come to us are no longer ready to place an order. They're saying likely there is a reduction, so we shall wait. So you're also getting a situation from the other side saying surge, but before that they held back. So obviously a surge.
हमने भी wait किया है. I think lots of people here, I don't know if anybody is planning to buy a car, but many people decided to wait कि देख लेते हैं मैम क्या करती है फिर decide करते हैं. So can I just take some more questions from people? Ma'am, I have, in the economic survey, the chief economic advisor spoke about relooking investments from China. Now, given that the Prime Minister went there, there was a good meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping, how do you as Finance Minister view the contentious issue of investment coming from China, the sectors where you currently have guardrails, and given what we're seeing with the United States and the slight thaw that we're seeing with Beijing, how do you see this play out in the weeks and months to come?
Well, I think it's important. We will have to be negotiating for greater market access to Indian products in China, if at all there is a trade talk. About investment, the PN3 guides us, the press note 3 guides us. It's also true that we very clearly said investments from neighborhood we are not entertaining, particularly during and immediately after the Galvan crisis. But the PN3 has also been made a bit flexible as regards domain experts, technicians who will have to come to complete projects which are already in the ground. Now, if projects are already on the ground and they're not getting completed because experts were not available, we had to that extent, allow experts to come. As regards investments, which is your specific question, are we flexing it? Are we making it easier? I think the concerned departments will have to talk about it and then come back to take a call on it.
Are you less wary than you were earlier, just philosophically and ideologically?
No, I would continue to be cautious.
Interesting. Vishnu Shom has a question for you. Vishnu.
That's not to deter any decision in favor.
No,
caution is a word.
Of course, absolutely.
Ma'am, I had the opportunity of meeting the Chinese ambassador yesterday. He spoke to a few journalists. And he's called for a fair, equitable business environment in India. We're in the midst of a reset in ties with China. I don't know if the word reset is accurate or not. Some suggest that it may be. Do you believe that, do you welcome greater Chinese involvement in our economy? And what about rare earths, which is found mention? Is that not critical for us to achieve our economic goals?
No, it is absolutely critical to achieve our economic goals, no doubt. And I would want to have trading relationship with every country, investments to be attracted from any country, no doubt. But I'm just getting into the detail, if you ask me one step more, get into the granular detail. These are my thoughts. I need greater market access as much as opening up my market for you, for anybody, for any country. In a way, isn't that the question of what negotiations with the US, with the EU is all about? Give us greater access and trade surplus. There are many countries which have trade surplus as against vis-a-vis United States. So we also have a huge deficit against China. So when you put India's interest on the top, there are aspects which have to be said and negotiated on. That's the point I'd like to highlight.
Okay, I said we'll give some of the leading voices of India Inc. an opportunity. I also want to move back and give some folks sitting towards the seats at the back the opportunity. Go on, please.
Firstly, ma'am, I'll take the opportunity to join all the senior dignitaries in thanking you for bringing us an early Diwali gift this year in the form of 2.0. The question is very quick. I'm personally a startup founder. I have benefited from the startup benefits that the government has prevailed personally because I have created a product company out of AI. But my question is very short and simple. Today's youth in India is now aspiring to make the tech giants now come out of India. And whilst there's a lot that we've already received in the 2.0, compliance is something where it's slightly on the heavier side. And with total number of startups that are coming up, and startup founders are always working on the thinnest of margins, is there something that we can expect in the coming times where towards the compliances and services side also the regimes can get slightly more compressed so that we can probably think of not using foreign AIs and creating our own chat GPTs in India itself in the coming times to come?
When you say compliance, I don't know what you're referring to, because as many compliance-related issues that may pertain to me, central government, we are actively engaged with the stakeholders to say, tell us where you want to remove something, we are willing. Hasn't the last 2 terms of Prime Minister Modi seen so many archaic acts being removed, compliance conditions being removed? We are always on course for it. But the problem sometimes is, I'm not shifting the blame, startups are located somewhere in some state, because union government doesn't have its territory except for union territories which are known. But if the compliance pertains to a state regulation or a state law, that is for the respective states to deal with. That burdens you equally, I accept that point. But even states will have to take up this thing about making it easy for startups. We are still ready. As many as the issues that you'll draw to my attention, I will work on them. That will continue.
Ma'am, there was a question that somebody sent on social media. I want to ask you this. This is to do with real money gaming. The government brought a new law which bans real money gaming. And the question is on behavior. And we had the same question for you when you did the same with cryptocurrency. The government comes with an iron fist and comes out with a law. It doesn't really change youth behavior. A lot of those who are buying cryptocurrencies in India move some of those investments abroad through VPN. They still continue to trade, and a lot of the Web 3.0 companies feel they're having to move to Dubai, move elsewhere, but they're still trying to do the same thing, and a lot of that money is coming from India. The concern around real money gaming is the same, that while and there's a moral reason why you've done what you have, but it doesn't change behavior, and therefore, instead of Indian startup founders benefiting from the surge in real money gaming, the benefit just gets exported to somebody in some other geography who's making the same money with people who are based out of India. How do you look at this argument?
So it's for us, Rahul, to say we encourage money gaming at any cost. And even if citizens are calling up the PMO, sending emails to many of us, SMSs, WhatsApps, to saying my family is getting ruined, does the government care or not? And that is why, whether you recall my conversations on crypto, which you are doing now, or whether this one, we are not against the technology. We are not against the technology which builds up these games. That is why entertainment related games, online gaming, all that is fine. But when money is involved and betting comes into the place, or people are bidding money for greater game purposes, Many families have lost their monies, and many middle-class families are saying, what's happening? Our children are playing it thinking it's free, and it is temptingly free to enter. And after that, you are unknowingly walking into a payments scheme of things. Families have really become very agitated and wanted government to take an action. We reflect the people's opinion. Money gamings are going outside of the country. Well, we are not against the technology or bringing in entertainment through digital games. But gambling or bidding for games through online is worrisome. And it's not just Government of India. Many states have already banned it. Why have they done it? So I think we'll have to draw some fine line somewhere.
Madam Finance Minister, we are out of time. This just so happens to have been my first broadcast at NDTV. And we're thinking about finding a special opportunity to come and do this first broadcast. I don't think we could have done anything more special. So on behalf of the NDTV team and on behalf of everyone who's joined us here, can we have a very warm round of applause for Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman for coming into this setting and for taking questions from we the people and from all of us, all of you who came here today to join this town hall. Thank you so much for taking our time. Thank you, Madam Finance Minister. Wish you a happy Diwali, a double Diwali, and before that, happy Navratras. And thank you for making it so special for everyone. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Could I request you to stay on stage for the editorial leadership of NDTV to join us here for a photo op, please?
Come. Come, Shimi, come. Come, Vasu. Mohit. Thank you for taking our time. No? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Could I request everyone to remain seated? We're about to start the next panel discussion. Thank you. At the heart of India's growth engine is the spending power of 1.4 billion people. And if GST was the reform that changed the way India produces, trades, and consumes, GST 2.0 promises to be the catalyst that fuels the next big leap in demand. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to remain seated. We're about to start the next panel discussion with Tamanna.
Going in an event, I'll come and join.
GST 2.0, the consumption catalyst, brings together leaders from across sectors, automobiles, digital economy, and dairy industries that truly reflect India's diversity of consumption. We are delighted to welcome our distinguished speakers, Mr. Rahul Bharti, Senior Executive Officer, Corporate Affairs, Maruti Suzuki. We also have Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, Founder and Executive Vice Chairman, Info Edge India Limited, Dr. Jayant Mehta, Managing Director, GCMMF Amul. Joining them, my colleague, Tamanna Inamdar.
Okay, that's a truly tough act to follow. Finance Minister and his sharp answers have had everyone floored. We'll just give a little bit of time. I think Mr. Mehta is around. All right, what are we talking about today? You know why India has been able to stand up to tariffs? Why India has been relatively resilient during the biggest global financial crisis in the last several decades? Well, the answer is consumption. Consumption is the bedrock of our economy, and it's a domestic consumption which fuels us. Consumption in India may have been sluggish in recent quarters, weighed down by inflation and weak consumer sentiment, but it is no doubt what is keeping us going. Now, with the government's bold GST reforms, simplifying the rate structure, lowering taxes on daily use items, and reducing compliance hurdles, there's renewed optimism. These changes are designed to put more money in consumers' hands, boost affordability, and revive demand at a critical juncture. Joining us to unpack how these reforms could reshape consumption patterns are industry stalwarts. I'm speaking today with Rahul Bharti, Executive Director, Maruti Suzuki. We will be joined shortly by Dr. Jayant Mehta, Managing Director, GCMMF, that's Amul, as we all know and love it, and Sanjeev Bikhchandani, Founder and Executive Vice Chairman, Info Edge India. Let's begin. Gentlemen, it was excellent to hear some of your questions to the Finance Minister as well. We've had that opportunity to hear from her wisdom and thought behind what government wants to achieve. What's really clear is the ball is now in your court. And when I say your, I mean industry. Industry has to take that mandate forward and make it easier for people to consume. I'm going to start with you, sir, Mr. Bharti, on how Maruti plans to do that. Yes, the cuts will be passed on. You've made a commitment on the NDTV platform that you see demand surging and coming in as high as 12%. How do you see this really boosting the urge and the ability for more Indians, especially first-time buyers, to buy their first car?
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you. It's the domestic consumption that gives the resilience to India to weather all these storms and headwinds like tariffs, etc. And again, agree with you that the government has done a major, bold reform, a historic reform, I would say. They have given a major gift to the consumer of India across sectors, across segments. And most of these are mass consumption items. I mean, food, medicines, agri, mobility, all segments of mobilities, trucks, buses, three-wheelers, small cars, two-wheelers. So, of course, now, the first, of course, is, as we mentioned, it is industry's absolute imperative that we pass on 100% of this benefit, and at least at Maruti, it's a religion, and not just this time, it has been since all times to come. So 100% of this will be passed on to the consumer. The second is, of course, we expect a demand surge. You would know that compact cars, smaller cars, have been degrowing for a while. So this financial year, for example, the first 5 months of the year, we had a decline of about 6%. But we expect that this may swing to something like plus 10%. So that's a swing of 16%. And of course, there's a small benefit to larger cars also, depending on the slab structure. We expect consumers to come back. And now what we have to do is be quick in servicing the demand fast
ensuring that our cost structure remains competitive and no other, any kind of inflationary pressures are totally well managed with in-house cost reduction, etc.
May I ask you, Mr. Bharti, because especially with the automobile sector, for example, for Mr. Mehta, the demand is inelastic. People are still going to buy milk, curd, paneer, etc. But for cars, if people could not afford it, and in the small cars, the small passenger vehicle segment, you've seen growth go down. If people could not afford it, will that 10% GST cut make the difference?
Oh, certainly, huge.
You think so?
It will. So the net impact to the customer, for example, in small cars, so from 128, it will move to 118, the total cost, if 100 is the base price. So that reflects a reduction of about 8.5 to 9%. It will make a huge difference. It does.
You wanted to come in?
No, look, also, this news of GST cuts has been doing the rounds for a while, right? So there's also likely that a lot of people had postponed waiting for these cuts. And now that these cuts are there, there will be some held back demand that will come in immediately. So there might be a surge.
But you've seen degrowth over several quarters, way before the GST news has come in. The degrowth in the small car segment has been an issue, and maybe some of it is moving upwards.
I think it might have been accentuated by some people holding back for a few weeks.
And if I may add, the buoyancy is not only because of GST. The budget recently, the income tax structure was made more favorable. The government placed more money in the hands of the consumer. Then we have the repo rate cuts. It's probably one of the lowest ever, the interest rates that are there. All these collectively will generate a lot of buoyancy, and we are expecting demand to come back.
So, Mr. Mehta, for you, the demand is inelastic, like we said. But on the other hand, dairy producers are set to increase rates, is what we hear. How do you see this? Will there be more increase in rates on the base level just because of that kind of demand coming in? How do you see it play out?
No. Well, there is no proposal to increase rates of any of the products.
Not from your end, from the dairy farmers, basic milk prices.
I don't think that's an issue at the moment. For a simple reason, the rains have been very good and overall the market momentum is also there. The first part is on the demand, which is very, very important. While one may say that it is inelastic, actually it is a function of the incomes also and pricing also. So if your income increases by 1, the consumption of dairy increases by 1.1. And milk and dairy is the single largest item in everyone's monthly household consumption. And I'm not just referring to food, it is entire consumption basket. Dairy is the highest. So that is the importance of this segment, both from the consumption point of view and also, of course, from the production point of view. As we know, milk is the largest agricultural crop of India, and value of output of milk in India is more than wheat, paddy, oilseeds put together. So it is very important, and 4% of India's GDP comes from the dairy sector, and 1/4 of the agri GDP comes from the dairy sector. So that it's a very important sector, and once you bring down the GST, I mean, it's either 0, which is on milk, and rest of the products are 5%, including ice creams. So what we are now looking at a scenario is that while people will consume products, the consumption of per capita of many of the dairy products, excluding milk, starting with ice creams, for instance, ghee, butter, cheese, it is very, very less. Per capita consumption of ice cream in India is only 5 cups per person per year, which is 500 ml as compared to 15 to 20 liters for developing countries or developed countries. So, which means there is a big headroom for growth. 1 in 10 Indians consume butter, and I'm not telling about what quantity of butter they consume. 1 in 20 perhaps consumes cheese. These are all aspirational products, and they were all taxed very high. The new policy has brought them into affordable category.
What is the kind of volume growth you think you will see?
We have been growing at double digit, but now the rate of growth will be much, much more high. And you have to now also see the reforms in context of what happened in the past. 2 years back, under the PLI scheme, the government encouraged us to invest and also supported that investment. So we doubled our capacity of manufacturing ice creams. And now with this cut, you can imagine we will have to double our capacity in the next 2 years. Same applies to cottage cheese. Same applies to other dairy products. So we are seeing a big growth. And second dimension of the growth is not just the growth organically. People are also moving in from loose and unbranded to package and branded. And that's where the industry will grow. And once the industry grows, the consumer base grows, the producers benefit. And this is what is the optimism for the entire dairy sector because of these reforms.
I think we need to look at what has happened from a larger context than just a tax cut. Because yes, everyone loves paying less taxes. And then you'd want to either save more or spend more. But what is the virtuous cycle that gets kick-started? And Mr. Bikhchandani, I'm going to come to you on this point. The pain point, not in the quantum of jobs, but the quality of jobs for a very large young population. Do you think this helps kickstart that process?
Well, look, quality of jobs will depend a lot on overall GDP growth, right? And if overall GDP growth picks up across sectors, you will see quality of jobs. At the same time, there's this AI imperative, okay, where there's fear that people may lose jobs. So, look, in general on GST, I'd say this: anything that reduces complexity for businesses to comply with, especially small companies who can't really afford the cost of complying. It's not, actually complying, it's complicated, right? Anything that reduces complexity is great. Anything that reduces taxes and that those tax cuts are passed on to the consumer will cause an increase in demand, right? And that's also very good. Now, whether or not tax cuts are passed on will depend on competition. Companies will do what makes sense. So if my competitor is cutting prices and passing on taxes, so will I.
I don't think there is a choice in this point. I think the message from government and policymakers are very clear that these tax cuts is not for you to line your margins.
Well, look, if it's a free market, people will do what makes business sense for them, although they might posture that, they're passing on. But it's competition that will ensure that tax cuts are passed on. Government cannot do a command and control thing on a sustainable basis. So, जहाँ competition है, वहाँ tax cuts pass on हो जाएंगे.
So then coming back to the core question, do you see this as boosting better quality jobs? And we'll come to the AI imperative in a minute because that is a real concern. But in the context of kicking off that cycle.
Look, like I said, if GDP growth goes up, there will be more jobs, all sorts of jobs. The lower end jobs, the higher end jobs, the middle jobs. If GDP growth picks up, there will be all sorts of jobs.
Mr. Mehta, what is the kind of capacity increase that you see which will be needed across industry to live up to that demand? And is that demand looking like it will actually come? I mean, for Amul, I see that you are focusing so much on protein and increasing the protein needs of a population that actually is undernourished to that extent when it comes to protein. These are also all aspirational items in the larger section and scheme of things. What is the kind of capex expansion you see being boosted by this? Let's put numbers to it.
Okay. Coming to this question, yes, milk is a superfood and we are lucky that we handle almost 350 lakh liters of milk every day and every liter of milk is 3% protein. So the goodness of protein is coming to us in more ways than one, but the initiative to bring in high protein products which meet our daily requirements and so that each one of us achieves the goal of having 1 gram of protein per kg of body weight in a very tasty, affordable and nice manner is what is our endeavor has been. Now cheese is when you make cheese out of milk, you get the whey. And from whey, we are extracting this high quality protein and manufacturing this wide range of products. So this resource was already available. We have 3 million liters of whey every day. Now we have found the technology to convert into wide range of products, starting with high protein buttermilk, lassis, to super milks, to whey protein concentrates, and so on and so forth, including ice creams, yogurts, and so on. So this is a journey which we thought will take a longer time, but you are right, the consumer demand is actually overtaking, and we are almost doubling the capacity every alternate month. So by March,
doubling the capacity for
almost for manufacturing of high quality whey protein products, double almost every alternate month. And by March, Our capacity this year will be actually 6 to 7 times more than what was in the beginning of the year. And this is again just the beginning, because in terms of demand, we just at the tip of the iceberg. Though there are more than 2 million active users for our app, and we are selling right now only online through our own direct-to-consumer channel. But the market is much, much bigger, and everyone, we believe, is a high-protein consumer. So this is where our efforts are into expanding the capacities, putting more products in the market, and more importantly, educating the customer about the requirement of protein in our lives. So this is one big area of capacity expansion and improvement going on. But simultaneously, a lot of work happening in collecting more milk from the rural areas, adding more cooperatives, adding more women members on the cooperatives, connecting their bank accounts to the supplies that we have, and the infrastructure to build large dairies, and manufacturing not just protein, but a wide range of dairy products, starting butter, ghee, cheese, ice creams.
What is the capex number you can give us?
So 2 years back, when we had the World Food India, the India Inc. had made a, what you call, the MOUs worth 33,000 crore rupees. Amul that year, I'm talking just 2 years back, was 1/3 of it at about 13,000 crores. Okay, this cycle is almost getting to an end this year, and the World Food India, which is going to happen by the end of this month, we are again going to announce almost similar kind of a capex. So you can imagine the opportunity that we have in the country in expanding the dairy product business. But again, as I mentioned, our success is not in building large plants. It is into going large number of rural areas, putting up village dairy cooperative societies, and adding more farmers to the organized sector.
Of course, it is you're creating consumers for tomorrow. You're creating the next list of business people for tomorrow as well. Mr. Bharti, from Maruti's perspective, and this is interesting. The idea is that this is a small car company. By the way, 2/3 of your inventory is going to attract 40% GST even now, if I'm not mistaken. About 1/3 will be in the 18% bracket.
Inventory is a one-time issue, but we were slightly conscious of this because the larger cars attract a cess, and cess was uncertain. So we consciously, pulled back slightly on the larger cars, which attracted a cess during building inventory. We were slightly cautious while building inventory after the 15th August announcement.
No, that's fine. Just trying to get a sense of how much of what Maruti sells will now be taxed at 40% and how much of 18%, because the impression is that Maruti is the small car maker.
That's not totally true. So about 70% of our volume will fall in the 18% bracket, and the balance will fall in the 40% bracket. And the EV will also launch, so that will fall under the 5% bracket.
Okay. Do you see demand now picking up across the board, especially for first-time buyers? Or do you think now you will see people upscaling as well? If they had aspiration for, say, an X vehicle, will this tax incentive boost them to go a little higher in budget?
There may be some amount of uptrading, but the huge benefit that we are excited about is many first-time buyers coming into the, buying their first car. There are about, for example, in the past 10 or 15 years, about 20 crore two-wheeler owners would have, two-wheelers would have been purchased in India. Sooner or later, they would aspire for their cars. Whether it takes them 5 years or 10 years or 15 years, it will make the jump easier for them. And there's a peer factor also, fear of missing out, that if everybody is doing it, I shouldn't be left out. So that buoyancy in the consumption we see. And I really compliment the FM. One very startling statistic that she mentioned, this reform touches almost 140 crore Indians. We talk about mass consumption, food, we talk about medicines, insurance, he said like milk or milk products, three-wheelers, trucks, buses, there would hardly be any consumer or any profile in India which would remain untouched from this. So there will be a general buoyancy of this.
You know, now apart from the general buoyancy, I think one point that was made in that conversation was also about compliance. Sanjeev, you know, your view, when you work with so many young entrepreneurs, do you think that there is more work to be done before that compliance dread of GST and the cost of it really comes down?
Look, I think the simpler it is, the fewer returns you have to file. And this simplification is a good step, that there are fewer slabs. There's less interpretation about which slab I'm in, right? So this is all a step in the right direction. So there are two aspects, simplification and reduction. Reduction is good from a demand perspective, because hopefully it will lead to price drops for consumers. But simplification is even better for producers and sellers, small, especially SMEs. I mean, you know, because the simpler you make it, the easier compliance becomes.
You know, the price drop is going to lead to maybe a demand buoyancy which is one time. In the sense that, okay, yes, those who are on the fence will come in. Over time, it will have to be an overall boost to consumption which will have to come through.
Yes, but here, एक बार consumption boost आ गया one time, obviously that money goes somewhere. So it'll be in circulation. And you might be kicking off a virtuous cycle.
Virtuous cycle, precisely.
Which will actually benefit everybody.
You know, we have been talking about what the government and policymakers and all the state finance ministers have actually come together on GST, simplified it. But the fact is that there's always more that industry wants. And we've heard from a perspective of every stakeholder today at the NDTV Profit GST Conclave. I think it's only fair that we also hear industry's perspective. One is, of course, you are passing it on. Whether that is, you know, for the good of the consumer, it's the right thing to do, whatever be the imperative. What more do you think is now needed to boost industry? Because the fact is that private capex overall has been a laggard compared to everything else that has happened. The government keeps giving those incentives in the hope of private capex boosting. It's not yet come about. What do you think is needed to really prod those animal spirits? I'm going to start with you, sir.
And I think the answer you just gave a couple of minutes ago. When we talk about either compliance or ease of doing business, and Madam FM also talked about it, a large part of that happens in the state governments. So all those issues which you need to get your plant running, all the approvals, the infrastructure support, the logistics, the small so the everyday friction of doing business, if that reduces, things should be much better. So a large part of it depends on the state governments.
Your answer to that, Sanjeev?
Look, I think there's a deregulation commission. Okay, there's a deregulation commission announced by the government in the last budget that has begun work. Hopefully, it will actually make doing business easier. You know, I genuinely believe that if deregulation actually happens, if Inspector Raj ends, you will get a 2% boost to GDP growth without any investment. Just deregulate.
Who has to do it? Center, state?
Both.
How
both.
does we were
See,
still talking about Inspector Raj in 2025.
A lot of the Inspector Raj is with states. And I guess different states will do it differently, but it will make a huge difference.
Yeah. Any inputs on that, Mr. Mehta?
I think the states are actually now rolling out the red carpet for investments. And Maruti is a very distinct, classic example for Gujarat. I come from Gujarat, where we have Vibrant Gujarat event for now more than 20 years. And the Prime Minister today, who was the Chief Minister, actually initiated this process. And you have similar templates of states rolling out such a very high-profile investment attracting events across the length and breadth of the country. Having said that, we should also look at it in totality. As I mentioned, all of the government approach actually is giving us very good results. And when we talk, and when I talk of Amul, we are connected from the farmers to the consumers. Infrastructure boom is helping us. Milk moving in tankers, on trains, coming from Gujarat to Delhi in just 12 hours. Okay. The infrastructure development support given by the government, multiple ministries working for a common issue, our Ministry of Cooperation setting up startups in areas for exports, be it organics. Even we are now thinking of starting a taxi drivers cooperative, which will beat your Ubers and Olas. Okay, so this is the spirit of working together to benefit the smallest person, be it a milk producer or a driver or anybody else, is actually seeing a lot of benefits into it. And who else and which other country of such a large size, the Prime Minister goes on the Red Fort and says that I'm going to fight tariffs because I want to support my farmers. So this is what actually will be driving the growth of our country. And we are talking of now becoming the third largest economy in the world. We are looking at a developed nation status in the next 10-15 years. I'm sure it's going to all happen in front of us before our own eyes. And of course, the task to do it also on us only. And as he rightly mentioned, it's up to us to walk the talk. And this is what will actually see the result of a developed India coming very soon. And all this actually is fitting in at the right place at the right time.
Very well said, sir. You touched upon the topic of tariffs and how there has been a declaration from India in the calmest way possible that we don't take well to bullying. Having said that, industry will have to pay the price. An export-oriented industry as well. I wanted your perspective, from a Maruti perspective, from a corporate citizen's perspective, on what has been playing out. Because yes, there is a chilling impact as well.
It's an interesting question. So, the auto industry in India, the car industry in India, does not import or export any car to the US in any meaningful volume. However, Maruti alone, for example, we export to more than 100 countries of the world. And not only do we export cars, and you spoke about Gujarat, just about a week ago, we hosted the Honorable Prime Minister at our plant for an inauguration of our EV exports to more than 100 countries of the world. So this is the latest technology exports. You might recall some time ago, from the country that you mentioned, there was talk of whether we should, facilitate a particular manufacturer importing CBUs into India, completely built up cars into India. While the debate continued, we said, let us work on our own, turn the paradigm from imports to exports.
So you're talking about United States and Tesla? let me fill in the blanks.
So exports is the answer, and I would go a step further, diversified exports. So today, for example, if we have exports to 100 countries of the world, God forbid something goes wrong with a particular economy, a particular country, or a particular market in some part of the world, we are fairly diversified. So we'll ensure that our exports continue and not much of an effect happens. I would also extend the logic backwards towards import substitution. We have to make an effort trying to make everything in India. There are some trade textbooks will tell you that you should specialize in your area of strength and allow specialization and division of labor. I don't believe in it. A country as large and as heterogeneous as India needs to have its supply chain total independence. So Atmanirbharta and Make in India are very powerful philosophies.
So you're making EVs, you need the rare earth.
Fine, but despite whatever you heard about rare earth, we were able to export to 100 countries of the world. So we found a solution. So solutions, many times these solutions have to be innovative. One of the other inaugurations that we did at the same occasion was localizing the electrode of the battery, deep level localization. So from battery to cell to electrode, we are localizing in India. And as the COVID crisis has shown, the semiconductor crisis shown, container crisis, time after again there has been a reminder that we have to make as much in India and get as self-reliant as possible.
That is the clarion call, Atmanirbhar. Be self-reliant, find other exporting partners, and of course for domestic consumption, we have now the GST booster dose. We have all the ingredients. Now it's up to the people, corporate citizens, to cook up a storm. Thank you so much
Thank
to all of you.
Thank you so much.
A big thank you to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to remain seated. Union Commerce Minister Mr. Piyush Goyal is just about to enter the hall and we start our next session. Please remain seated. Thank you. If everyone could just settle down, please. We're about to start our next session. Thank you. Just a couple of sessions more to go, and this would be a riveting one. Please stay in your seats. We should be starting shortly. Thank you. All right, I believe in 2 minutes from now, we will have the Union Commerce Minister with us. This is going to be another session. The topic of the session is going to be GST 2.0, Reform to Renewal. Rahul Kanwal will be moderating that session with the Commerce Minister. Do stay in your seats. We're hoping he walks in moments from now, and then we will start this session. If we could clear the way at the entrance, please, for the Minister. Thank you. I hope you've been enjoying all our sessions. We have a couple left, and this is going to be another intriguing session with the Minister after speaking with the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman. If we could clear the entrance, please, thank you, to the hall. And if everyone at the back could remain seated, and the others, if they could find their place, please, their seats, thank you. Thank you for remaining seated. We're just about to start the next session. Put your hands together for Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. If everyone could be seated, please. Thank you. We now arrive at a session that lies at the core of this conclave's vision, GST 2.0, Reform to Renewal. The Goods and Services Tax was a landmark step in India's reform journey, streamlining indirect taxation, strengthening compliance, and unifying the national market. As we step into GST 2.0, the challenge before us is not just reform but renewal, making GST simpler, more technology-driven, and more supportive of India's ambitious growth trajectory. And to help us reflect on this transformation, we are privileged to be joined by Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry. Moderating this session, NDTV's Editor-in-Chief, Rahul Kanwal.
ऐसा कहा जा रहा है कि इस दफ़ा हिंदुस्तान में दीपावली दो बार मनाई जाएगी। एक बार 22 सितंबर को जब जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स का कार्यान्वयन होगा और दूसरी दफ़ा जब असल दिवाली होगी। ये कैसे सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा कि सरकार ने जो जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं, जीएसटी में जो कर कम किया है, उसका फ़ायदा उपभोक्ता को मिले और इसका आखिरकार भारत की विकास दर पर और अर्थव्यवस्था पर क्या असर पड़ेगा, इस पर बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ देश के वाणिज्य एवं उद्योग मंत्री हैं। जोरदार तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ पीयूष गोयल जी का एनडीटीवी के इस जीएसटी कॉन्क्लेव में स्वागत कीजिए। पीयूष जी, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। आप ये बताइए कि सरकार की नज़र से जो जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स आपने किए हैं, उसका देश में इस वक्त जो अर्थव्यवस्था है, उसकी विकास दर पर क्या असर पड़ने वाला है आने वाले महीनों में? पीयूष जी,
मैं समझता हूँ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जिस प्रकार से बहुत सोची समझी रणनीति के तहत देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को गत 11 वर्षों में मजबूत किया, लगातार आगे बढ़ाया और एक ऐसे पायदान पे लाके खड़ा किया, ऐसी नींव रखी अर्थव्यवस्था की कि 3 तारीख को जब जीएसटी काउंसिल मिली तो मेरा मानना है कि भारत के आज़ादी के बाद अगर सबसे महत्वपूर्ण और निर्णायक कदम भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को नई ऊंचाइयों पर लेके जाने के लिए कोई हुआ हो तो वो 3 सितंबर के व्यापक रूप से जीएसटी के रिफॉर्म, रेट में कटौती, पूरा जो प्रोसेस है, सिस्टम्स हैं, उसको सरल करना, जहाँ जहाँ पे रेट्स को रैशनलाइज करने की ज़रूरत है, यानी पूरी सप्लाई चेन, वैल्यू चेन को और व्यवस्थित बनाना, एक प्रकार से भारत के लिए और भारत के उपभोक्ताओं को नई ऊर्जा के साथ अपनी रोज़मर्रा की ज़रूरतें खरीदने के लिए, नए उत्साह के साथ डिमांड जनरेट करने के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम रहा है। इससे स्वाभाविक तौर पे महंगाई की दरें भी कम रहेंगी। महंगाई कम रहती है तो ब्याज की दरें कम रहती हैं, और महंगाई और ब्याज जब कम होता है तो लोगों की जेब में पैसा ज़्यादा होता है, डिस्पोजेबल इनकम, परचेजिंग पावर बढ़ती है। और आपने 2 दिवाली की बात की, आप तीसरी दिवाली तो भूल ही गए। 12 लाख रुपए तक जो टैक्स की छूट दी बजट में, और जो सैलरी अर्नर्स हैं उनको तो 12,75,000 रुपए तक अब कोई टैक्स नहीं है। तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने, जिन्होंने एक बड़ी कमज़ोर अर्थव्यवस्था 2014 में विरासत में पाई थी, फ्रेजाइल 5 इकोनॉमी, कैसे हर वर्ष सिस्टमैटिकली उन्होंने उसको मजबूत बनाया, विश्व की टॉप 5 इकोनॉमी बनाया। आज हमारा बैंकिंग सिस्टम मजबूत है, हमारे फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रिजर्व्स ऑल टाइम हाई पे हैं और इतने सब्सटैंशियल हैं कि कोई भी शॉक एब्जॉर्ब कर सके। आज हमारी विकास की दर दुनिया में सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ने वाली है, 7.8%। हमारी महंगाई की दर 1.55%, शायद ऐसे लो पे है जो 4-5 साल में कभी नहीं देखा। और वैसे देखो तो हमारे पूरे 11 वर्ष एवरेज महंगाई देखे तो इट हैज बीन द लोएस्ट डेकेड ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन इन द लास्ट 75 ईयर्स। तो एक प्रकार से जब मजबूत अर्थव्यवस्था बनती है तभी वो क्षमता आती है कि इतना बड़ा धमाका, इतनी बड़ी रेट कटौती करके उपभोक्ताओं को आगे आने वाले दिनों में देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को और आगे तेजी से बढ़ाने के लिए हमने
कई सारे अर्थशास्त्रियों से, उद्योगपतियों से बातचीत हो रही थी, उनको काफी आश्चर्य हुआ किस रफ्तार के साथ जीएसटी काउंसिल में कंसेंसस बन गया। आपको लगता है कि जब आपदा आती है तभी जो देश में पॉलिटिशियंस हैं, नेता हैं, क्योंकि इसमें विपक्षी पार्टियों के वित्त मंत्री भी थे, बीजेपी शासित सरकारों के भी वित्त मंत्री थे, जब कोई आफत बाहर आती है तभी सब लोग मिल के कहते हैं कि फटाफट रिफॉर्म किया जाए, कुछ बड़ा किया जाए?
नहीं, मैं नहीं मानता हूँ ऐसी कोई स्थिति है। देश के सामने ना तो कोई आपदा है और ना कोई ऐसा सेंस ऑफ डिस्पोंडेंसी है या कोई कंसर्न है जिसके कारण कोई रश थ्रू किया जाए। आखिर आप सोचिए, इतना व्यापक रिफॉर्म ओवरनाइट तो नहीं हो सकता है, महीनों महीनों की कश्मकश और मेहनत होगी। मैं मानता हूँ कि आनंद नागेश्वरन जी भी कई रात सोए नहीं होंगे इसकी तैयारियों में, इसकी कैलकुलेशंस में, इसका क्या प्रभाव होगा, क्या उसको कैलकुलेट करके ध्यान में रखना कि अर्थव्यवस्था को कोई तकलीफ नहीं हो, स्टेट्स के रेवेन्यूज़ भी ठीक रहें, डिमांड बुयोंसी से रेवेन्यू ज़्यादा जनरेट हो। तो एक बहुत ही गहरी गंभीर सोच समझ के ये नीतियाँ बनती हैं। तो मैं नहीं समझता हूँ ये कोई इस प्रकार का कंसेंसस है जो कोई प्रेशर में लिया गया है। रही बात विपक्ष की, उनके ऊपर अब क्या भरोसा करना। मीटिंग के अंदर तो उन्होंने हर संभव कोशिश की, मैं तो नहीं था मीटिंग में, पर जो बात उड़ते उड़ते बाहर निकली है, केरल, कर्नाटक, इन्होंने हर संभव कोशिश की इसको स्टॉल करने की। इतने नासमझ हैं, राजनीतिक सूझबूझ भी नहीं है कि जब जनता को लाभ हो रहा है, सामान्य मानवी के जीवन की रोजमर्रा की हर एक वस्तु में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी चाहते हैं कि जनता को लाभ मिले। कोई बहुत ज़्यादा रेवेन्यू लॉस भी नहीं है, उससे ज़्यादा तो ब्यूएंसी और डिमांड ग्रोथ से रेवेन्यू बढ़ेगा। आखिर हमने 5 साल तक 14% ग्रोथ गारंटी करके जीएसटी को लागू करवाया। ऐसा तो हिम्मत यूपीए की कभी रही नहीं। कांग्रेस 10 साल बोलती रही, नाटक करती रही, कभी जीएसटी लागू करने का साहस ही नहीं था। ये तो मोदी जी के ऊपर लोगों को विश्वास था, विपक्षी दलों को भी विश्वास था कि वो कहते हैं वो करते हैं। 15 अगस्त को उन्होंने एक फ्लेवर दिया था और देखिए 3 सितंबर कितने दिन हुए, 18 दिन के अंदर कर दिखाया। और वास्तव में आज पूरे देश में एक उत्साह है, पूरे देश में एक विश्वास है कि ये 7.8% पे बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था अगले 2-2.5 साल में विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी बन जाएगी। और जिस प्रकार से सरलीकरण, डिक्रिमिनलाइजेशन, कानून में जो डरावने प्रावधान थे उनको हटाया जा रहा है, पुराने कानून जिनका कोई मतलब नहीं है उनको ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है, कंप्लायंस बर्डन, प्रोसेस, प्रोसीजर, सबको सिंपल करना, सरल करने का काम तेजी से सरकार में गत वर्षों में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हुआ है। उसको आने वाले दिनों में हम और गति देंगे। और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि भारत में काम करना, व्यापार करना, कारोबार, उद्योग करना सरल और सुगम भी होगा और हम सबके जीवन में भी बहुत सारे बदलाव से जीवन भी हम सबका और अच्छा होगा, तेजी से अच्छा होगा।
आप अनंत नागेश्वरन जी की तरफ देख रहे थे, मुख्य आर्थिक सलाहकार हैं और कह रहे हैं कि पता नहीं ये सो पा रहे हैं रात में कि नहीं ठीक से। मैं तो कभी कभी ये सोचता हूँ कि पीयूष गोयल जी आजकल रात में सो पाते हैं कि नहीं ठीक से। वो इस वजह से कि आप यहाँ पे गए, आप वैसे ही देर काफ़ी लेट सोते हैं, तब तक वहाँ वो डोनाल्ड ट्रंप जग जाता है और दे दन उसने कुछ दिया ट्रूथ सोशल पे। आपको नींद आती है आजकल या देखते ही रहते हैं कि भाई ये एक्स पे क्या चल रहा है, ट्विट पे क्या चल रहा है, क्या नहीं? आप
गलती कर बैठता है। देखिए, डोनाल्ड ट्रंप जब उठता है तब यहाँ क्या शाम होती है। मैं जब सोता हूँ तो वहाँ तो लगभग वर्किंग आवर्स खत्म हो जाते हैं तब तक। तो मेरे जागने का कारण कोई और नहीं है। मेरे जागने का कारण है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी चाहते हैं कि जिस प्रकार से वो मेहनत करते हैं वैसे ही हम सब मंत्रियों की भी जिम्मेदारी है कि हमारा क्षण क्षण पल पल उन्हीं की तरह जनता की सेवा में लगे, हम और ज़्यादा अधिक काम करें और ज़्यादा तेजी से काम करें, वो मुझे बिजी रखता है। बाकी विश्व की समस्याएं आज हमें इतनी चिंता की बात नहीं है, क्योंकि भारत अपने आप में एक ताकत है। आखिर 140 करोड़ लोग जो डिमांड जनरेट करते हैं वो बहुत बड़ी ताकत है। जो मिस करेंगे उनका नुकसान है, भारत का नहीं इतना नुकसान है।
मैंने कई बार आपके साथ और वैसे भी कुछ ट्रेड मिनिस्टर से बातचीत की, उद्योगपतियों से बातचीत की, हिंदुस्तान में विदेश में, सब कहते हैं कि पीयूष गोयल बहुत अच्छे निगोशिएटर हैं, कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ते, मतलब बहुत हार्ड निगोशिएट करते हैं। अब आपको निगोशिएट करना पड़ रहा है ट्रंप एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ, जो कि बहुत ही अनप्रेडिक्टेबल निगोशिएटर हैं। इसको आप कैसे देख रहे हो? सब लोग ये सोच रहे हैं कि बिकॉज आप एक लेवल पे एफर्ट करते हैं, वहां से कुछ और बजूका चल जाता है, तो हाउ आर यू डीलिंग विद दिस?
देखिए, आपसे ज्यादा अनप्रेडिक्टेबल तो कोई हो नहीं सकता है। मीडिया से अगर एक बार डील करना जान जाओ, उसके बाद किसी से और डील करने में तकलीफ नहीं होती है।
अच्छा, एक अच्छे बैट्समैन की तरह जो बॉल आ रही बॉल समझ भी रहे हो, छोड़ रहे हो, मतलब कुछ ऐसा बोल दो कि ट्रंप और टैरिफ्स और अमेरिका के साथ जो इस वक्त कशमकश चल रही है, डू यू सी एन एंड टू दैट? आपको लग रहा है कुछ समाधान निकलता है या ऐसे ही उलझते रहेंगे हम लोग?
देखिए, मैं एस्ट्रोलॉजर तो नहीं हूं, लेकिन मेरा कन्विक्शन है कि भारत सही ट्रैक पे है, और भारत जो कर रहा है अपने देश के हित में कर रहा है, अपने जनता के हित में कर रहा है। मुझे ये विश्वास है कि हमने जो अपने किसान हो, अपने मछुआरे हों, अपने जो छोटे उद्योग जगत से जुड़े हुए इकाइयां हैं, एमएसएमई सेक्टर है, हमारे कारीगर, हमारे कामगार, विश्वकर्मा, हमारे हथकरघा, इन सब की जो इंटरेस्ट है, इसको सर्वप्रथम रखना पड़ेगा, सर्वप्रिय रखना पड़ेगा। और उसको संभालते हुए जो भी हम निर्णय लेते हैं, वो मैं आपको विश्वास दिला सकता हूं, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी इन इंटरेस्ट को कभी सैक्रिफाइस नहीं करेंगे, भारत के हित को कभी सैक्रिफाइस नहीं। उसके अलावा तो बहुत मौके हैं, बहुत अच्छे डील करने की संभावना है, और मेरा विश्वास है कि यूएस और भारत दो इतनी कॉन्सिक्वेंशियल डेमोक्रेसीज हैं, इतने महत्वपूर्ण देश हैं। हम दोनों की सोच, हम दोनों के लोगों के बीच जो आपसी रिश्ता, संबंध और आत्मीयता है, जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के बीच मित्रता है, जिस प्रकार से हम सब मंत्रियों के बीच में लगातार संपर्क बना रहता है, दोस्ती बनी रहती है, मुझे लगता है कि कभी कभार समय लगता है, एंड ऑल गुड थिंग्स टेक टाइम, ऑल गुड थिंग्स कम आफ्टर लॉट ऑफ हार्ड वर्क, लॉट ऑफ पेशेंस एंड लॉट ऑफ एफर्ट। तो मैं चिंता नहीं करता हूँ, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि भारत का भविष्य भी बड़ा उज्जवल है, और जो लोग भारत के साथ रिश्ते बढ़ाएंगे, भारत के साथ व्यापार बढ़ाएंगे, उन सब का भविष्य भी बहुत।
क्योंकि दो चीज़ें इस वक्त एक साथ चल रही हैं। एक तरफ आपने जीएसटी में कर को कम किया इस उम्मीद में कि इससे कंजम्पशन बढ़ेगा, कंजम्पशन बढ़ने से इंडिया इंक
इस
और
विश्वास
के साथ कि कंजम्पशन बढ़ेगा, इंडस्ट्री इन्वेस्ट करेगी, नई नौकरियां बनेंगी और एक ग्रोथ साइकिल आएगा। दूसरी तरफ जो विदेशी कंपनियां भारत में इन्वेस्ट करने के बारे में सोच रही थी, अब उनके सामने ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है कि भाई आप यहाँ पे इन्वेस्ट करोगे लेकिन आप एक्सपोर्ट कर पाओगे नहीं, अमेरिका बड़ा मार्केट है, उसको लेके एक अनिश्चितता है। तो ये तो एक अनसर्टनिटी उन्होंने क्रिएट कर ही दी है ना, ये तो एक फैक्ट है, उससे आप कैसे डील कर रहे हैं?
ऐसा है कि अनसर्टनिटी तो अवश्य है, लेकिन जो निवेशक भारत में आ रहे हैं, उन निवेशकों को पता है कि आखिर और कौन सी अर्थव्यवस्था है दुनिया में जो लगभग 7.5-8% पे ग्रो कर रही। कोई और अर्थव्यवस्था बता दो जो विश्व की ग्रोथ का 18 से 20% कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन कर रही। कोई और अर्थव्यवस्था बता दो जहां दुनिया के सबसे ज्यादा स्टेम ग्रेजुएट्स हर वर्ष निकलते हैं। 23 लाख स्टेम ग्रेजुएट्स, साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग और मैथमेटिक्स, 23 लाख हर वर्ष, और उसमें लगभग आधे महिलाएं, हमारी बहनें भारत में तैयार होते हैं। आप मुझे कोई और अर्थव्यवस्था बता दो जिसमें इतना युवा देश, हमारी एवरेज एज 28.4 है, और अगले 30 वर्ष तक हमारी एवरेज एज 30 वर्ष से कम रहने वाली। कोई ऐसा इतना कंपल्सिव इन्वेस्टमेंट डेस्टिनेशन दुनिया में और कोई है ही नहीं। तो निवेशक भी भारत में आएंगे, निवेशक भारत की बड़ी मार्केट, 140 करोड़ आशा और अपेक्षा और आकांक्षा से भरे हुए युवा देश की मार्केट में अपनी जगह बनाना चाहेंगे। और दुनिया तो बहुत बड़ी है, हमने तो देखिए मॉरिशस, यूएई, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, यूके, 4 नेशन एफ्टा के, स्विट्जरलैंड, लिechtenstein, नॉर्वे और आइसलैंड के साथ ऑलरेडी एफटीएस कंप्लीट कर लिए। ईयू की टीम मेरे ऑफिस
तो
में
यहाँ
बैठी
पे
है
इन्वेस्ट करने की भी बात की,
और उसमें बड़े बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट कमिटमेंट्स भी हैं।
ट्रम्प तो उल्टा बोल रहे, कह रहे कि वहां पे आके इन्वेस्ट करो।
लोग जाए ना, हम तो देखिए अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने मुझे बहुत बचपन में ही सिखाया था कि कोई छोटी लकीर के मिटाने के समय मत बिताओ, छोटी लकीर के सामने बड़ी लकीर खींच के आप सफल ज्यादा होंगे। छोटी लकीर को ही देखते रहोगे तो कहाँ आगे बढ़ोगे लाइफ में। अगर आप एनडीटीवी चलाते हो तो आप क्या अपने आप को बेंचमार्क करते हो कोई ऐसे चैनल से जो कोई छुटकर मुटकर लोकल चैनल है, या आप बेंचमार्क करते हो हुएवर इज द बेस्ट विद द हाईएस्ट टीआरपी?
नहीं, हम तो इंटरनेशनल बेंचमार्क करते हैं, हम डोमेस्टिक बेंचमार्क ही नहीं करते, कोई फायदा ही नहीं है। क्योंकि एनडीटीवी आप देखें एक ऐसा ब्रांड है जो कि दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है। कभी आप अमेरिका
तो
जाओ, यूरोप जाओ।
बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं द बेस्ट ऐप टू यूज इज द एनडीटीवी ऐप। देयर इज नो डाउट।
विदेशी में नहीं, इंडिया में भी बेस्ट ही ऐप है यूज करने के लिए, विदेश जाओ तो फट से आता है। लेकिन
देखिए भारत में तो हमको अभी भी वो न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ने के बगैर सुबह की चाय का आनंद नहीं आता है।
ठीक है, जब तक आप ऐप यूज़ कर रहे हैं, टीवी देख रहे हैं, वेबसाइट कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं, ये ठीक है। और हमारी बेंचमार्क इंटरनेशनल है क्योंकि उसकी एक सोच भी है। प्रधानमंत्री जब एनडीटीवी वर्ल्ड समिट में आए उन्होंने कहा कि एक इंडियन मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म होना चाहिए विच बिकम्स इंडियाज वॉइस टू द वर्ल्ड, कि भारत की आवाज़ दुनिया भर में गूंजे। तो प्रयास उस दिशा में चल रहा है। वहाँ कितनी दूर पहुँचते हैं, वो ट्रेड डील की तरह हो पाता है कि नहीं, वो कुछ टाइम के बाद ही पता चलेगा, लेकिन एफर्ट कम से कम उस डायरेक्शन में। सर, आपने आनंद नागेश्वर जी की चर्चा की। इकोनॉमिक सर्वे में फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से या सीए की तरफ से ये सुझाव था कि चाइना के साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट को रिव्यू करना चाहिए। उसके बाद मेरा आपसे इंटरव्यू हुआ, आपने कहा ठीक है अर्थशास्त्रियों का काम है अपनी बात बोलना, लेकिन हम नेशनल इंटरेस्ट में पॉलिसी बनाते हैं। अब तो लगता है कि नेशनल इंटरेस्ट भी कुछ हद तक बदल रहा है। चीन को जिस तरह से आप फरवरी में देख रहे थे, सितंबर आते आते क्या आपका नज़रिया कॉमर्स इंडस्ट्री में बदला है उसको देख?
ऐसा है कि चीन के साथ ये जो गलवान में समस्या हुई उस टाइम पे हमने कुछ पाबंदियां लगाई थी। वैसे पाबंदियां नहीं है, उसको भी हम परमिट करते हैं, अप्लाई करना पड़ता है। हम देखना चाहते हैं कि कोई अपॉर्चुनिस्टिक टेक ओवर नहीं हो। गलवान जब हुआ उसी के साथ साथ आपको याद होगा कोविड की महामारी भी भारत में आई थी, और कोविड की महामारी के समय वैल्यूएशंस बहुत घट गई थी। तो उस समय हमें लगा था कि बहुत सस्ते वैल्यूएशंस में कोई देश भारत की इकाइयों को, भारत के बिजनेसेस को टेक ओवर ना कर ले, इसलिए ये पाबंदियां लाई गई थी। अब वो पाबंदियां क्या करना चाहिए, आगे हटनी चाहिए, डाइल्यूट होनी चाहिए, नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये एक पॉलिसी डिसीजन है। जब लेंगे तो आपको ज़रूर बताएंगे। जहाँ तक बात रही नीति आयोग की या चीफ इकोनॉमिक एडवाइज़र, इनका रोल एडवाइजरी रहता है, नाम ही चीफ इकोनॉमिक एडवाइज़र है। उनका है कि एक आइडियाज़ दो, आइडियाज़ के प्रोज एंड कॉन्स रखो, फाइनल डिसीजन पॉलिसी मेकर्स यानी सरकार का होता है। सरकार को और कई चीज़ें देखनी पड़ती है और एक व्यापक सोचना पड़ता है। नीति आयोग की एक सोच एक तरीके से और कुछ डेटा पॉइंट्स पे होती है। चीफ इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजर की एक इकोनॉमिक्स के हिसाब से सुझाव होते हैं। सरकार की जिम्मेदारी और बड़ी व्यापक सोच, जियोपॉलिटिक्स, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पटल पर क्या हो रहा है, देश की ज़रूरतें क्या हैं, उन सबको मद्देनजर रखते हुए जो जनहित और देशहित में होगा वो मोदी सरकार करेगी।
आपने ये कैलकुलेट किया है कि आपकी नज़र में, क्योंकि खुद आप अलग अलग तरीके से डेटा को स्टडी करते हैं, आपके खुद के राय में इस जीएसटी रिफॉर्म का इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ पर क्या इम्पैक्ट आने वाला है और कब तक आपको लगता है ये किक इन करेगा? क्योंकि मैं इसलिए पूछता हूँ क्योंकि जब आपने कॉर्पोरेट इनकम टैक्स रेट्स कम किए थे तब वो इन्वेस्टमेंट साइकिल में नहीं तब्दील हुआ था, तब उससे जिस तरह की आपको ग्रोथ मल्टीप्लायर की उम्मीद थी वो नहीं हुआ था। तो इसको आप इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कैसे देखें?
साधारणतः कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स जब आप कम करते हो उसको इन्वेस्टमेंट साइकिल में कन्वर्ट होने में टाइम लैग होता है, क्योंकि आदमी मार्केट असेस करता है, डिमांड असेस करता है, डिमांड के आधार पर लोकल प्रोडक्शन में शॉर्टेज कितनी है, इंपोर्ट स्टैटिस्टिक्स देखता है कि व्हाट विल ही बी रिप्लेसिंग, उतनी डिमांड होनी चाहिए, तब निवेश करता है। या एक्सपोर्ट इंटरनेशनल डिमांड असेस करता है, लोकेशन ढूंढते हैं, कई विषय होते हैं, तो टाइम लैग ज़्यादा होता है। जीएसटी के जो बदलाव है ये 22 तारीख से इम्प्लीमेंट हो जाएंगे और मैं समझता हूँ कि प्रॉबली बाय द लास्ट क्वार्टर ऑफ दिस ईयर या फर्स्ट क्वार्टर ऑफ नेक्स्ट ईयर इसका इम्पैक्ट दिखना शुरू हो जाएगा।
चलिए हम कुछ सवाल लेते हैं, हमारे कई सहयोगी भी हैं। श्रीमी हैं जो कि इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसी कवर करती हैं दिल्ली में, ये एक सवाल पूछना चाह रही हैं आपसे, तो अगर आप माइक श्रीमी चौधरी को दें, एनडीटीवी प्रॉफिट के साथ हैं और इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसी कवर करती हैं, आप सवाल पूछना चाहती हैं जी।
हेलो मिनिस्टर सर, एक्सपोर्टर्स काफ़ी परेशान हैं एडिशनल टैरिफ को लेकर। आपसे ये जानना था कि सरकार किस तरह के रिलीफ पैकेज पर यहाँ काम कर रही है और वो कब तक यहाँ एक्सपोर्टर्स के लिए दिख सकता है?
पहले एक बात हम सब समझ लें कि भारत का मर्चेंडाइज एक्सपोर्ट जो कुल है वो देश की जीडीपी का मात्र 10% है। एक डेटा पॉइंट ध्यान में रहे। दूसरा, हमारी इंपोर्ट्स एक्सपोर्ट से ज़्यादा है, तो यानी हमारी जीडीपी इज नॉट डिपेंडेंट ऑन आवर एक्सपोर्ट्स। इनफैक्ट जीडीपी थोड़ी डिफ्लेट हो जाती है क्योंकि इंपोर्ट्स ज़्यादा है। और मैंने कोविड के दिनों में भी ये सुना था कि कोविड की वजह से बड़ी तकलीफ आएगी, एक्सपोर्ट्स तो घटने ही वाले थे और घटे भी थे, लेकिन हमारे इंपोर्ट्स ज़्यादा फास्टर पेस पे घटे बिकॉज वी आर एन इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंट इकोनॉमी। हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स के अंदर वैल्यू एडिशन का कंट्रीब्यूशन रिलेटिवली कम है। उसके कारण इनफैक्ट कोविड में तो हम ट्रेड सरप्लस नेशन बन गए थे, करंट अकाउंट सरप्लस ऑन द ट्रेड अकाउंट, वी हैव बिकम अ करंट अकाउंट सरप्लस नेशन। तो ये एक ध्यान में रहे कि कोई इसका जीडीपी पे बहुत सिग्निफिकेंट इम्पैक्ट होने नहीं वाला है, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, जो एक्सपोर्ट्स पे रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ लगे हैं वो उसको जीडीपी का सामने हम अगर देखें तो हमारी जीडीपी का 1% है, भारत की जीडीपी का 1% एक्सपोर्ट अफेक्टेड है, करेक्ट, वैल्यू ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट, दैट इज ओनली 1% ऑफ आवर जीडीपी। उसमें भी जो सेक्टोरली एनालाइज करोगे, अब जेम एंड ज्वेलरी है, 46 में से 13 बिलियन जेम एंड ज्वेलरी है। हम सब यहाँ जानते हैं कि जेम एंड ज्वेलरी में तो क्या 3, 4, 5, 7% मैक्सिमम वैल्यू एडिशन होता है, नॉर्म तो सिर्फ 3-4% का है। तो ऐसे आप जब डीकंस्ट्रक्ट करोगे ना तो आपको ध्यान में आएगा कि 2-3 सेक्टर्स अवश्य है जहाँ थोड़ा सिग्निफिकेंट इम्पैक्ट होगा। टेक्सटाइल में एक थोड़ा इम्पैक्ट होगा जहाँ गारमेंट या होम डेकोर वगैरह जाता था। लेदर गुड्स करीब करीब $2 बिलियन के अफेक्ट होंगे। श्रिम्प 1.5-2 बिलियन का अफेक्ट होगा। तो रियल इम्पैक्ट काफ़ी कम हो जाता है, बजाय कि जो एक इम्प्रेशन कुछ न्यूज़पेपर्स या मीडिया में क्रिएट करने की कोशिश की जाती है।
जब जीएसटी के कर कम हुए तो सब घरों में चर्चा हुई कि 22 सितंबर को क्या खरीदना है। आपके घर में क्या चर्चा हुई, क्या खरीदने की प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं?
हो सकता है कि हम एक टेलीविज़न खरीद लें, वो सस्ता हो गया है। हो सकता है कि हमारे बच्चों की इच्छा हो कि एक अच्छा 2 व्हीलर खरीद लें, अप टू 350 सीसी, या एक गाड़ी खरीद लें। हो सकता है कुछ परिवारों में महिलाएं कैलकुलेट कर रही होंगी कि हमारा रोज़मर्रा का बजट कैसे घट गया, क्योंकि आप कल्पना करिए, आप सुबह उठते हैं तब से लेके सोने तक हर एक चीज़ सस्ती हुई है, चाहे वो दंत मंजन या ब्रश और टूथपेस्ट हो, चाहे बाल में लगाने वाला तेल हो या कॉस्मेटिक्स हो। आजकल तो ब्यूटी सैलून्स, मेरे क्षेत्र में आप आए थे, हर तीसरी दुकान ब्यूटी सैलून है। आज एक कॉन्शियसनेस आई है, उनके सब प्रोडक्ट सस्ते हो गए, चाहे अमूल के प्रोडक्ट्स हों, फूड प्रोडक्ट्स तो A to Z सस्ते हो गए, खाने पीने का सामान, वाइट गुड्स, एयर कंडीशनर। आजकल एयर कंडीशनर कोई लग्जरी नहीं रही है, मध्यम वर्ग घरों में लगभग सब जगह आपको देखने को मिलेगी। एयर कंडीशनर्स, टेलीविजन्स, रेफ्रिजरेटर, 2 व्हीलर, 3 व्हीलर, 4 व्हीलर, यू नेम द प्रोडक्ट। आप सुबह से रात तक आपके पेन, आपकी घड़ी, आपके जूते, कपड़े, हर एक चीज़ में कटौती हुई है। तो ये जीएसटी इतनी व्यापक प्रभावशाली इम्पैक्ट करेगी भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था पे, भारत के लोगों के रोजमर्रा के जीवन में, हम सबके कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग में, एंड अल्टीमेटली लीड्स टू ईज ऑफ लिविंग। तो मुझे लगता है कि जीएसटी एक गेम चेंजर होगा। जीएसटी रिफॉर्म समाज के हर वर्ग के ऊपर प्रभाव करेगा, मध्यम वर्ग हो, गरीब हो, महिलाएं हो, स्कूल कॉलेज जाने वाले बच्चे हों, जो लोग नौकरियां ढूंढ रहे हैं उनके लिए निवेश के साथ साथ नए कारोबार और रोजगार और उद्योग के अवसर आएंगे, हमारे स्टार्टअप्स को बल मिलेगा, स्पेस और डिफेंस में जो लोग इन्वॉल्व हैं उनके लिए भी कई सर्विसेज में कटौती हुई है। तो एक प्रकार से सभी सेक्शंस ऑफ सोसाइटी और हर कंज्यूमर के जीवन में इसका लाभ पहुंचे।
खैर, मैंने सबसे ज़्यादा ये नोटिस किया कि पहला प्रोडक्ट जो मिनिस्टर ने बोला वो खरीदने वाले हैं वो टीवी है, और टीवी खरीद के वो एनडीटीवी उस पर लगा के छोड़ देंगे। दिस इज़ अ वेरी गुड आइडिया, आई फुली एंडोर्स इट, सो थैंक यू फॉर दैट। एक सवाल लेते हैं नीरज शाह से, हमारे स्टॉक मार्केट एडिटर हैं और चीफ एनालिस्ट हैं एनडीटीवी पे। नीरज।
थैंक्स राहुल। पीयूष जी, आप काफ़ी तेज़ी से अलग देशों के साथ, अलग ब्लॉक्स के साथ एफटीए साइन कर रहे हैं। इस पे कोई विजन दीजिए, बिकॉज आई थिंक दैट विल हेल्प इन कॉम्बैटिंग द एक्सपोर्ट लॉस इफ एनी टू द यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स।
अच्छा प्रश्न है। एक तरफ हम डोमेस्टिक डिमांड के माध्यम से हमारे उद्योग को और उछाल देने की, बढ़ावा देने की मेहनत कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और ये जीएसटी रिफॉर्म एक प्रकार से उसका एक नेचुरल कोरोलरी हो जाएगी विद इंक्रीज डिमांड। दूसरी तरफ आप हमारी रणनीति देखिए, हमने विकसित देशों के साथ करार किया है, ऑल आर एफटीएस। मॉरिशस आई थिंक $18,000 पर कैपिटा इनकम। अभी अभी उनका मंत्री आके गए और मेरे को कहा है हमें राइस और खरीदनी है भारत से, शुगर और खरीदनी है, काफ़ी विश लिस्ट लेके आए थे भारत से जो हम एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते। मिल्क, मैंने इमीडिएटली जयंत पटेल जी अमूल के एमडी को फ़ोन किया मीटिंग के बीच में से, और शायद आप दोनों को कनेक्ट भी कर दिया ऑलरेडी, मंत्री फ्रॉम मॉरिशस। दूसरा करार किया यूएई के साथ, उसके फिगर्स आप देखिए कैसे तेजी से नॉन ऑयल एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ रहा है यूएई में, मैसिव ग्रोथ है नॉन ऑयल एक्सपोर्ट्स। तीसरा करार किया ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ, उसके फिगर्स देख लो, एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ रहे। चौथा करार किया एफ्टा देश, स्विट्जरलैंड, नॉर्वे, लिechtenstein और आइसलैंड। अब ये चारों देश की पर कैपिटा इनकम देखिए, स्विट्जरलैंड $1,04,000, लिechtenstein $1,80,000। क्यों किया? क्योंकि इन देशों के पास टेक्नोलॉजी है, इनके पास निवेश करने की क्षमता है। तो उन्होंने जब कहा एफटीए करना है, मैंने कहा मेरे पास माँ है, आपके पास क्या है? मेरे पास 140 करोड़ देशवासी हैं, इतना डिमांड है, $4 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी 30 ट्रिलियन हो जाएगी अगले 22-25 साल में। आपके पास क्या है देने के लिए? तो फिर हमने उनसे एक्सट्रैक्ट किया कि $100 बिलियन और 10 लाख जॉब्स डायरेक्टली वो क्रिएट करेंगे थ्रू एफडीआई। $100 बिलियन एफडीआई, अगर आप उसका ओवरऑल इम्पैक्ट देखो इकोसिस्टम में, लोग डेट लेते हैं।
शायद पहली बार हुआ होगा ना ऐसे, कभी मैंने कोई
ये
एफटीए
लाइफ
देखी
में
नहीं
पहला इंस्टेंस है एफटीए का, जहाँ $100 बिलियन लीगल कमिटमेंट है इन द एफटीए। वो नहीं पूरा करेंगे तो आई कैन क्लॉ बैक, मैं जो उनको कंसेशंस दिए हैं टैरिफ में मैं वापस दे सकता।
ऐसे ही कुछ अब ट्रम्प के साथ कर दो।
और आप, मेरा मानना है ये $100 बिलियन विल बी अ कैटलिस्ट फॉर $500 बिलियन इन्वेस्टमेंट थ्रू डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट। आखिर होटल आएंगे, ढाबे लगेंगे, टैक्सियाँ लगेंगी, ट्रक लगेंगे, पूरा इकोसिस्टम लगेगा। और $500 बिलियन एंड 10 लाख डायरेक्ट जॉब और 50 लाख डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट जॉब is a huge amount in only one FTA. $500 billion for everybody's context is 45 lakh crores of FDI. ये नॉर्वे का पेंशन फंड जो स्टॉक मार्केट, आपके स्टॉक मार्केट में डालते हैं, वो इसमें नहीं गिना जाएगा, वो अलग है। और वो भी बड़े उत्सुक है, बाय द वे दे ऑलरेडी हैव 50 बिलियन इन आवर स्टॉक मार्केट। और मैं सुनता हूँ कि और डालने के लिए आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे, उन्होंने ऑफिस भी खोल दिया नॉर्जिस ने। जब मैं नॉर्वे गया, दे वर वेरी इंटरेस्टेड इन द इंडिया स्टोरी। हमने फिर एफटीए यूके के साथ किया। यूके ने बहुत हार्ड बार्गेनिंग की। मैंने कहा भाई आपकी इकोनॉमी 4 ट्रिलियन है, मेरी 4 ट्रिलियन है, 20 साल बाद आप 8 ट्रिलियन पहुंच जाओगे, मैं 25-30 ट्रिलियन होऊंगा, 25 साल बाद मैं 35 ट्रिलियन होऊंगा, आप कहाँ पहुंचोगे? तो ये तो अनफेयर डील हो गई। तो उनसे हमने एक्सट्रैक्ट किया कि हमारे जो हजारों लोग वहाँ पे जाके शॉर्ट टर्म वीज़ा पे, नॉट इमिग्रेशन, शॉर्ट टर्म वीज़ा पे काम करते हैं, हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स, शेफ्स, योगा इंस्ट्रक्टर्स, अलग अलग लोग छोटे समय के लिए जाते हैं। पहले उनकी तनख्वाह का 12.5% कटता था खुद का और 12.5% कंपनी पे करती थी। यानी कोई अगर 1 लाख पाउंड में वहाँ काम कर रहे हैं तो 25,000 पाउंड उस एम्प्लॉय के कट के 12.5 खुद के, 12.5 कंपनी देती थी। जैसे हमारा प्रोविडेंट फंड है, वो वहाँ की ट्रेजरी में जाके उन्हीं के पास रह जाता था, एम्प्लॉय को कभी वापस मिलता ही नहीं। और ये लोग 2 साल 3 साल शॉर्ट टर्म वीज़ा के लिए जाते हैं। अब 3 साल तक जो भी ऐसे जाएगा वो उनको ये पैसा भारत में अपने प्रोविडेंट फंड अकाउंट में जमा करना पड़ेगा, यूके में नहीं किया है। ये उनकी सेविंग होगी। तो 1 लाख पाउंड यानी समझो 1 करोड़ रुपए, वहाँ तो सैलरीज आए हैं, 1 करोड़ रुपए तनख्वाह होगी तो 25 लाख रुपए एक एक के बचाए, ऐसे 1 लाख लोग भारत के वहाँ काम कर रहे हैं। तो हमने कहा ये आप कंसेशन दोगे तो हम साइन करेंगे।
ये तो बहुत ज़बरदस्त डील थी।
हर डील में हम एक एलिमेंट ऐसा लाते हैं जो बैलेंस क्रिएट करते हैं। ऑस्ट्रेलिया में एक हमारे आईटी सेक्टर को डबल टैक्स सकता था, हमने वो डबल टैक्स हटाया और आईटी को और बल दिया कि वो और वहाँ पे सर्विसेज एक्सपोर्ट कर सके। तो ये हमारा कोई यूपीए के समय के टाइप के एफटीएस नहीं है। मैं यूपीए के एफटीएस को इससे क्रिटिसाइज करता हूँ, ना वो स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्ट करते थे, ना वो फ्यूचर को देखते थे कि भारत का कितना ज़बरदस्त फ्यूचर है जिसके सामने हम कंसेशंस पर्याप्त मात्रा में एक्सट्रैक्ट करें। वो तो ये हालत हो गई है कि हमने हमसे ज़्यादा पर कैपिटा इनकम वाली इकोनॉमीज़ में भारत की मार्केट ज़्यादा खोल दी और उनकी मार्केट कम खुली हमारे लिए। तो इतने अनफेयर ट्रेड डील्स किए हैं उन्होंने, इससे मैं उसकी आलोचना करता हूँ। अदरवाइज हम तो रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं।
लेकिन निगोशिएशन का, खासतौर से ट्रेड निगोशिएशन का एक बहुत बड़ा रोल ये है कि जो निगोशिएट कर रहा हो, जब निगोशिएशन चल रही हो उसको प्रेशर में मत डालो, उसको अपना काम करने दो। उन्होंने जिस तरह से डील्स यूरोप में की हैं, हमें उम्मीद है कि वैसी ही डील अमेरिका में और बाकी देशों में भी होगी। लेकिन एक खास मेरी उम्मीद ये है, जब ये सब हो जाए, मुझे उम्मीद है कि किसी ना किसी दिन आप लोग कर ही दोगे, हो ही जाएगा, तब वॉशिंगटन में एनडीटीवी का अगला कॉन्क्लेव होगा जिसमें आप होगे और हार्वर्ड लटनी को बुलाएंगे जो कि अमेरिका का कॉमर्स मिनिस्टर आजकल बहुत अजीबोगरीब बातें कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हार्वर्ड लटनी को पीयूष गोयल का एक साथ हम लोग सेशन करेंगे।
अवश्य आप करिएगा, लेकिन एनडीटीवी पे एक स्वदेशी कैंपेन चलाइए। आपको लगता है विदेशों के ऊपर ज्यादा आकर्षण है?
नहीं, मेरे को, हम तो सब स्वदेशी चलते हैं।
आप
चाह रहे हैं कि आपकी डील सॉल्व हो।
इंटरव्यू कर रहे हो, यहाँ पे एक कैंपेन चलाइए आप एनडीटीवी में। आज देश का मूड है, मैं जिधर जाता हूँ मैं देख रहा हूँ कि लोग बात कर रहे हैं आत्मनिर्भर भारत की। इंडस्ट्री के लोग भी चिंतित हैं। जब से परमानेंट मैग्नेट को रोककर हमारी ऑटो इंडस्ट्री और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इंडस्ट्री को नुकसान पहुंचा, अब सब लोग समझ गए उद्योग जगत के कि सेल्फ रिलायंट होना कितना जरूरी है। हमारी पूरी वैल्यू चेन, सप्लाई चेन हमारे कब्जे में होना कितना जरूरी है। तो लोग अब ध्यान से देखते हैं अपने सप्लाई चेन को। ऐसे ही एक स्वदेशी की भावना लहर के रूप में देश में बढ़ रही है। आज हर एक व्यक्ति कहता है कि मैं स्वदेशी खरीदूंगा, मेरे कपड़े जो होंगे वो स्वदेशी होंगे, मैं जो भी चीज़ आगे खरीदूंगा, पुराना कुछ खरीदा है हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं। जिस प्रकार से लोकमान्य तिलक ने गणेश उत्सव को सार्वजनिक करके एक भारत की स्वतंत्रता का आंदोलन को बल दिया था, जिस प्रकार से महात्मा गांधी ने स्वदेशी के नारे से देश की स्वतंत्रता को और आगे बढ़ने में गति दी थी, ऐसे ही प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने स्वदेशी को पुनः एक बार देश का एक सामूहिक संकल्प बनाया। 140 करोड़ देशवासी आज स्वदेशी की बात कर रहे हैं और मैं समझता हूं आप अगर इतिहास पढ़ेंगे तो महात्मा गांधी ने जो जो चीज़ पे बल दिया था, चाहे वो खादी हो, चाहे वो स्वदेशी हो, चाहे वो स्वच्छता हो, आप उनकी एक एक चीज़ याद करो, चाहे वो समावेशी विकास हो, हर एक महात्मा गांधी जी के दिखाए हुए रास्ते पे अगर कोई नेता इस देश में चला है, अगर किसी नेता ने 11 वर्ष के अपने कार्यकाल में केंद्र में और उसके पहले 13 वर्ष गुजरात में ईमानदारी से महात्मा गांधी के दिखाए हुए रास्ते को अपना रास्ता बना के देश को आगे बढ़ाए, तो नरेंद्र मोदी है।
पीयूष गोयल जी, आप एनडीटीवी के जीएसटी कॉन्क्लेव में आए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। मुझे लगता है जो स्वदेशी को फैलाने की आप बात कर रहे हैं, जितने भी लोग यहाँ पे बैठे हैं और जो देख रहे हैं, सुन रहे हैं आपको, उनके जहन में भी यही होगा कि जितना भी स्वदेशी माल वो खरीद पाएँ उसमें सभी का हित है, क्योंकि कभी भी हिमालय के उस पार बैठा हो या समुद्र के उस पार बैठा किसी इंसान को अपनी तकदीर तय करने का हक नहीं देना चाहिए। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका।
धन्यवाद राहुल जी।
Thank you, Minister Goyal. Ladies and gentlemen, could you put your hands together for the Minister, please? Would request everyone to remain seated. We're just about to start our last session for tonight. Our next session shifts the conversation to the dividend of reform, how these structural changes translate into sustainable growth, resilience, and opportunity for a resurgent Bharat. And to discuss this and to lead this discussion, we are privileged to have with us one of the country's foremost economic thinkers, Dr. V. Anantha Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. Taking this conversation forward are my colleagues Neeraj Shah and Vishnu Som. If everyone could be seated, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I request you to please be seated so that we can start the session with the Chief Economic Advisor. It's a critical session which really, in a sense, wraps up all that we've been trying to understand today about GST, but also look at perhaps where we are headed beyond GST and the overall India growth story. Neeraj?
Yep, most certainly, Vishnu. Well said. And Mr. Nageswaran, thank you so much for gracing the occasion.
You're most welcome.
Let's start with GST because that's a big thing. The last 4 years post-COVID, we had seen this almost undiluted focus of the government towards capex. This year, starting with the tax cuts and now the GST changes, there seems to be a remarkable pivot towards consumption. Was that the need of the hour to boost growth? And is this a temporary phenomenon? Or would you believe this is the first of the many steps that the government might take and that you might believe should be taken for economic growth boost?
I wouldn't characterize this as a pivot away from public investment. I would characterize this as a complement to public investment. At the end of the day, if you want the private sector to invest or take over the baton from the government, you need to create demand conditions which are sustainable. And you should see it as sort of the complement to the public investment that has taken place. So government will continue to invest. I mean, we were in 2018 about 3.8 lakh crores, Union government's investment. And last year's provisional actuals were 10.5 lakh crores. So we have gone up by more than 3x there. And I think it is natural that at this stage, you try to therefore bring up the enabling conditions for private sector also to start investing, and you should see it in that light rather than seeing it as a pivot away from investment.
Got it. Vishnu, maybe I should have started off by asking him what Minister Goyal mentioned, that he must have had very sleepless nights. So are you sleeping well now, by the way?
Oh, I do.
Okay, fair call, Vishnu.
In fact, I wanted to ask you about those sleepless nights, which you've denied just now. I do understand that GST was being discussed for more than a year and a half before GST 2.0 was rolled out. And therefore, it's not related to these US tariffs or sanctions against India. But the fact of the matter is that the timing of the announcement came at a time when we faced, these sanctions. Is there relief for certain sectors of our economy, for example, textile exports to the United States, through the announcement of GST 2.0 at this stage?
No, I think, you had before me two important policy makers, and it will be difficult for me to add anything more than what they had told you. I mean, as the Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry pointed out, that from the time you get up in the morning to by the time you go to sleep, all the items are covered. And therefore, it will naturally provide a huge compensatory demand pull on the domestic side to whatever we may temporarily lose out on the US tariff side. But that apart, I think, yes, there will be, as he pointed out, some sectors which will require some sort of hand-holding before they can find alternative sources of demand. But I think you did the right thing by pointing out that this GST 2.0 was in the making for quite some time. And it happens to be very well timed given the current circumstances with respect to the US demand. But this was a natural spring cleaning after 7 years or 8 years of GST 1.0, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Definitely, it will create some sort of a compensation for our exporters in the domestic market. Naturally, the quantums, the which products, those things will have to be seen depending on how it shapes up. But definitely, it is a very important shot in the arm in terms of boosting the morale and also adding to the overall positive conditions that have emerged, as the minister pointed out again, in terms of 3 Deepawalis, starting from the direct income tax cut, and then the GST, and we should remember also the income tax simplification that happened in between. So I think this is definitely a huge boost not only to domestic demand for consumption, but also for capital investment. So I think this is independent of what we may need to do for the affected sectors in terms of helping them find new markets and handling the short-term cash flow constraints, keeping their employment without necessarily laying off people, etc. Those are separate issues. Whether these things will provide an adequate enough compensation that such efforts will not be required is a different issue altogether.
I had a related question, Neeraj. In fact, when the finance minister was here a little while back, she said that there was data that needed to come by her ministry to quantify the extent of quote-unquote damages or suffering or hardships which several sectors which are exposed to the US market presently face. And it's only on the basis of that data that you can work through potential temporary solutions. Where are you in that process at this stage?
No, I think there is a lot of work going on. It's difficult to say exactly we are at the midpoint or 3/4 of the distance, etc. It's very difficult to spell this out. Obviously, as I said, there will be cash flow support required in terms of working capital requirements, in terms of temporary forbearance measures, etc., and also some sort of support required to explore alternative markets. But I'm sure those conversations are very actively going on with both with the Ministry of Finance and with the Minister for Commerce and Industry. It will be very difficult to be precise about where we are in that conversation. All I can say is those conversations are active and happening quite.
Cash flow support is what you mentioned.
I said, working capital requirements.
Working capital
because
cash
they will
flow support,
while the top line will be affected for especially very heavily export-oriented companies, they would have fixed obligations in terms of interest payments and principal repayments, etc. So you do require working capital cash flow management and also some support to hand-holding in terms of finding newer markets, etc. And so there will be different levels of support. But the good news is we do have a template from what we did 5 years ago during COVID, and more importantly, this one isn't as pervasive as that one was. And you can target your relief at the right enterprises, and you can target it both in terms of the beneficiaries, in terms of the duration, and because this is hopefully, as he said, this will be something that we will sort out reasonably soon and need not be, in perpetuity.
To your mind, would a a falling rupee and everybody looks at the falling rupee and says, oh my God, what's happening? But currently, because exporters will get a benefit out of a rupee which is weaker rather than stronger, is that actually not an undesirable outcome if the rupee stays weak?
Well, I think in the current context, you are right. It is not an undesirable outcome, because normally you would say, well, a weaker rupee also brings in a higher cost of imports. But then you have an extremely benign situation for oil prices and many other industrial commodities reflected in your wholesale price index being in actual deflation. It is negative number. So this is the situation where I think temporarily a weaker rupee can help. But obviously, over the very long term, you know very well that countries like Switzerland, Germany, Japan between 1960s and 1990s or 2000 grew their exports not on the back of their weaker currencies. Their currencies strengthened actually throughout that period. They grew their exports on the back of competition, innovation, and quality. So I think, yes, temporarily you can rely on it as a crutch, but it can't do the walking for you.
But is that a distinct possibility? I mean, I know the numbers out there are that it's 1% of exports, total exports, etc. But if the exports are getting hit, if indeed FDI or FPI flows are getting hit right now, could there be an impact on the current account deficit numbers versus whatever, and thereby the rupee as well?
No, I think no. I don't think we are looking at such an impact on the current account number as to weaken the rupee. No, I don't think so. I think we are looking at a current account that is still largely benign, not only for this financial year. There will be some 10-20 basis points increase in the current account deficit from 1 to 1.2 or 1.3%. And next year, if the situation persists, and that's a big if, and if there are no alternative markets which compensate, so you have to have so many assumptions made for you to say, then the current account deficit may widen an inch towards 2%. But even then, it's an extremely manageable number. So I don't see the kind of situation where the current account developments would have a very, very strong impact on the Indian rupee.
So this is not a political question. I'm just asking you as an economist, if India were hypothetically to stop Russian oil imports, wouldn't there be what is called an oil shock, which would impact economies around the world?
Well, I suppose, yeah, I mean, this is like a natural fallout, right? I mean, if you are basically creating, stopping the purchase and nobody else is buying that, you're suddenly basically pulling out a huge source of supply from the market. And as a typical economist would answer, everything else being equal, if you are pulling out a huge daily supply, then naturally it would have an impact on oil price. So that is sort of a fairly obvious and natural reaction that would happen in the marketplace. Yes.
So that's precisely why it doesn't make sense for us to do that.
I'm sorry?
That's precisely why it would be unrealistic for India to ever consider such a step.
It would impact,
not just for political
it would impact us as well. If that supply were not to be available to anyone, to that extent India will be back in the market along with others looking for, which is exactly what happened to the natural gas prices in 2022, right? I mean, because Europe stopped buying, and then they started buying natural gas instead of crude oil, and therefore the natural gas prices for Asian buyers shot up in 2022. A similar situation can happen. So you have a precedence in terms of what happened in the natural gas market in 2022.
I want to come back, sir, and talk about what happens. I mean, I think of it like a troika, that there is a fiscal deficit number which the government has really adhered to. Let's assume that it is staying at 4.4. So therefore, the revenue loss that happens because of GST has to be compensated by something. What is that something? Is it? I mean,
first of all, you're assuming that there is a GST-related loss, which on static assumptions, yes, there is. But obviously, if you have the so-called Laffer curve effect, where a lower rate creates more consumption, volume growth, that can compensate for it.
Sorry, and can I just ask, do you believe so? You study economic and cycles so well. Do you believe that could happen?
It has happened over the years. I mean, for example, we have been reducing income taxes, we have been raising the threshold limits, but you have been seeing growth in direct taxes, right? I mean, if it were not the case, then you wouldn't be seeing them. So we have the proof of the pudding in the data already. So I think it is quite possible that given the magnitude of the cuts that we have got, in GST and supplementing earlier what happened with the direct taxes, I think it's quite possible that the hit is relatively mild, if at all, or it could even surprise us positively. But more importantly, I think the Honorable Finance Minister would have also mentioned, and she did mention it in some other interviews as well, we have to also focus on non-tax revenues. And yes, there is room for expenditure management, etc.
Okay.
Assuming that this huge spurt in consumption, which we all expect, really boosts our economy, what is the time period within which we might see a positive impact on our GDP growth?
Well, I mean, the new rates kick in from September 22, so therefore, obviously, you will begin to see the impact from the third quarter GDP numbers. But, you know, it is difficult for you to exactly attribute the incremental GDP to this effect, because then for that you need to have a certain benchmark estimate. So obviously we look at what RBI predicts, because they are the ones who give you the quarter by quarter breakdown, and then anything more than what they have predicted, you can probably then attribute it to the GST effect. But in general, I think we should appreciate the fact that our GDP growth numbers have proven to be resilient. Yeah. And people like us may have to actually rethink our assumptions. To be frank with you, I have been of the impression that 6.5% is our trend growth rate, because even before the tariffs impact happened for India, the expectation was that exports would be a challenge because global growth was slowing down. However, the GDP growth in the first quarter, or for that matter in the previous 3 years, have been extremely good. I think some of the lagged effects of the good things we have been doing in terms of physical infrastructure, digital infrastructure improvement, and the ease of doing business at the margin may have already taken us to a different growth orbit. So, in that sense, we need to therefore know what your benchmark is. The benchmark itself may have already gone up. So, it's very difficult to estimate, but I do believe that this will definitely at the margin compensate for whatever negative growth impact we may be expecting from the US tariff effect. But to be precisely able to quantify a magnitude there will be a difficult exercise, because I think the GDP, what is the equilibrium GDP growth itself is already moving higher.
So 7.8 was a surprise. Did it surprise you as well, part one?
It did.
It did, okay.
Yeah.
Is there a room for a positive surprise for FY26 numbers?
Well,
to your mind?
Look, at this stage, you know, my nature is to be somewhat conservative, rather sort of under-promise, over-deliver kind of mindset. I expected something close to 7% in the first quarter, in real GDP terms. But, you know, 7.8 was good. More gratifying to me was the nominal GDP at 8.8, because many people thought it would be closer to 8 rather than 8.8, which is a good thing. Now, FY26, I have a number which is 6.3 to 6.8, and I pointedly said after the GDP numbers came out that I'm not going to revise my number lower, right? The range is wide enough. Now, whether I will be confident enough to state that actually 6.8, the upper end of my range, will be exceeded, I think that I will wait until the end of the third quarter, or somewhere into the midpoint of the third quarter, post Deepavali, post Navratri sales, etc., to be able to say that we have overcome the US tariff shock, and if anything, the growth risk is on the upside. So at this stage, I would wait for that kind of data clarity to say that.
But I wouldn't push you to this if you don't want to. But would you believe it could be at the upper end of the range? As of now, do you believe it could hit the upper end of the range?
In my range?
In your range.
Are we going to be at the upper end? Well, I don't think I would be, I would feel confident enough to say that yet. I normally wait for some signs of evidence before I revise my numbers. Again, that's my cautious nature. Yeah.
No, but these are trying times.
No, but just so that I understand this somewhat more, what I picked up from what you mentioned is that there is a good possibility that GDP growth might be spurred as a result of GST 2.0 to compensate for the impact that we might have as a result of these sanctions. Now that ranges potentially from 0.5% of GDP to all the way up to 1%, according to which estimate you look at. Therefore, at the upper end, if hypothetically we were going to take a 1% hit on our GDP growth potentially as a result of the US tariffs, what you are suggesting is that if things go well, we could actually compensate. It would be higher than that.
So let me amplify this a little more. It's a good question to pose. and your question is making me think on the spot. So, for example, in the interaction that Mr. Rahul Kanwal had with the Commerce Minister, he said, he gave some indications of what the US, Indian exports to the US are, and the product areas that are affected. They are relatively small. All that is absolutely right. But what we are worried about is the second and third round effects on the overall sentiment, what they do to the employees. If they lay them off, then the demand falls, their consumption demand falls, and then it creates a sentiment effect which can hold back people from investing, etc. So those were all the real reasons why it was not so much the absolute number of the exports to the United States, but the second and third round effect in terms of sentiment, uncertainty in general, and therefore investments, capital formation, as you say. Now, that is where this GST cut could come in as an important game changer. Suppose domestic demand picks up well enough to compensate for the loss of US demand, then the second and third round effects which we are worried about may not materialize. And therefore, the impact of the lower US demand will be relatively smaller, as the minister pointed out. Then in that case, it is possible to say that my forecast will be materializing at the upper end of the range.
Okay. I believe, CA did put out this recommendation that investments from China should be looked at. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now, my question is, in this conclave, we've heard the FM say that she's cautious about it. The FM has said, the finance minister has said that she's cautious about it. The commerce minister has said it's a work in progress. Yeah. What are the positives versus the cautions that you as an economic advisor think at the current state for China investments?
First of all, I said this about 15 months ago in the last economic survey in July 2024. And the point is, we are engaging in economic relationship with China in the form of higher imports, in the form of imports, which have picked up quite significantly even after 2020, right? So the question is, what is that method or form of engagement with them that minimizes or reduces our strategic vulnerabilities? That was my goal, right? I mean, I know that the relationship is fraught and it has a lot of other dimensions attached to it. And those things have to be kept in mind. I think the Commerce Minister said it very correctly. The job of the advisor is to create these thought balloons, and policy makers have to consider more than the economic dimensions before they sort of give the final answer. But even now, I think those dimensions haven't gone away. I think they are there. But at the same time, it is a balancing act, as with most things. And my objective of putting it out there in the public domain was to think about what is the optimal way of engagement. Is it only through imports, or is it some proportion of the two, which will prepare us in the long term to become more self-reliant? That was the underlying logic. Yeah.
Can I just ask you one final question? And because you're here and it's just wonderful to have you. We keep talking about a young India and our demographic dividend. It's potentially our biggest boon. But then skeptics of this would say that you can use the benefits of your demographic dividend only if you're generating enough jobs. My question to you is, are we generating enough jobs for India to use this demographic dividend in order for us to become a developed economy, which is our stated purpose?
Yeah, we are generating enough jobs. You see that in multiple indicators, not just the PLF, Periodic Labor Force Survey data. You see it in the EPFO, Net New Joiners data, Provident Fund Organization. You see it in the monthly purchasing managers indices. You see in the Naukri job index. So you see in multiple indicators, we are generating jobs. The question is, are we generating enough jobs that also pay well? But that is not just an employer's problem. I think employees also seem to prefer flexibility these days rather than the comfort of a fully paid, fully secure, full-time job. They feel that they can sort of do multiple things. So we are creating jobs, but the important thing is this needs to happen for the next 10 to 15 years. Yeah. So it is not that we are not doing it. We are doing it. Otherwise, we will have a much bigger problem. We won't be talking about consumption growth happening, etc. So it is there. The question is, we need to sustain this in the face of what's happening in the world of artificial intelligence, with, and multiple other developments, which makes it imperative for us to generate at least 8 to 10 million jobs a year. or I would rather say 8 to 10 million livelihoods. It could be jobs, it could be nano entrepreneurship, it could be a combination of the two.
Well, sir, it's been wonderful speaking to you. We started on GST and we ended up talking about demographic dividend, but it's great to hear your views. It is all linked up. Ultimately, we are talking about the India story. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
We are privileged to have had
Thank
you
you.
at this conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nageswaran. As we bring GST Conclave 2.0 to a close, it is time to reflect on the conversations that have unfolded today. From the perspectives of states and industry to the voices of policymakers, economists, and business leaders, we heard how GST 2.0 can fuel India's growth, create affordability for consumers, competitiveness for businesses, and resilience for the economy as a whole. The message is clear. GST is not merely a tax reform, it is a nation-building reform. And its next chapter, GST 2.0, will be central to India's march towards becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047. On behalf of the organizers, I extend our gratitude to the Honorable Finance Minister, to the Commerce Minister, and to Dr. V. Anant Nageswaran, our distinguished speakers, industry leaders, partners, and of course, each one of you in the audience for making this conclave such a rich exchange of ideas. Dinner is served at Roshanara Hall. Thank you all for being here and for taking time out for our summit. Good night.